Yo. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Friday stream. We're back. You made it to the weekend. Good job. Hope you had a nice day off yesterday. Feeling good today? Was nice not having to talk into a microphone for one day. But we're back. Gotta hit the grind. Welcome, Peepo Rivers. What's up, Fox Dot? Hello, Luim, Not Ethan, Bucky. What's up, Crispy Games? Snow Yeti, Finksy, Shaky D, Swineherd, Secret Warrior, The Dark. Welcome back, Amara Dave. What's up, Zarby? Hello, Migwar, Kitty Uri. Thank you for the sub and appreciate the 29 months. That's a long time. Thank you for the cotton candy sub. What's up, Nataru? Coob also subbing for almost 2 years. Appreciate the long time subs. Welcome back, Load Bob, Lincolnberry. Hey guys. What's this song called? It's called Yakuza 0 soundtrack. Because the song title is written in Japanese. And I cannot read Japanese. What's up, Salmon Roll? What's up, Durf? Hey, guys. Playing some more Out of the Park today? Still addicted? We'll get some variety in eventually, but not today. Spent a large portion of my day off yesterday just messing with things, which I'll explain shortly. There's just so many things to mess with in this game. It continuously gets deeper somehow. Just with Out of the Park 6, I'm up to like 110, 120 hours at this point. And I still keep, and that's after like 185 hours in Out of the Park 25, the previous game. So I definitely get my money's worth out of this, that's for sure. So that's a nice feeling. I feel like I need to leave a positive review. You know what I mean? To offset the mostly positive reviews. Basically, a lot of the thumbs down are just people who don't like the perfect game mode. Which I guess if that's your main game mode, then I understand thumbsing it down, but I don't know. I'm just having too much dang fun. And then, of course, they usually patch it throughout the year a few times, right? There's gonna be bugs every year. Insane how deep this game can get. Yeah, I'm gonna show you how insane it can get here in a few minutes, because I spent a good deal yesterday messing with the insane things and just constantly being like, okay, if I wasn't interested in this, this would overwhelm my ADHD rattled brain. But when you're interested in something and something is deep, it prevents it from being overwhelming. So, but stuff that I'm glad I didn't do on stream. Let's put it like that. What are we doing today? What we're doing today is trying to get past the trade deadline. Basically, there's a day in the year in the simulation where after that you cannot make any more trades until the season's over. So we're trying to make as many of the trades as we think we should do before that day passes. And then once we can get past that, it's pretty much smooth sailing through to the end of the year. There's really not much else going on until, like, we can just kind of get the lineup set up. We don't have to worry about trades or anything like that. We just have to maybe pick up a person off of waivers after the trade deadline or two. Opportunities for new players abound right after the trade deadline via waivers. Could be a few nice pickups there. And then it's looking toward the end of the season. It's like two in-game months or something like that, which isn't too bad. Play a lot of games, simulate a bunch of games, and then be done with the season. It'd be nice to do 2 seasons this time around at least, instead of stopping after the first one. I think we're getting there a lot faster because, like, just thinking about how much we spent on the last game. I don't remember how many streams we played out of the Park 25 last year, kind of like the initial learning curve. Like, obviously still a learning curve for me, but it was much denser of a learning curve last time. But I feel like it was, I want to say it was around 15 episodes last time to get to the end of the season. So I feel like we could reach the end of the season in, like, by definitely the 10th stream this time. That's pretty significantly faster. I don't remember how many streams it was last time. Measure815, thank you for the 73 months. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you dropping the prime. What up? All right, let's hop in. Hey. There it is. Hello, everyone. There we are. And War of the Worlds gifting a sub. Sup yourself. What's up yourself? Thanks for the gift sub. You definitely go a lot slower than me. Yep, I go a lot slower than most people. I didn't say I went faster than you. I said I went faster than old me. I think that's kind of the thing about the game, though, isn't it? You could be as hands-on or as hands-off as you want. So it accommodates many play styles. There are people who play 10 times slower than me. Do you know how? They manage every single pitch of every single game as the manager. Some people do that, right? Some people could even play a whole season as a AAA manager instead and just watch every single game and make every single offensive substitution for pinch hitting, defensive substitutions, decide if they want to move the infield around, decide if they want to steal every at bat, and they take the season like real slow. So some people don't even sim games. But for me, if I just sim like a whole season, I just don't like doing that, because then if baseball is a slot machine, that's hard spinning to me. Like if I sim a whole season fast enough, just to try to get to the one where I win, I feel like that's just pulling the lever like too many times too fast, and will burn out the dopamine receptors in my brain. So I like this pace because I like pouring over as many details as I can and trying to like dig in. And in the process, I've learned a lot more baseball terminology. I know there's a couple of people in chat. They're like, "How did you come to know so much about baseball?" It's like I don't really know that much, to be honest. I think some people in chat who just don't understand even like what a strike zone is think I'm a baseball genius. Whereas I'm over here on Google like, what is the difference between war and our war? What is the difference between, dear Google, what is the difference between OPS and OPS plus? Okay, OPS plus is when the OPS is adjusted for all ballparks and situations. I get it now. Like I'm still over here Googling just regular things. Google, what is the difference between OPS plus and WRC plus? That one still gets me a little bit. Do teams get promoted from lower leagues? No, it's not like soccer / football in that way. There's no relegation. You can actually make relegation if you would like in this game. When you are starting a campaign, you can create your own league. And I think that would be really interesting, actually. You could make a fictional league that has relegation and has the ability for teams to climb out into different levels. But by default, no. The lower teams, like the rookie teams, are sort of like they belong to that organization forever. So like our rookie team, the Raleigh Oaks, is kind of just like a extension of our team, right? It's not a different team. These are just the players who will hopefully one day play for us on our main team. I now kind of get what the Rule 5 draft is. I also kind of get what the Rule 5 draft is. Yeah, I learned a lot from this game. You love Football Manager? The only way to sim games is either cheesing a button or downloading a third-party skin. Otherwise, you manage everyone yourself. Yeah, I will enjoy that. But also, I think with soccer, there's a lot fewer games, aren't there? Oh, I guess it depends on the league. I don't know. Typing is hard. In the MLS, in America, I think it's 34 regular season games. I don't know if that's correct. That's just the first Google result. For example. So it's not as bad to have to play each one because you don't have to sit there for 162 separate games. But also I think that their game engine for the actual games is better, which is not really up for debate. The Football Manager engine is just better for the like 3D portion of things. Kind of looks like this. But yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out. It'd be cool. I just need, like, I just can't pay $60 for the old one when there's, I just want to see the new one. But it got delayed. We'll come back to it. Did they make an F1 manager this year? What's up, Invlux? Renewing my season tickets. Let's go. Thanks for the sub. Season tickets are going up in price, actually, for the team because they have been selling out, actually. Look at this attendance chart. What's crazy about this attendance chart is the real life stadium is only going to have 33,000 capacity. I don't know how we have 48,000 capacity, but apparently we do. I don't know if that just came with Omnibus and that's what they set it to. There are a lot of stands in this park, that's for sure. So 11,000 more people than what is going to happen in real life is crazy. Your minor league system is 8th? I don't know why that is. To be honest, I don't even know where to start today. Because there's so much to go over and so much to look at. But yeah, we just raised season ticket prices. There's a lot to go over. We're going to be here for a while, so just kind of get cozy, get comfortable. Because it's July 29th in game, and up next is... We're 2 days away from the trade deadline, and the trade deadline is its own minigame thing. And I gotta make some hard decisions. I've taken some notes so that I know kind of what to look for already. And I've organized a bunch of things. I guess I'll just start with what I've organized so far. But I need some different music that's not... It's good music. Don't get me wrong, but I need something that is not actively talking over me because it's distracting me. What to listen to first today? How about... I need some more... I feel like we listen to the same, like, 8 soundtracks each time. I think Sable's pretty chill. Sable's pretty chill. There we go. Chad seems to think the other minor league systems are going to have 20 relief pitchers, but they're not, because the other minor league teams were real teams when we started the simulation, right? Therefore, they would not have 25 relief pitchers hired to play for those teams, right? So if we look at the Charlotte Knights and go to their lineups, they've actually got a team of outfielders, first basemen, their pitching staff has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starting pitchers and a big bullpen. I think they're all good. All the other teams are good. It was just mine because I mass invited. And that when I forced them to fire a bunch of people, they did not choose who to fire. I think it just cut off everyone under a certain point, would be my guess. Because all of their other teams look normal. They're not. There's no relief pitchers on the field for the Canapolis Cannonballers, which is a great name, by the way. And then we'll do a random spot check on, let's say, Pittsburgh, just to see. How do I get a Dominican Rookie League? How do I get a Dominican Rookie League to send my international prospects to? Yeah, I don't have one of those. You had to make it with the expansion team. There wasn't an option to. We made all the minor league teams that we were allowed to make. Anyway, let's just check. The Greensboro Grasshoppers. No relief pitchers. The normal amount of... They need a larger bullpen. They have 7, but that's on them. We wouldn't have anybody to fill that rookie league with, but anyway, then we have an issue where we have... I discovered this a couple days ago, and I didn't know, which is obvious in hindsight. So let's start with this. If you remember, some days ago, we drafted international prospects into our organization. So if we check those guys, they're still here. And what I didn't realize was they are allowed to play right now, but they're not ready to play right now. So it's fine. We didn't miss anything. I think a lot of people wait until after they turn 18 years old and develop a little bit more before going over to, yeah, I have ratings relative to the Dominican Rookie League, but I don't have a Dominican rookie team, I don't think. Anyway, we can actually make them play whenever we want. Like, they're just chilling here. And I also created 2 additional overlays. That was one of the things that I did this weekend. Not weekend, sorry. It was a weekend for me. Yesterday. In order to look at information a little bit cleaner when I'm comparing people. But anyway, Antonio Del Bosque, still an 80 potential according to our scout with only medium accuracy. Manny Longoria, low accuracy, so that's going to go down. And then Alex Lopez, low accuracy, so his 55 is probably going to go down. But at any point, I could actually take these guys' action and put them in my rookie league. Right there. However, they're like a 40 out of 80, which is, you know, relative to the rookie league, they're a 40, which is kind of on the low end in my opinion. Like, they could probably be okay, but I think if you have a pitcher in here that doesn't have, relative to his own league, more than 25 control as a starter, he's gonna walk everyone. So I'm just gonna wait until he gets a little bit better in the international complex, presumably. I don't know. I assume he'll get a little better inside the complex. I hope he's not just sitting watching like TV, eating potato chips all day. But ditto for Manny Longoria is only a 30 relative to the rookie league, and then Alex Lopez is also a 30. So Antonio Del Bosque is almost ready. He's like our top prospect, actually. Wants to be a starter in the future, of course, with that 50 stamina, 4 pitches, high loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, low baseball IQ, but like could be insane. So that would be nice. He's our only 80 potential dude, but that might go down. And then I decided to take a look at the dudes that we drafted before. So we're gonna have to like come back and look at these guys when they get a little older and let them start playing in the rookie league. Hopefully they develop a little bit in that time. So what's interesting, I actually have a short list, I believe. 2026 amateur draftees. So check this out. We've already lost potential on Jason DeCaro. It was that fast. Boom. Gone. He went from a 80 to a 75 to a 70 to a 65 in the span of 1 month. Well, actually, more than a month. But he went from a 75 to a 65 in 3 months. But we did get higher scouting accuracy on him in that period. So this was our top prospect from the amateur draft, and he's already dropped pretty far, I feel like. However, that doesn't mean that he's not going to be awesome. He's kind of gotten blown up in high A, so I decided to just demote him to just single regular A, even though for all intents and purposes they're very much almost the same. He's a 50 overall relative to A ball. Still a 50 overall relative to high A, but his stats go down. You can kind of see he has like much better control and stuff. So I'm just gonna give him a few starts in A ball just so he doesn't get like, he shouldn't be, he gave up 8 earned runs in a game. I guess that was what happened. Do you personally manage promoting players? I do now. I'm managing it now, and it's kind of a lot of work, to be honest, but I have taken over managing it. I especially would always manage your actual prospects. Certainly take control over like the actual like true prospects. So Charlie O'Shell is still our potential 70, but we don't have full scouting accuracy on them. So I've ordered a scouting report on all of our prospects so that we can try and get higher scouting accuracy on them. The only one that we have very high is DeCaro. So these are all probably going to go down, but that's okay. We had to draft somebody. And I was looking at like, didn't draft these 2026. These Brian Williams was one of the dudes that we were looking at, but I think he got drafted in the second round, overall number 52 as a pitcher. I didn't pick him because his stamina, he was basically a bullpen pitcher. Yeah, that was why. Brady Harris was a high schooler, Grady Emerson. We were looking for college to get into the majors faster. So like the people we didn't draft are pretty consistent with the other collegiate dudes, like AJ Gracia is a 65 right fielder. Joey Volchko, he went to San Diego and is a 65. So anyway, it'll be interesting to follow along with these guys. Chad has asked before about who's on our shoulda, woulda, coulda list. They haven't done much yet because this is international complex players who haven't been advanced yet. And then Cameron Johnson. I don't remember, why was Cameron Johnson? Oh, because we could have drafted him. I see. So he's in their rookie league now. We were just thinking about him. And then Caden Wallace. I don't know why Caden Wallace is on here. He's a 45 potential. I have no remembrance of why I put him on this list. I guess he was a 55 when we first scouted him. And now he's down to a 45? I don't know. And then I got a couple other things to show you as well. Hello, Dragobot. What's up? Is this the exclusive Out of the Park streamer I've heard so much about? It is, yes. I'm addicted. There's so much to do in this game. So much to do. What's up, Renotion? I appreciate the brand new sub. Welcome aboard. We got a big day packed in for you. Just trying to catch you up on everything. So let me catch you up on this. Let me show you all the work I put in yesterday, because it was a lot. I did multiple things, and I don't even remember all of them. The ones I do remember, I went and looked at our lineups, like our normal lineups, and I went and looked at our pitchers, and I went and looked at all of our prospects. And I went through person by person and went to their development page and individually changed what I want their development focus to be for every single player. So we did that for a few people last time. I think we did it for some of our prospects, if not all of our prospects last time, but I decided to go ahead and just move the sliders for our entire main team and micromanage them. Lots of micromanagement. You don't have to do it though. Like, you can ask the AI for a plan, or you can choose a plan preset, or you can just let the manager do it. So you don't have to do that. I just was like, you know what? I'd like to mess with it and try it out. So Bobby Miller, what I noticed when I was looking is Bobby Miller is a gamer. He went up from a 55 potential to a 60 potential. He's already a 50, which is good, right? You're already good. And he's rocking a 3.78 ERA on the season as a starting pitcher over 22 starts as a 27-year-old, right? So he's already goated. He only has 45 stamina, but that's okay, right? If you're just good enough. So he's not going to be pitching 6 innings super often, but he's still going to be a goated pitcher. And if he gets even better, he might be pitching 6 innings on 45 stamina because he's just that good, right? That could be a thing. So I have been thinking about just making an offer on Bobby Miller. We'll talk about that later. Let's not get sidetracked. So anyway, Bobby Miller has like potential 60 stuff, 60 home runs being kept down, and 65 control. So I was like, you know what, Bobby Miller, let's work on, I want to keep your stamina up because you only have 45 stamina, so we can't afford to lose anything. And then you still got 65 max control, so put most of your effort on refining that control, and then some of your work in movement. So I might mess with these a little bit more and just go 1, 2. I know it doesn't matter, but just like a couple clicks makes me feel good. And for his pitches, I want his fastball to stay as good, because one thing that I learned about developmental training is it doesn't just affect how much they gain, like the fastball's gotten minimal gains, it affects how much they lose as well, which I kind of knew. So if you take everything out of one of these, they're not maintaining it at all, and it can start regressing, basically. Which is fine under certain circumstances, right? Like if you, what I decided to do for, say, my relievers, like Abner Uribe is gonna be our closer, right? So for development, a closer doesn't need stamina, so just drop the stamina, and then you have way more development time to get his nasty movement for his ground ball pitches. And then you can also have him just maintain or maybe increase that control somewhat. So we can just like get rid of that to have more development. And then similarly for his like slider and sinker are his like two main pitches. So I'm like, let's just maintain those. And then the changeup's just kind of there. I already increased it from where it was. I saw the minimal losses and I didn't want him to like lose it. So we bumped that up. So stuff like that, right? You can kind of get a little crafty with it and you'll start to see those changes over time as it gets better or worse. And that'll also depend on your coaches, which we're going to talk about in just a minute. But yeah, I went through everybody's development and changed everybody's development sliders, and we'll just check back in on those at the end of the season or something like that and see what's been happening with them. The other thing that I did that was pretty painstaking was I went to our minor league teams and I discovered through messing around with my prospects, because I was like, I have this prospect who's in AAA, and we just traded for this catcher, Indy Rodriguez. And Indy Rodriguez has not played a single game in the majors. So he's in the minor leagues right now. We're about to have him play in the majors and see what he can do, but I noticed that the coach wasn't starting him. So I went through all of my prospects and had them force start use at position, the position I wanted, to make sure that they're getting starts. Because if they're sitting on the bench, then they're not going to get better, right? So I want them to be played. So I went through all of my prospects that I'm trying to develop and made sure that the coach is actually going to use them and not just bench them. Now, I heard that there was a setting to tell the AI managers to focus on using prospects, but I couldn't find it. So I don't know where that is. So if you guys happen to know where that is, or no, it was tell the AI managers to focus potential. Like start players based on their potential, not based on their overall. So I don't know where that setting is, but if you know, feel free to put it in chat. There really is a dearth of baseball emotes. We got a couple, Burnt Heat. We got a couple. There's some. Made by some local chatters. I like F1 in real life, so I like F1 Manager, but I think it'd be tough for someone who doesn't like it already. Football Manager is much better. Maybe. I watched some F1 Manager. It was fun to watch just because it's like a visually very pretty game. So it's fun to watch for that reason, if nothing else. The graphics are good, and I think the management of the race in real time is neat. So we'll check both of them out at some point. So then, like I said, I went through and made sure that the coaches were actually using these players, because you can go into the team here and be like, what does your lineup look like against righties? What does your lineup look like against lefties? And at the moment, I have them taking care of that. Minor league player development focus is minor league managers, but you can block that when you want. Player strategy, managers. And you can change the lineups, depth charts, and pitching staff if you want. You can do that. So I might do that if the need arises later, but right now, we're okay. Because I just checked and it's like, okay, yeah, there's Indy Rodriguez, he's in the lineup. And there's so-and-so pitching, but yeah, I would probably go in and customize. Once my farm system gets a little bit more robust, and there's more people drafted in, then I might go and customize the lineups myself, customize the depth chart for lefties and righties, and then trust the AI to go from there. So I went through every single team and did that. So I went AAA, AA, high A, and rookie ball, and just kind of made sure, like, okay, in rookie ball, we got Luke Stevenson as catcher. You need to play Luke Stevenson so that he can get better. Boom, he's in, right? Peepo cotton candy and Peepo popcorn. They're having such a good time in the stands. Yes, they are. Working too much on your off day? It's not work, chat. It's video games, man. It's work now. Playing video games silently, that's fun. Playing video games and having to talk to you, that's work, okay? It's work to talk to you. I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. It is work, but I'm kidding about, you know what I mean. Sitting and silently playing games is fun. Even me? Yeah, even you. Especially you. Okay, so then what did I do? Because there was more. Oh yes, I went through into my... it occurred to me that my managers were setting the strategy for the team. And so... it now occurs to me, no, I set the team strategy. They can set player strategy. Is that right? Like, I'm hoping they don't overwrite it. I went into one of my minor league teams, and I went through 1st through 6th inning, 7th through 8th inning, 9th plus inning, all like large trail, small trail, close game, small lead, and changed their strategies. And then I figured out that I didn't have to do that for every single one. You can actually export a strategy preset. So I did it for one team, exported it, and then went to each team and imported that file. And I just kind of copied a generic minor league strategy because I want them to kind of play a similar way to how we play as a team, where you're more aggressive if you're losing by a lot of runs. You start to get a little less aggressive the closer the game is. I don't need them stealing as many bases as we're trying to steal because we have a team sort of built for speed and they may not. So I kind of just put it like middle for coach's discretion. We're playing more sabermetric defense, like infield shifts and outfield shifts a little bit more. And I went through and did that and fixed it for all the teams. They didn't have stupid strategies. So that took a while. Okay, what else did I do besides go through and look at a bunch of players and decide who we need to potentially trade? I swear there was more. It'll come to me. Oh, that's what it was. I figured out that we might need... Oh, I made a huge mistake. I figured out a huge mistake that I made. So, dumbest thing I did in the save was just the first day that we played this save. And it didn't occur to me at the time, but the dumbest thing I did was hire all of my personnel and my staff for 3 years. Why did I do that? I'll explain. I have all of my coaches signed on like a 3-year contract. And at the time, it seemed like a reasonable thing to do. I'm grabbing the best coaches available. I don't want them to leave the team after one season or demand twice as much money next season. So just lock them into a contract, right? It made sense. But then I realized that when I was looking at all the individual players and setting their strategies, I was like, okay, let's go look at Chang and let's look at how he's developing. Even if a player seems to have no more potential, that doesn't mean development doesn't do anything. It still can, based on your coaches. So if you've got Chang and you want him to become a better hitter, and you have a hitting coach, and that hitting coach has like really great influences mechanics, for example, which Sean Buchanan doesn't, which is a whole nother can of worms. He has good. Then they can still get better even though they seem to have peaked, right? They can still have things that progress for them. So it's still meaningful to make decisions on the development training plan because they can emerge stronger as a result of that. But when I was looking at this, I was like, he's got a list of team coaches and his relationship with them. Good relationship with the manager, Scott Tyler. That's the main guy. Okay, that's cool. Then Kyle Collins has average. Okay, pitching coach good, hitting coach excellent. And I was like, well, that's nifty. And so I kind of looked at that for a few players and like went back and like, okay, what's Cal Stevenson's relationship with these guys? Fair? That's not as good. And then it occurred to me, oh yeah, there's got to be a way for me to see their relationship to everyone via the coaches. And I remembered this, I was then epiphanied, like, oh yeah, I did this last year and forgot about it. If you go to your front office personnel and click on any given coach, there's a relationships tab, which I knew about but then forgot. And the relationships tab for each coach shows you how good or bad their relationship is with all the team members. And that can have small impacts on how well they are developing and or playing. And so, in general, you want all of your team to have average or better relationships. Having good and excellent is obviously best case scenario. Poor would be nightmare. Poor is like do something. Fair is like, that's not good. And then I thought, well, look who has a fair relationship with Scott Tyler. Nathan Lavender and Justin Foscue. Well, guess who, when I go to the team homepage and go to team chemistry, says they have a bad relationship with the team. That's a Scott Tyler relationship. That's not the team relationship. I just never read this little gray text. So when remember when we traded someone because they had a bad relationship? well, there you go. I figured out the source of all of those relationships. And then all the pieces are starting to come together. So then I started panicking and thinking, oh no, when we hired these coaches, we had no team. If you look at the MLB transactions and go to the players or the personnel tab, then you can sort by coaches here, for example, and be like, look at this dude, Domingo Del Rosario. Before you even hire a guy, you can see what their relationships with the team would be. So you can hire based on that. And the most important thing is just not having fair or poor relationships when you hire someone with the players that they're going to be working with. If a hitting coach has a fair relationship with the reliever, I don't think that matters, right? They're never going to interact. But if the hitting coach has a fair or poor relationship with the people who hit on the team, that's bad. Or if the pitching coach has a fair or poor relationship with the pitchers, that's bad. So you have to like look at those things. So then I panicked and thought, do any of my coaches have a bad relationship with the people on the team? And it occurred to me that no, they don't. Not really. There were no poor relationships, but we can take a look anyways, because I think it's interesting. So the main one is the manager, because he's the one making all the decisions every single game, right? And he's got average, good, excellent with everyone except for Nathan Lavender and Foscue for whatever reason. And then I was like, okay, the bench coach, he's got 3 fair relationships, a bunch of average, some good, a few excellent. Like, I feel like we could do better than Kyle Collins just based on that. And then I was like, what about the pitching coach? Okay, 3 fair relationships, 2 of them with pitchers. Luis Gill and Andrew Salfrank, a couple people on the team I thought could be doing better. And then it's like, why do all these people have just average relationships? It's because they're all normies. Because I hired Chris Diaz, who is a normie personality, who works well with normie, who struggles with personable, nice people. Well, wouldn't you know, take a wild guess at which of the people in the personnel tab that you can hire has the best potential relationships with your team. Guess who, if I can find the personality slot on this, or just find a, I don't even know where the personality thing is. But yes, personable people tend to have the best relationships with the most team members. Why do I not see I see nationality, experience. These are scout ratings, coach tendencies. Oh, there we go. Personality is personable. All right, let's look at a personable dude. Robert Sharpnack. Wow! Good relationships with almost everyone. Excellent relationships with a few and only one average relationship on the team. Isn't that nice? Wouldn't that influence their development in a nice way when everyone likes this guy? So then I'm thinking, did I just hire a bad manager? I'm stuck with this dude for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Unless I want to eat the contract and lose a bunch of money. So if I'd have to eat everybody's contract because I signed them to 3-year deals instead of 1-year deals for the first year, where after we go through one season and have a team, I could then just hire different staff and personnel to try and fill in a way that makes organic sense. And so now I'm questioning every single decision I ever made on my personnel sheet. So this opened a whole can of worms. And it was so complex and confusing that it's not confusing in a way that I don't understand it. It's confusing in a way that I don't know what to do with this information, I guess. Restart the whole run. It's easy. Fire everybody and start again with no money. The simplest thing I was thinking about doing was just swapping the pitching coach, because it really did annoy me that Drew Jefferson has outstanding teach pitching and only good development. I like legendary mechanics a ton, and excellent handles aging. Development is if they reach their potential. Mechanics is if they increase their potential. Aging is just not getting bad when you get old. Teach pitching is the most important thing for the pitching coach. So then I was like, well, we hired DYNASTY, who has legendary teach pitching, and then excellent development and outstanding mechanics and excellent aging. Like, those are still really good, right? And then I looked even further and I was like, Drew Jefferson he only has a fair relationship with some of these people, average with most, whereas DYNASTY would have an average relationship with everyone and a good relationship with a number of people. Well, that just looks better. And then it remembered, oh yeah, I think we didn't pick DYNASTY because DYNASTY had a pitching coach focus for power pitchers. So I looked that up and I was like, what does that mean? And at the time when we were hiring, I thought that it would not align. We were going more ground ballers instead of power pitchers. But it turns out that the power pitcher or whatever pitching coach focus they have is just a bonus. It's just icing on the cake. It will not make anybody else worse at what they're being taught. It'll just make, if you happen to have power pitchers in your lineup, it'll make them a little bit better. So it's just strictly a bonus with no downsides, is my understanding. Ito has seen the cohesion matrix code and can't go back. Yes. So then I was like, okay, well, DYNASTY is personality normal, works well with easygoing, struggles with controlling. Okay, but none of these guys are controlling, so I could just put them in the lineup right now. So why don't we just swap them out? You know? So I think that's what I'm going to do, because I think there's an action to appoint them as the pitching coach in Las Vegas to replace Drew Jefferson, because my goal for the MLB level coaches is for them to have excellent mechanics and also well, excellent or better. In this case, I think DYNASTY has outstanding mechanics, but the most important thing is having legendary at whatever it is that they do, because guess what? We're going to have a ton of people in our organization, such as future all-star Bobby Miller, who will not have reached their potential when they are playing the majority of their games, right? And who are hopefully going to keep increasing that potential. So I think I'm just going to swap them around, because I want the pitchers that we're actually going to be using to pitch with to have the best possible teaching. And then we have good, honestly, we have good personnel all the way up and down the lineup for the most part. We have Craig Ginger, excellent across the board with outstanding pitching. We have Kurt Burgess, outstanding pitching, excellent across the board. We have Travis Teagarden, outstanding pitching with legendary mechanics and excellent development. So I mean, we got a lot of good pitching coaches up and down the organization, I think, except for this guy. But they're not going to be in rookie ball for very long. So I think that's fine. Hello, Raiders. All your caffeine belongs to us? Uh-oh. Well, there is no heat line coming off of this. This is an iced coffee. But I can make you guys some iced coffee if you want. And I've even got my sports coffee cup. That's not baseball, though. That's hockey, so it's a different sport. But welcome, Raiders. Glad to have all of you. Thanks so much for raiding. Welcome, Shin. What's up, Ugg, Jarton, Thrallcheld, Daniel, Lady Alien. What's up, Charlie FPS? I was hanging out watching Shin playing a little bit of Crusader Kings 3 earlier. And happy to see all of you here. If you're in my chat, I think you would enjoy watching Shin too. So go check them out for the next one. Been playing a lot of the Mongol expansion for Crusader Kings 3 lately. Playing with the new government type, becoming cannibals, feasting on the corpses of their enemies, converting everyone else possibly to their cannibalistic ways, trying to form the Omega Cognate, pushing buttons to expand the domain. So hit that follow button if you're in my chat. We just started our stream 55 minutes ago, but I've been yapping for about 40 minutes about all the stupid stuff I did yesterday. But yeah, there's a link in chat, follow button at the top. So go check Shin out. Thanks so much for raiding, guys. Hello, welcome. I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Yo, I want some Baja Blast. I would go for that too. If you're coming in from the raid, we're playing a spreadsheet sim. It is basically Football Manager, but for baseballs. So it's out of the park. 26. They have had 26 iterations of this game, dating all the way back to 1999. This is the 26th one, so it is an ancient franchise that has just been building up and up and up over the decades. It's unbelievable that it's gone under my radar for that long, but I think I wouldn't have been able to figure out how to play this in 2005. Or, heaven forbid, 1999. I would have been 10 years old. I wouldn't understand any of this. But we are in the midst of a season right now with a fictional baseball team that we created called the Las Vegas Invaders. And we are playing against a bunch of other real teams who exist in real life. All the players in this game at this stage are real, Googleable players. Even the high school, college players who are prospects to become superstars, being paid tens of millions of dollars in the future. They are real people, but as the years progress, fictional people will rise to fill in the ranks and make sure that the game can keep going. So we are actually doing pretty well considering our situation. We're not breaking even. We've won, what, 46% of our games so far, and we have approached the trade deadline. So we're taking a look at our team and trying to figure out who we want to get rid of and try and trade for some other talent that's going to stay with the team for a longer period of time, hopefully, and help us win. But been loving this game. Just got into the version for this year and have somehow already sunk over 100 hours into it. Where does the time go? Played almost 200 hours last year, and it just scratches the itch, I think, of number go up game. It's a great number go up game, even if you don't like baseball or sports. If whichever you like a little bit more, you check out Football Manager. If you like soccer more, check out baseball. This one, if you like the idea of playing for average and gambling with your players and all that, it's a genre of game that I think goes under most people's radar, including mine. Is the World Series in this? Everything's in this, Daniel. This is a full simulation. It's a giant sandbox. So what we've done is we started a franchise and it simulates pretty much everything that you could possibly simulate. We are playing as the general manager of the team. We have control over ticket prices for how much it costs to get into the ballpark. We have an owner who gives us a budget every year. He is like presumably some billionaire who just owns a baseball team for fun, and he gives us a budget yearly that we have to work within to pick new players and pay them millions of dollars to try and hit the ball for us. We control their salaries. We control how much we want to pay our personnel. Who do we want to hire to work as our personnel? We were just talking about the crisis I was having there a minute ago. Your coaching staff. What do you want your coaching staff to teach your players? The relationships that they have both with their coaches and with each other, team chemistry, and whether they're happy or sad, if they like each other or not. And of course, you can actually play the games and manage them too, and go in and tweak every single decision inside an individual game. Watch the games with endearingly simple graphics, but it's as deep as you want it to be, basically, or you can simulate as much as you want as well. But welcome, everyone. Welcome. What's the price of beer at your ballpark? Well, tickets are, you know, the thing with Vegas is they make the price of admission really cheap, but then they make, it's Las Vegas, so a beer, unfortunately, is probably like 12 bucks. They want you to come in, like the hotels are pretty cheap, and then you order one cocktail, and that cocktail's like $23, you know what I mean? It's like going to the movies. So the movie ticket is not the most expensive part of going to the movies, right? It's a popcorn and the drink that they get you. So it's probably like $9, $10 hot dogs, and then probably like $11 beers or something like that. Once you're in Vegas, what are you gonna do? Not have a drink? But yes, we were just having a little bit of a crisis because I discovered much yesterday when I was exploring what I did wrong at the beginning of this campaign, which was give all of my personnel 3-year contracts. So I hired a bunch of coaches. I should have only given them a 1-year deal so that we could replace them at the end of this year. But instead, they're all contracted for 3 years. So if I want to replace them, I have to eat their contract and lose potentially millions of dollars. So oopsie whoopsie. Because we just discovered that you can click on any coach and see what their potential relationship with all of your team members are, and that's why some of our people are upset, because some of our coaches have fair relationship with some of our relevant players. So we're looking at possibly swapping some of these around, and then we're going to do some trades. I've got a list of people that we need to trade. I've got a couple ideas for trades that I wanted to show you as well. And then we're going to see what the trade deadline is like, trying to flip some players for some future talent. But if you're coming over from Shin's channel, thanks for popping in, saying hi. I understand if sports ball is not your thing, but thank you for saying hello anyways. And appreciate you guys dropping in, hanging out, and always appreciate the raid. What's up, Gisp? Gisp, your name is close to RISP, which in baseball stands for runners in scoring position. So I think Gisp must stand for gamers in scoring position, most likely. Nemo, thank you for the 13 months. Hi, Nemo. Appreciate the sub. I was in Vegas for WrestleMania weekend. There were definitely some high prices. I don't know when that was, but they've only gotten higher. They have definitely gone up, and they go up more every year, it feels like. They're going to price people out pretty fast at this rate. The worst part is, 2 weekends ago, oh, that was really recent then. Okay, I didn't know when WrestleMania was. I knew that there was a WrestleMania recently, but I didn't know which year it was. However, the casinos that they keep adding to the strip, I think, are getting worse. Like, Resorts World is pretty new, and I hate it. It's one of my least favorite casinos on the strip. The only advantage of Resorts World is that it is across the street from a delicious diner that I highly recommend, and I can't remember the name of it right now, if you ever do come to Vegas. Very, very pleasant place, tons of food choices, open late. What is it called? All right, I searched for diner across from Resorts World and Google AI hit me with, there is no diner directly across from Resorts World Las Vegas. Like, shut up, AI. First of all, I don't want you at the top of my Google search. I didn't ask for you. And then the second thing is here are some dining options near Resorts World. Peppermill Diner. Brother, I walked across the street from Resorts World to get to that diner. How is it not across the street? Oh, it's not across the street. Anyway, you're probably thinking of Peppermill. Technically, if I got the measuring tape and went a straight line across from Resorts World, it's not across the street. Slightly to the left. Anyway, Peppermill's amazing. I really like it. Had a great experience there, and I think that their lounge is very, very nice to hang out in and have a drink. There is no diner. There is no diner there. Actually, I'd go to Vegas just for Tacos El Gordo. I've never had Tacos El Gordo, but as a person who has lived in Vegas now for 7 years, I can tell you that there are plenty of good tacos. Throw a dart and just go wherever and you'll get good tacos, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I would go to one place in particular for tacos. Park MGM has Italy. They do have Italy, yeah. It's close to my name. They must have just misspelled my name, probably. However, Italy is fairly overpriced and kind of mid. It's kind of mid. Any taco trucks? There are taco trucks, but again, there's plenty of taquerias and places to go that you don't need to search out a taco truck. There's quite a few good taco options and great burrito options. I missed the name change. Invaders goes hard. Hey, what's up? All right. Anyway, sorry. I'm yapping a bunch today because I got to make some hard decisions. I think the first decision is I'm just going to go ahead and try and swap these two. Here's my fear, right? If I take Dwayne Ashley, who's a coach on our AA team, and I make them appointed as our current pitching coach, where does the current pitching coach go? Do they just actually swap, or does it attempt to fire the existing pitching coach? Drew Jefferson is not interested in being the pitching coach for San Antonio. Drew Jefferson, I'm your boss, and I've already paid you $345,000. And if I want to pay you $345,000 to be the pitching coach for my AA team, then that's what you'll do. Do you understand, Drew? It's no wonder that all of my coaches struggle with personable people that were having these problems in the first place. I think I'm just going to have to wait and tough it out to the end of the season and then just fire some people and eat their contracts. You know what I mean? And lose some money. I think we're just going to have to tough it out until the end of the season. But signing all these guys for 3 years was a mistake, for sure. I didn't realize at the time that I was going to be able to like go and look at their good and bad relationships. All the people who are like super normal have like a fair relationship with some people, and you want average relationship or better. Like look at all these average relationship potentials. The other thing is, I don't think that our pitching coach is good enough, and I don't think that our hitting coach is good enough either, because I don't want good mechanics in the majors. I want excellent or better influence mechanics. That's the major leagues is when they need mechanics the most. So there was some screw ups for sure, but I think we're stuck with what we've got for now. But yes, the like Scott Tyler's done okay, but I feel like I could do better, but I don't want to eat a $2.8 million contract. So again, just I would have done things differently. And then the pitching coach is like, I want development to be better than good and pitching to be better than outstanding. And the reason I picked these guys is because they got along with the manager who has a normal personality. All right, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. So what is next? I don't know. I'm on 15 tangents right now, trying to figure out. We did so much. I changed the development focuses of everyone on the team. I changed the lineups a little bit of the minor league teams. I made sure the minor leaguers were actually getting play time. I think all of my minor leagues actually have enough players, hopefully. And now we're ready to talk about what we want to do with the existing team members. So there's a few people that I want to trade, and there were a couple trades I was considering. So let's take a look at that first. Isn't a few hundred K short money compared to the player payroll? It's not a few hundred K. It's a domino effect. So if I chose all the coaches because they get along with the head coach, and I could choose coaches with better relationships if they had different personality types, then it stands to reason that I need a different head coach. Does that make sense? So then everybody falls. Because then if I hire a different head coach, then I need new coaches who get along with that head coach, and then I have to rehire everybody. So it's like millions of dollars. Because the manager himself is getting paid $1.4 million for the next 2 years. So that's $2.8 million. And then if I don't necessarily want to sack him because he's doing a fine job. He's doing an okay job. But if I want Coach B over here who doesn't get along with the manager, but he does get along with the team, then I need a new head coach I need everybody to get along with. It's a triangle of relationships. There's the players, and then the coaches, and whether they get along with each other or themselves, and then there's like the talents that those coaches have and who they prefer. So it's complicated. Anyway, for trades, I had a couple of ideas. I did some research yesterday. This is what I determined. These are our, that's what I wanted to show you. I want to show you my lineups. I didn't mess with the lineups, but what I did do was create some new useful filters to perceive how well everyone's doing. I have a pitcher analysis and a batter analysis card that separates the information in a way that I find much more visually pleasing, because we have a lot of their skills over here, such as how well they go to bat against, in this case, right-handed pitchers, left-handed pitchers, how good their speed is, ability to steal, and then we have statistics next to those. So lots of good information that we can take from this. For example, if we look at WRC plus, which is effectively its weighted runs created, what this means is it's an at a glance look of how productive from a scoring perspective your team was, regardless of stadium. So you know how our stadium has like a big outfield and it's easy to hit doubles and triples into? So if you have OPS plus, the plus part of that indicates that it's weighted to adjust for variance between stadiums, which is, don't try and figure out how they do that, just know that they do. So we can look at how productive these guys are regardless of stadium. So for us, since we have a home field that is more productive toward a specific type of player, it's not the only statistic that matters, but it is interesting to look at anyways. Look at how the gap between Jake Fraley in his short time with us and the next closest player, 135 to 95. So for context, this is going to be something that hurts your brain a little bit. 100 is baseline. And by baseline, I mean average. So I believe that these are percentage points above average. So if you have 135, you're 35% better than average, I think. And vice versa. So you can see that Fraley is 35% better than average, and then everyone else on the team is worse than average at producing runs, which correlates to the fact that if we go and we look at team rankings, wait, where is that page? I believe it's home. No, it's info. Info team stats. So if we look at team stats, you'll see that runs scored, we're 15th in the AL. So there's only 16 teams in the American League. And we're second to last in runs scored. So that correlates, right? That makes sense. We're not producing runs. But that sort of opened my mind and was like, wow, Jake Fraley is amazing. Fraley is a god. And indeed he is. If you look at everything else statistically about him, he is phenomenal this season. 305 plate appearances. Let's take a look at his strikeout rate. His strikeout rate is lower is better. He's the best, second best starter on the team at not striking out. And also, he is the third best at taking walks. Those are great stats, right? Pitches per plate appearance, he is 5th, so he's going deeper into at bats, seeing more pitches and tiring out the pitcher more. And then, all right, look, we don't care what the actual formula is for WRC. That doesn't do anything for anybody, okay? We don't care about the formula for anything. No one is gonna actually be able to use that in this entire chat, including you, who just copy pasted it. But anyway, you also just wrote exactly what I just said. So thank you. All right, let's look by the other statistics. We've got stolen base percentage here. So this is an interesting stat. So when it comes to steals, we're actually doing quite good overall. Winseal Perez is doing the worst at 69.2% of the time that he attempts to steal, he's successful. When you're stealing bases, for them to be beneficial, the general rule of thumb is you want to be at least 75% successful. That's the general rule of thumb. If you think that there's a 75% chance you can make the steal, that's a good time to go for it. Anything less than that is not worth it. So we're actually doing quite good when it comes to being productive with our speed. And Winseal Perez is not. So I should probably go in to override the strategy of the team here and just be like, don't steal as often for Winseal Perez. And then another fun stat is total base runs value, kind of like how much is this player adding to the team by being aggressive on the base paths or taking away. So Foscue is being too aggressive and he is actually losing value toward runs by running through bases. So we got a lot of interesting stats here. So I went into Foscue and said, maybe don't be so aggressive. Like I turned this down for him and told him not to steal as much. All right, ad is starting soon. Turn your volume down. Like right now, if you are an ad watcher, I just snoozed the ads twice for the Raiders. I snoozed it as long as I could. 3 quick mid-roll minutes to keep the pre-rolls down for Raiders like you and non-subs like you. And we're just gonna keep it here for the ad break and talk to chat for a minute. What's up, Biff Kimball? Thank you for the 100% record of subbing. All right, you don't have to be out for 5 minutes. We'll bring you back in. That wasn't supposed to be a 5-minute timeout. That math made me angry. Yeah, that's how all this baseball math is happening under the table, where you can't see it out of sight. It's crazy how these formulas have been come up with, though. How's Wilmer going? He's injured, so he should be coming back in a week or two. Biff, thanks for the 39-month sub. Marduk, thank you for the 11 months of Prime. Hello and welcome back. Posted how to add Dominican teams in Discord. Probably not worth doing in season. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it like in between seasons. So that won't be a problem. I feel like stealing is similar to fancy shots in basketball. Burning a bunch of energy on that is secondary to locking down the fundamentals. Well, it depends on how you've built your team. So some people are just better at stealing than others. That's just how it is. For this team, I really like stealing because a lot of our players are very fast. So I like to be aggressive with that speed because we're also bad at offense. Notice how we were second to last in our league in runs created. So our hitting is not good. And so I'm trying to generate additional runs by making our singles or our walks into run scoring opportunities, which I think is highly valuable. So the general rule of thumb is that you want to be, like I said, 75% or more successful at stealing. So that means 3 steals for every 1 caught stealing for it to be like tangibly beneficial. Anything less than that and you're kind of like losing value in runs. But since our offense is so generally stinky anyways, that in my mind, having a player get from first to second where any single scores them now, right? If a player's on first and then a single is hit, they move to second, number 1. Number 2, if they don't hit a single, we have a lot of high contact players who hit the ball to the infield. That can result in double plays. So taking second steals the opportunity for the double play. So it removes a double play. We hit a lot of grounders. We're a high contact team. We don't have a lot of slugging on the team. So the steal for me is incredibly valuable. I think even more so than I think conventional wisdom. If you have the speed for it, then you should use it. Because not only do we get a runner in scoring position at second who can score almost always at home on a single from that point, but you also remove the double play on the high volume of soft contact grounders that we hit. So to me, it just seems like something that our team should always be doing. And it's probably one of the reasons why we're able to sneak out some extra wins. Also, welcome back from the ad gamers. Welcome back. Okay, so some other interesting things here. We can see that like Aeronamo and Chang are generating extra value with aggressive base running. So we have SB runs value, which is like a stolen base runs value. How valuable were those steals? So like Foscue, Perez, and Marchand are like the worst. We saw Marchand try and steal once, and then I immediately went to remove his temptation to steal. He's not someone we want to steal, so I do need to go in and override some team settings for things like that, because he's not you, brother. Was that the one where he got tagged out at home? No, that was Grandal. The reason Grandal has a negative 0.6 stolen base value for runs is because of that time yesterday or the day before, or last stream or the stream before, where he attempted to do a squeeze, like a suicide squeeze. That was so funny. I don't remember who was at the plate, but there was a bunt attempt with Grandal at third. And Grandal, the suicide squeeze is basically when your player at third base is going to steal. He's running to home whether you hit the ball or not. He's just going to go home. Hence the suicide squeeze being named what it is, because you're fully committed. So the idea is that the player at bat bunts the ball. And just like a bunt is just when you tap the ball with the bat and it just rolls softly in front of you. And then while the ball's in play, the guy at third is already halfway to home and then gets home and scores. But of all the people to attempt it, Yasmani Grandal with 20 speed is not him. And then to make matters even more hilarious, they missed the bunt attempt. And so the catcher just caught the ball and then waited for Grandal to come home and then tagged him. And it was hilarious. So then we have some other interesting stats as well, such as WAR, which we've been using this whole time, which is wins above replacement. Effectively, this is an at a glance for how well a player has single-handedly been the reason why we've won games. So Fraley has 2.6 WAR on the season, not with us. He had some before joining our team. He had 1.9 before joining us, and now he has 0.7 after joining us. So he's 2.6 wins on the season, which doesn't sound like much until you consider that in Major League Baseball, general managers and owners are willing to pay upwards of $8 million per win when you break it down. That's around how much, that's just give or take around how much they are willing to pay per win on the season. So if you think about it like that, Fraley is worth, in terms of what people might be willing to pay for him, almost $20 million. Right? If he could do that every single season. Which he might not be able to. He might be having a career year for himself right now. And we're going to have to make a decision with Fraley pretty soon, because I don't know what I'm going to do. And then we have kind of like win probability added. This is not a stat that you can live or die by, but it's sort of just an observation. It's not a predictive stat, but it's an observation on what has happened. And the idea is that this is the chance that a player added to their team's win probability while they were on the field. So you can see that Winseal Perez has kind of just like negative 2.08 win probability. So for whatever reason, again, not predictive, that when he has played for us, we've had like a 2% worse chance to win when he's starting for some reason. And that when Fraley's playing, that goes the other direction. But also Foscue. Foscue's been pretty good for us. So just sorting by like OPS plus, Foscue's up there. He's sneaky, right? He only is hitting 223. It's kind of a low average, kind of a low on base percentage. Slugging is fine, but his OPS is 707, which is baseline. That's like, if everybody on our team had like a 700 OPS, we'd be winning a lot more games. So I just thought there was some interesting stats. Like we can see that Yasmani Grandal never takes walks 1.6% of the time. Mangum never takes walks, which, yeah, he has a terrible eye, so he's going to take very few walks. Shunk 4%, Arenamo 5%. And then like our worst strikeout victim is Grandal, which I'm trying to get rid of. I'm making some, we're going to have to make some moves. But yeah, I just got some interesting stats. I did the same thing for pitching. So we have this pitcher analysis filter that I created. I used a reference that I would recommend to create this. I'll post the link in chat. If you're a player of Out of the Park and you're new, especially to baseball, it was this pitching stats for dummies, a guide, and it was very helpful. And then there was a screenshot at the end of that post that I kind of just copied for my own. I think I modified it slightly, but it's 90% the same as what they used. And what I found was we get some really interesting stats on how our team has done. These are our pitchers. So if we look at our pitchers and we say, of our pitchers, who's got the most quality starts? Something that's just kind of interesting, right? Not many. Luis Gil, surprisingly, has the highest percentage of games started that are quality starts. That means he went 6 innings and only gave up 3 runs or less. So quality starts are not the end-all be-all. There's a lot of ways a quality start can go bad. You could have a pitcher who pitched 8 innings, which is fantastic. That's like, wow, you're doing great. But he gave up a 4th run. No longer a quality start, even though he had himself a good game by all accounts. Things like that, perhaps. But then when you look at the other way around, and let's look at whenever a batter hits the ball and it is it's struck, so it's not a strikeout, it's not a walk, it's put in play, that Andrew Salfrank is giving up the most hits on balls put in play, followed by Medina and Bobby Miller. So I was like, Bobby Miller, that's interesting. I wonder why. It's because ground ball pitchers tend to give up the most hits. So it's going to be skewed toward them. So like an extreme ground ball pitcher is inducing a lot of contact where the ball's bouncing along the ground. And so they tend to give up the most hits. Now, so Medina having a high BABIP, but also being a fly ball pitcher, that's when you might start to find something to get a little more concerned about, right? We could see the worst person giving up home runs on the team is Tyler Mahle. The best person giving up very few home runs is like Medina, Uribe, Snyder, Suarez. Who has the best strikeout percentage on the team? So Stalmont, we just picked up Stalmont like he's brand new. Strikes batters out 30% of the time. Snyder 30% of the time. Worst strikeout percent is Mahle. So Mally's giving up the most homers and the fewest strikeouts. Who's issuing the most walks? Stalmont, 18% of the time is walking a player. Luis Gil, who has the least walks? Woodruff, Bobby Miller. And so we got ERA plus for pitchers as well, which adjusts their earned run average for any ballpark. Doesn't matter what shape the ballpark is. And you can see that Snyder is a GOAT, who we just sent an extension invitation to. So we sent him a 3-year deal, and we'll see if he accepts it to try to keep him on the team. Uribe is going to be with us for a while. Not sure about Suarez. And then FIP minus, adjusted fielding independent pitching. We're getting crazy now with the stats. So this is a stat that is like lower is better. And it means how is that pitcher doing regardless of how good your defense is. So take the defense out, just the pitcher by himself. How good is he? And then in tandem with that, we have wins above replacement and the RA9 wins above replacement, which is kind of a whole thing. Basically, R-WAR is, according to the Dummies Guide, calculated on runs allowed, but subtracts the team's defense. So R-WAR is kind of like their value minus the defense, whereas WAR, I believe, includes the defense. So if the numbers are aligned, that pitcher is a god. If the numbers are good. So I can see like how good was the pitcher with the defense, and you can see Brandon Woodruff clearly in the lead, and then Dustin May in the lead when defense is not considered in terms of wins. So just some interesting stats. So what I've gathered, you might say, well, okay, now what? What does all that mean? What it means is that I might consider trading Tyler Mahle, because looking at this, he's giving up the most homers, he's got the lowest strikeout rate, and he's got the highest FIP, which is highest by a lot, the least amount of WAR. He's second to last in WAR with a negative 0.1, and we're paying him $8.7 million, basically just to eat innings, which is fine. But he has a no trade clause. He would consider trades to Arizona, Atlanta, Baltimore, basically anywhere, because he hates our team. No, I don't know. I don't know if he actually hates our team. So that's so funny. He has a no trade clause, but he would consider trades to any of these places. Baseball language is so awesome sometimes. I know this seems very, maybe overly in-depth to some people, but hopefully a few of you are like, huh, I didn't know all this stuff was tracked. And I think this is the part where, for some people, that will toggle a switch in your brain and go like, wow, I'm interested in this, actually. I didn't know. Like, there's some of you that just like data and like spreadsheets, and baseball is that game for you. And then some of you are like, well, that's way too much. I don't even care about this. But you don't have to care about a bunch of it. You can just kind of dig into it as deep as you want. May getting screwed by our defense all day long. Well, that's true. But yeah, baseball data is pretty dang fun, I think. So the other things that I've come to the conclusion, I've got a list of a few players. I was thinking about trading for pitchers, Tyler Mahle, for the reasons I just said, and Luis Gil. Luis Gil, mainly because he is, you know, the quote-unquote worst pitcher on our team, which even that is not terrible. He's not terrible. He's just fine. But we're going to have to pay him $5 million next year to be fine via arbitration. Or we could just not renew his arbitration. But if I could, and he can go somewhere else, wherever he wants. But wouldn't it be nice if we could somehow trade him for something, but I don't know who to trade him for. Or we just let him walk at the end of the season and free up $2.5 million. You can spend a good hour on Baseball Reference just clicking through players and teams. I could spend a good 5 hours just clicking through my team and looking at things that doesn't even exist in real life. So yeah, you could definitely get lost, like I have. But yeah, Luis Gil, Tyler Mahle, possibly Robert Suarez. The problem is Suarez is not wanted by very many teams. We tried shopping him around last time, and we didn't really get any good offers. He has a team option at the end of the year. If he decides to stay on, he has a player opt-out at the end of the year. So if he takes that, he's gone, and we free up $8 million. If he doesn't take it, we're responsible for $8 million. The upside is he's done pretty well. I don't know how he's stacking up compared to other closers, but my scout thinks he's gotten better from a 45 overall to a 50. And looking at his development, he's lost some stuff on his cutter, so I raised that so he'd stop losing. He only has 2 pitches, so I can't have him getting worse at one of the 2 pitches. So I have been trying to raise that up so he doesn't lose anything on his cutter. And then I took his stamina down because he doesn't need stamina as a closer, and raised his control and movement so he could keep that up. He's done pretty well, I think. Statistically, if we take a look at, that's where saves come in, right? Blown saves percentage. Suarez has had 27 save opportunities and blown 11% of them, which I think is fine. Like, he's had, what, 3 blown saves? How many? I don't know how many that actually is. I probably should have the actual number here somewhere where I can see that too. But I don't know. I think that's pretty good. So he's been doing well. And the only reason why I might want to get rid of him is because Uribe could easily fill in that closer spot. Ignore the fact that Uribe has blown 1 out of 4 saves. That's irrelevant to me. He's got the know-how and the talent to be a closer for sure. I wish the Rangers closer had a .111. He who shall not be named. Is it who I think it is, Deftu? Or is it someone else? No, I'm thinking of the Cubs. The Cubs took Presley from the Astros. I don't know who the Rangers closer is now. I think Presley is the Rangers closer in this simulation, which is pretty funny. Yeah, he is. Well, he's a reliever. How many save opportunities does he have? I think Presley did great for the Astros in his heyday, but I don't miss Stressley. The Cubs can keep him. I'm much happier with Hader. Much happier with Hader. Oh, okay. Brain not work so good. Where is blown saves? Where's BS? Yeah, this looks about right. 34 games, saves 667. Woof. 9 opportunities, 3 blown saves. That's not good, brother. But yeah, I think Suarez has actually been better than I expected, because I was really worried paying him $8 million. Okay, so where does that leave us? I'm also thinking about Suarez, because if he doesn't take the team option or his player option, we're on the books for $8 million that we could spend somewhere else next season. So we could try and trade him to get rid of that and have Uribe be the closer. I don't know. That's just a thought. And then my 4th potential player to trade is Freeman. But we were kind of like Freeman. It's tough. It's tough. Because if you just look by pure runs created production, he's the lowest on the list of people who start every game, right? He is a 45 overall. My scout thinks he might be able to climb to a 50. He puts the ball in play a lot, but he doesn't have much going for him. Doesn't take a lot of walks. If you get what I learned yesterday, doing a ton of research on a bunch of different players, was that the difference between a 45 batting average on balls in play and a 50 is huge. it's huge. Because if you look at this, you'll notice something. He's got already an 80 avoid strikeouts. So brother never strikes out. So if we look at his strikeout percent, he strikes out 17% of the time. So he's in the top 4 on the team and not striking out. That's good. But however, when he puts the ball in play, it's usually an out. But if you look at his contact potential, because BABIP and avoid Ks are part of contact, it goes from a 55 to a 70 if batting average goes from 45 to 50. So that's just one example. But I noticed when I was looking at players that I might want to trade for, the difference in a 45 batting average on balls in play and a 50 is a huge gap. Huge gap. That's the difference in being a 227 hitter and like a 275, 280 hitter. But anyway, he's also a spark plug, which is difficult to replace, so the team loves him. I think there's a way to see other player relationships with each other. How many double plays has he hit into? He's hit into 6 on the season. Marchand's actually hit into 10. He hit double digits. Foskew's hit into 9. Perez has hit into 8. Freeman and Mangum have hit into 6. Chang's hit into 5. So, just to put that in perspective. So Marchand and Foskew are actually the worst. So is Perez at that. But anyway, he's got great personality, high leadership, high adaptability, high work ethic, and high baseball IQ. Bro's smart, and on top of that, he plays good defense. So I'm thinking we might keep Freeman because he is arbitration eligible, but for $3.2 million, we get to take the risk if he can develop that extra 5 BABIP. So I pumped his BABIP development to try and reach that. And then we can lab him in the offseason as well. He'll start to be a huge producer, but his glove is what's crazy, right? Because he plays second and center. Center's the big one here, because I took a look. If you set him to, his potential supposedly goes down, but if you set him to center, he's a 60 aptitude center fielder with 65 range, 65 error, and 60 arm. And I took a look at every center fielder that's in the 45 to 50 range in the league that we might be able to trade for, and there really wasn't anyone better. Like I'm trying to think of who was the closest that I could find that was like someone that we might be able to trade for. And if I look at trades and pending, yeah, there was a guy, but I ended up not going with him, and I forgot who it was. It was someone that we got offered yesterday in one of the shop arounds, but he wasn't as good. He had worse defense. So he plays a bunch of center field for us already, I believe. Because if I go look at my lineups, he is currently set to be... Yeah, he's a starting second baseman, but he does play center field from time to time. I've been having Perez play center because Perez has 65 range, but he has the worst aptitude. So actually, if you compare them, what's interesting is defensively, Freeman is the better center fielder because he has a slightly better aptitude at center field, and they have identical range, error, and arm. But if you look at batting stats, Perez is better, right? So if we could just get that BABIP up in the offseason, this would be a different situation, for sure. 270 versus 316. It's a big difference. Anyway, so I'm thinking about keeping... Perez is like a potential he's going to stay in the system, but he'll probably be on the 40-man roster playing AAA, is what I would guess. Unless we really need somebody. So I was debating whether or not Freeman was worth trading, basically. I'm probably leaning toward keeping him. So, a couple of players that we need to replace in free agency. I didn't finish this list. I was taking some notes yesterday. When we get to the end of the season, so I'm looking a little far ahead maybe. Sal Frank needs to be replaced because I don't like any of his stats. He's got the worst BABIP on the team. He's got the worst whip on the team, so he's letting tons of base runners on. Walks, hits. He's striking people out a middling to low, I would say low amount of time. He's walking people a relatively high amount of time. And he has negative WAR, so he's just replaceable. Is any other sport so number heavy or spreadsheety? Not as heavy as baseball, no. Baseball has to be the first, and it's not close, yeah. Why is it so suited for it? I'll tell you why. It's because every baseball game is set up like an experiment. There are controls, there are variables, but every single baseball game starts the same way. There's a pitcher and there's a batter. And you have this many times to try and either hit the ball, or the pitcher has this many times to try to get the guy out. So the control is the batter is always going to be hitting from the same place, and the pitcher is always going to be pitching from the same place. And the other players in the field are always going to be playing in the same position. And so every time a new batter comes up, it's like a new experiment. And then another new experiment. And then you have a sample size of thousands, right? So like those players will get hundreds of at-bats in a single season, and those pitchers will throw hundreds of pitches, if not thousands of pitches in a single season. And then over their career, over 2 years, 3 years, they'll have thrown more and more and more. So we have tons and tons and tons of instances to compare. It's a huge sample size where every time they're measuring those statistics, we have the same starting conditions. So other sports are much more fluid, right? Like soccer, hockey, basketball, everyone's moving around in different ways that are difficult to describe because, like I said, baseball is one of the only, not the only, but one of the only turn-based sports. It's not real time. It's like a turn, everyone takes turns. Therefore, the data means more because it's replicatable, it's duplicatable, and obviously things can go askew or they don't pan out the way you expect. That happens all the time, right? But you can make more deductions from the data than you can in any other sport. So that's pretty much why. Someone said American football could be considered it last time, and again, I will say it's not because there's a clock that you can run out. The difference is you cannot take a knee in baseball to run the clock out. Everyone gets the same number of attempts, no matter what. The game will always be at least 9 innings, no matter what. You cannot say like a football game will always... You can say it will always be at least this long and that the clock is only so long, but you don't get an even number of attempts. In baseball, every team gets 3 outs per inning, the end. Whereas in football, you get 4 downs. Never mind, you got a first down. Here's 4 more downs. Oh no, you got a first down again? Okay, 4 more downs for you. Wait a second. Okay, turnover on downs. Now the other team gets it. They get 4 downs. Oh, turnover. They got fewer downs. So how do we compare these two teams? No, there's 3 outs per inning for both teams, no matter what, right? So it's identical comparison. The penalty gives you half the distance to the goal. Yeah, you throw the ball pass interference. Okay, well, we just gained a bunch of yards for free. Like it's hard to... There is no penalty that awards you bonuses in baseball either. That's a good observation. Well, that's not true. You can have catcher's interference and take a base, or you could balk. What's a balk? Just kidding. So technically there are, but it's so much smaller compared to football and basketball. Like the difference of how frequently free throws happen and how frequently catcher's interference happens. So anyway, that would be why. All of those reasons. The control's the same every time, and it's the same scenario every single time. For football to be a comparison, it would have to be the receiver stands in the same place each time, or the defense lines up the same way each time, or something, right? Like the shift is, I would say when the shift was at its prime, then defense would be a little more comparable, but now that the shift is limited to 2 defenders on this side of second base and 2 defenders on that side of second base, it's a lot less comparable. But anyway, we need to get rid of Sal Frank. We need to get rid of Bachman, who is just kind of a fill-in guy. He's done okay, considering he's just a fill-in guy who's just here, hanging out, chilling with the boys. To be honest, like, he hasn't done bad. We also need to replace Lavender and Stalmont, so we're going to need some lefty arms and long relief in the offseason. Here are our worst positions by offense. I wrote it down. Second base is our worst by offense. Third base is next. Center fielder. The DH, also Flores is injured. Then catcher and shortstop are basically identical for us. Then our top most productive, number 3 is right field, which is Cal Stevenson. First base, which is Foscue, which surprised me. And then left field, which is Fraley, and he's a gap between, like he's ahead in his own class. And I did look up some interesting upcoming free agents. So let's take a look at that now. There were some really interesting upcoming free agents. So, boom, boom. I don't want any of that. Mostly from a fielder perspective. From pitchers, there's not nearly as many, I don't think. So I went ahead and highlighted the most interesting ones for our team. In his own class, by what metrics? Every metric. WRC plus, average, on base percentage, slugging, OPS plus, WAR, all of them. Anyway, I went ahead and highlighted some of those interesting people for potential free agent pursuits that we could make. Tyler Stevenson we looked at, but here are the couple things that Tyler Stevenson has going for him. Number 1, while he's kind of average at being a catcher, I would say aggressively average at blocking, framing, and his arm, he has a personality class of captain with high leadership and high work ethic. So the issue we have right now is that I'm trying to keep that captain position filled and have a team captain bring the team together to give us a little bit of an edge. And all we have is Yasmani Grandal, who, if you just take a look at these two from an offensive standpoint, Grandal's going to take a few more walks, but otherwise, Tyler Stevenson should be popping off in terms of just like actually getting hits and being productive. And then from a defensive perspective, while Grandal's better at framing, that 35 arm means we're going to get stolen on every single game. And then take a look at their batting stats. I'm not saying Stevenson's perfect, but what I am saying is he's got a 738 OPS and much more reasonable, like at least 100 WRC plus, which is higher than all but one person on our team. I know that that's supposed to be average. I think he could do even better on our team. Hitting 265 on the season, but for like $8 million, he's not that much to fill the team captain position as our second catcher, kind of. We're going to have the other catcher that we just got come over too. So he's just someone to watch. The one that I'm most interested in is probably Alec Baum. He's going to be the most expensive, though. Him and Chisholm Jr. are going to be pretty expensive. They're playing Chisholm Jr. in minor leagues right now. I liked Chisholm Jr. to possibly play second or maybe third, like having a prankster to help the clubhouse along while also having pretty solid, consistent production, while also having decent defense, makes him a potential third base candidate with this infield arm. And he's just got kind of, again, he's just kind of 262 average, nothing amazing, 104 OPS plus, nothing amazing. Fits our kind of mantra of stealing early and often. And then Baum was the one I was kind of most interested in, though I expect him to be the most expensive. And I was just looking at players that were in that. Honestly, there aren't that many players. This is the highest current upcoming free agent, is like 50 overall for the infield. And I don't have anyone filtered. No one's filtered. That's just the highest. Unless some people decline their options, you know, unless some people leave their team at the end of the season, which they will. But Baum is a potential sort of like first or third baseman with a really strong arm. Can't turn to double plays. Doesn't strike out. Huge batting average on balls in play. Big contact guy. Hitting 276 on the season. Much better like offensive numbers than the other two. Takes a couple walks here and there. Decent slugging with the power and gap power. Much higher OPS. Approaching 800 OPS. And then 3 wins above replacement. So the reason why they were pretty interesting, that one of the things that makes Stevenson better than he appears, OPS plus of 36 isn't great. Were you talking about, who were you talking about? Oh, our guy? Yeah, you were talking about our guy. One of the things that makes Stevenson really interesting is getting into the splits. So Stevenson's offense is fine. It's not amazing. But what makes it amazing is, look at his lefty averages. Granted, it's only 56 plate appearances. 341 against lefty pitching. 500 slugging, 964 OPS, 165 OPS plus. This man, if he could keep that up for a season, destroys left-handed pitching. So we have our like lefty matchup pitcher. Catcher. And I think our other catcher is a switch hitter who's good against righties. So the other thing that makes Baum really interesting is that he is a righty who also slams right-handed pitching. In 300 at-bats, he has an 824 OPS against right-handed pitching. So he is dominant. So I like the splits. I like playing matchups. Oh, Rhys Hoskins was another one. If we needed someone to fill that DH spot, maybe Vulture's legend Rhys Hoskins can make a comeback as the future DH. Like, I feel like if we could get him for $5 million, it would go a lot further than getting Flores for $5 million. I'm sorry. I know you don't want that to be the case. It really depends on how much Hoskins wants in the offseason. Because Hoskins just has the gap power, the power, and the eye advantage. He'll strike out more, but when he does hit the ball, he will put it in play more. Hoskins is an incredible, insane left-handed. He's not left-handed, I don't think, is he? Let me see. Yeah, he's right-handed, but he absolutely demolishes lefties. He has a 262 OPS plus only in 37 plate appearances against left-handed pitching this year. But those are ridiculous numbers. Why do I have this sudden urge to go watch Moneyball? Why indeed? So just people to keep an eye on. Like, we struggled. A bunch of our games against left-handed pitchers have been losses this year. So those are all people I'm looking at. Okay, so anyway, all that said, long-winded streamer today, just yap, and hasn't clicked a single button, just talking about observations. But this is what I have to talk about because there are things worth thinking about. A couple of trades that we have as a potential. This is one that I was considering. I have turned trading back to hard mode. I've kind of flip-flopped on that a couple times, but we're back to hard mode trading because I got annoyed that I was just like, what about this player? No, what about this player? No, what about that player? And I'd rather just like try and make a good trade instead of like trying to finesse it to get the AI to go over the line, sort of. So this is I don't even know if this trade would be successful, but they're missing a first baseman and a right fielder prospect. And Pedro Leon, I don't know if he's probably not considered a prospect anymore, but he's still a 28-year-old right fielder with pretty elite outfield defense. And we tried him in the MLB. He's doing a lot better in AAA with his power, but I'd be willing to part with him. Foscue is a little harder because we talked about how he's actually producing pretty well, or at least finding closer to average on the team. But I was looking at the third baseman, Ronnie Mauricio, who has personality class captain, 25 years old. He would allow us to replace Stinky Grandal. High leadership, high work ethic, high speed, great base running. Can play third base with a decent arm, decent turn double play, keeps the errors down. And then in the MLB, he's not doing the hottest right now in the MLB, but he's got some power potential to get better, according to our head scout, and some BABIP improvement potential, and some eye potential. He's 25, so he's got some room to get better. Last year in the MLB, he had an 810 OPS, which is quite high. It's very good. He would be like best on the team if he could do that again for us and still be able to replace our third baseman. So right now, I think we have Arenamo playing third base, and I loved Arenamo, but the poor dude just got thrown into the deep end of the pool too early and probably didn't have time to develop. So we either ruined him or he was never meant to be. One or the other, you know what I mean? We either ruined him or he was never meant to be. I don't know what music this is. I think this is still Sable original game soundtrack. All right, I need to go somewhere else with this. There we go. Yeah, he's not 37 also. That's a great point as well. He's still in the trade creator. Hi, Minotaur Monk. But just looking at their sort of production and even their defense, like Arenamo's not really a third baseman. He has a noodle arm. He wants to be a second baseman. We just put him at third because we don't have anything better. You want a strong arm at third because of the plays that you have to make over to first. But I'm sure he's doing his best. And then this season, Arenamo actually has a slightly better OPS than Mauricio, but Mauricio has more upward potential and should have better fielding. We thought Arenamo was full of potential, but again, I can't tell if he just didn't have the potential and now we have a better look at him, or if we are responsible for him not living up to his expectations. I don't know, but either way, he's like a 40 overall now, which is not ideal. And we can see how his scouting fell. He had a 55 potential in December, and that quickly dropped to a 45. So he might have dropped a little bit because he's listed at third. That's a possibility. It's hard to say. I wish that didn't change the way that it does. I understand why it does change that way, but it is kind of like difficult. Yeah, that's true. He does go to a 50 potential at second base, so he's not crushed. We think he's a 45 overall at second. Okay, well that makes me feel a little better for him, because yeah, he's still got some gap power. It's just the low power, low eye. If the BABIP goes up, he's gonna be a god. That's the main thing. So I have his development set to try and focus on that BABIP and get a little more gap power out of him. But anyway, I'm thinking about trying to offer Fosque for Mauricio, but it feels bad trying to trade one of my, like, good producers offensively. You know what I mean? So I don't really know if that's wise or not. Because basically, let's put it like this. It's not a good trade if we plan on pursuing a third baseman in free agency. Right. That makes it not a good idea. If we plan on paying Bomb, then it's not a good idea. However, the common argument would be, why pay a guy $14 million a year when you could just trade for a prospect and hopefully develop him? It is a good trade if you put Bomb at first. Yeah. That's true as well. But do we want to pay a guy? He's probably going to charge... He did better than last year. When did he sign that contract? He signed a 1-year deal, so he's probably going to ask for more than 12 million based on this production. I'm going to guess he's going to ask for like 15 million. So like, do we want to pay Bomb 15 million when we could just like trade for a dude and develop him anyways? I guess it comes down to, do we want to trade Fosque? That's really what it comes down to. Like, I don't mind trading past Pedro Leon. Alex, I tried to start the game, but couldn't find tutorials based off 26, and I just used the earlier games. Yeah, if you find tutorials for the 24-25, it's largely the same. There's just a few new features, like the development lab. So I would just look at like what the new features are on the Steam page, and then you could just Google those individually when you get to that point. But it's largely the same game. Trade and develop. Well, that's the thing. Fosque is 27, and he's got 4.5 more years with us. That's what I'm currently deciding. Is it worth giving up this guy to get the other guy when they're both... Mauricio's 2 years younger. It maybe has more potential, but Fosque is kind of like, if we trade Fosque, then we do need someone to play first, if that makes sense. So I'm not trading an old guy. These are both like kind of younger guys. Recommendations on who to watch? Yes. You're gonna have to watch a bunch of things, but I think I linked it before. It was... I'm finding the playlist. I think I was looking at these ones. So this is just one playlist. There are many. That one's for Out of the Park 23. Most of the stuff should be the same for the most part. And then there was another tutorial for 24 and a couple things on 24. You don't have to watch everything like wall to wall. I would say just pick what sounds relevant to what you're looking for. But I like that channel, and you can go look at the other videos. That's the Holden videos I think a lot of people have watched. The PF Holden. But that would be a good starting place. The rest of it's going to be experimenting. Whenever you Google, just Google OOTP then the thing you're looking up, and then usually the Reddit threads and the Out of the Park forum threads will come up. And then I have, if you want to copy or modify from my settings, my Out of the Park command has screenshots of everything that I did. Though if you're turn the difficulty down as far as you want, right? You don't have to copy those settings. You can be turn things to much easier settings. But that's how I did it. You don't have to let them protect 25 players. You could let them protect 18 and have a much better team, for example. You could turn off hard trading and anything you want, customize it. Okay, anyway. I think it comes down to chat. What do you think about Ronnie Mauricio versus Foscue? They're completely different positions. If we could work on his eye and his power and get that BABIP up. Because Foscue's problem is that 40 BABIP appears to be capped according to our scout. I just need to find someone to play first base. I like him better. Yeah, I don't like his current stats, but I think he has the potential to be better than that. He's already got better stats with the MLB last year, so I know he can do better. I like the personality class. I like his personality as a whole. I like his speed and his base running abilities. I like his third base. Like, we need a third baseman. He's going to have some pop in his bat, hopefully, to get some homers and maybe hit for average as well. And then on top of that, let's check his splits for this year. He's better at hitting righties as a switch. So he is a switch hitter, but he is... he's got a better OPS against lefties, but he's got higher average against righties, which is interesting. Yeah, we do have Jace Young that can replace. I was saying his name incorrectly. My apologies last time. We do have Jace Young who could come up and play first in the interim period. Separated him from his brother yesterday. He's only got 47 days of Major League service time. And we think he's got potential to get even better with the BABIP and the avoid Ks. So yeah, I guess that's a good point. I wanted to keep him in the minor leagues for most of the season if possible, just to kind of extend that. But he's only got 47 days Major League service time, so like... he can finish the year with us and probably won't even hit that 1 year Major League service time yet. You're giving up on Foscue. That's what are you, Foscue's mom? I'm not giving up on him. I just need a third baseman to replace Arenamo that can actually play third base and hit the ball, hopefully. Arenamo is not meant to be there. And our whole infield is rough. So I'm trying to plug the infield, because if you look at it, our worst positions offensively are second base and third base. So Freeman and Arenamo. They're in the bottom of the lineup for a reason. Then center field, which is Perez. Those are the three worst. Baker's not supposed to be here. Flores will replace him soon. Foscue's been decent, but we already have another first baseman waiting in the wings, and he doesn't have a good relationship with the manager and him do not have a great relationship. They're fair. We want that to be average or better. Speaking of, can we see Mauricio's potential relationship? I guess not. I don't know how you see it, but I don't see how they wouldn't get along with him. I'm gonna send it. I don't think they'll even accept it, but they're in win now mode, and I don't know. They probably won't accept it, but who knows? He's a 45. We're offering a 45 and a 45. I don't know. Let's just see what they say. Mets, here you go. I've been convinced. I like Pedro Leon too, but because I like having the defense in the background, but he has not. He's been doing good in AAA, but he just hasn't been good in the MLB. And he's 28. Let's see. Boom. All right, expect to hear from them soon. Proposition made. Next. There was another potential trade that we could make, but now I don't think... Remember this dude? Eggy Rosario? Eggy Rosario also plays third base and has a really, really strong infield arm. And is also hitting 303 in AAA right now.
This is the Sound Redemption.
This is the Sound Redemption. He is minor league free agency eligible after this season. That's the reason why we're not trading for him. E-Sound. So if I trade for him, we were going to pursue him earlier, but he's free agent after contract expires. So I was like, why chase that? He'll just be a free agent. So I kind of like left him alone for now. Now we have one huge decision to make. Do we pay the man? Or do we not pay the man? This is the biggest decision that I have to make right now. Ugh. You know what? I'm going to shop him around again because we did it before. I hope that doesn't affect him too much. But we just didn't get any good offers. You still have a lot of money set aside for extensions? Yeah, if we take a look at the front office here, we can look at the expected salaries next year. So this is why I was making some decisions. We're expecting 80 mil in salaries next year. So the catch with that is, some of them are good, like Dustin May. Some of them are questionable, like maybe we should trade Tyler Mahle because he's fine. Suarez might leave and could free up $8 million. We're definitely going to pay Woodruff. We need to get rid of Gill before $5 million arbitration. We need to get rid of Marchand before a $5.5 million arbitration, probably. Which is why I was looking at that other catcher in free agency. We need to get rid of Medina before a $4.2 million arbitration. Burr is also someone I'm just not... Burr, we can't trade. I'm just going to let him walk. Drew Ellis does not have to worry about it. Don't worry. Tyler Freeman, 3.2. I guess we're going to pay it and try and work on him in the offseason. Bobby Miller, I'm actually thinking about offering an extension and just buying out his arbitration years. Because I think he's going to be our superstar. I really do. 50 overall, 60 potential, 3.78 ERA, 22 games started. Doing good for himself, lots of potential for insane stuff, insane control. Ground ball pitcher at 100 miles an hour. Ad starting, turn your volume down, non-subs. I keep losing track of it. So quick little mid-roll break. 3 minutes of mid-rolls. Just a warning, heads up. Coming in hot. And then Eric Miller, he was a decent reliever. 1.4 million is twice as much as he was before. He's been injured, torn flexor, so it's kind of hard to say. And then everyone else is pretty chill. Snyder, we're currently trying to get a contract with, and Stalmont, we don't have to pay. So really, it's just like a few people up here we need to get rid of. What are Fraley's splits and fielding stats? They're all amazing. They're all amazing, but he wants like $16 million for 3 years, which, to be honest, he's probably worth. The question is he worth it to us? He'll definitely get that in free agency. All right, the ad started. He might get more in free agency. Ad just started. I didn't stand up last time. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break, grab a drink while the ads are rolling, and be right back. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. And we're back. Hello, Golmore. Thank you for 65 subscription months. Pumping it in chat. Marduk as well says E. Classic sub message. Thanks, Biff Gimbal. I have a 100% record of subbing since last month. Wow. It's a solid record. So look at Fraley this season. Actually, let's look at Fraley on this page because it would be easier to see him on this page. So let's take a look at his splits. Fraley is a left-handed batter. As a lefty, he has a WRC plus of 100, which is still better than everyone else on the team. Look at Riley Unroe, negative 118. Wowie. Has not got a hit. That's probably like the worst number you could have. Though they haven't had many at-bats. They had 2. Fraley striking out 22% of the time against lefties, 7% walk rate. When he does hit the ball, it lands for a hit almost 40% of the time, and he's still got 2.6 WAR against lefties. Because he's got a 295 average and a 360 on base percentage against left-handers. Now against right-handers, in that same stretch, he's hitting 318, slugging for 510, 149 weighted runs created plus. Strikeout rate of only 12.3%, walk rate of double digits, third highest on the team. He is a run producer. But bro is expensive and gonna take a bunch of money. And I could just trade him, but I don't know for whom. So why don't we just look at who he could possibly get us? You may make 9 more single player shop attempts today. Well, then I can make multiplayer shop attempts. Just kidding. But maybe I can do 5. Or a prospect package. Prospect packages never pan out for me, though. All right, so if we take Fraley, we've already shopped him around once. Hopefully he doesn't get a mood debuff from getting shopped around too many times. Shop him around again, and let's remind ourselves what people were willing to trade for him. So, we've seen Lamont Wade Jr. like a bunch of times. He's a nifty guy, but he's not like my #1 guy. He's kind of just like a Wilmer Flores. Kind of plays first, but not really. Takes walks, occasionally hits a home run. Right. It's not super exciting. We got some starting pitching who's not even going to have a contract next year, a reliever that we don't care about at all. Some 45 overalls, which, you know, a bunch of pitchers. Not a lot of great potential here. Starting pitcher Alex Cobb, whose contract is out at the end of the year. So not much value to us. Reliever, Luke Raley. We've seen Luke Raley on the block. Raley's got $6.5 million arbitration coming up. Another first baseman who can play the outfield. He's an outfielder, just not center field. And he's pretty good. Like, he's pretty good. I like his personality, but again, we have to pay him 6.5 anyways. And then I'm allergic to paying a guy $6.5 million only for him to become a free agent the next year. I do have a question, though, for baseball knowers. Baseball knowers. Let's say Raley finishes out the rest of this season. And he gets up to, like, I don't even know how much time is left in the schedule, right? It's like August, September. Let's say he's got another 2 months of Major League service time. And he gets up to, like, 4 years and 120 days. Right? How close can you get to 6 years of Major League service time before you're just a free agent at the end of the season? You know what I mean? Because it's like 172 days per Major League service year. How close can you get to that before they're just rounded up and say, like, well, what happens if a dude comes in who's got 5 years and 170 days of Major League service time? What happens? When does he become a free agent? That's the part that I'm not sure about. Hopefully someone in chat is typing on their phone furiously right now to answer. That's smarter than me. It's 6 full years, so someone with 5.171 would technically not be eligible. Okay, but do you get to keep them for the full next year? Is it like a 4th year of arbitration? Like, what happens? So I assume players are very upset if that happens to them. Yes, okay. But in his case, if he's got 127 days left, he will reach 172 just by... He's got 127 this time, but he's not going to reach it. That's why they start good players in the minors for a month, even though they can be in the majors. Shad learning about the real-life baseball meta of service time manipulation. But to me, Rayleigh just looks like fine, right? We don't even get to keep him that long, and we have to pay him $6 million. He's the only one. So, to me, unless there is a deal that we can work out that's not listed here, which can happen, right? We could find someone who needs a left fielder and like a team that really wants a left fielder or a right fielder and trade him sort of manually. Or we just let him go at the end of the year. Or we pay him. Those are kind of the 3 options. What if we do a multiplayer package? We haven't even tried this. And then what if I throw in Tyler Malley? That's kind of a weird combo. Or Luis Gill. Let's throw Luis Gill in first. Allow AI to include additional players. They're going to include like Dustin May. Or just offer us the same trash that we just looked at. Yeah, this is just like the same. This is the only one that this is Lamont Wade Jr. and a 27-year-old starting pitcher who's only got 40 stamina, who's probably pretty decent. Like, they're probably pretty good. Arbitration eligible in the offseason. They're just not going to go very deep into games. That one's the only one that's close. All right, what if we take out Gill and put in Malley? Same 2 dudes, but with 2 more dudes. Not much. What if we do a prospect package? They added a prospect promotion incentive for this. In Out of the Park, if you promote a top 100 prospect to the majors at the start of the year, and they win Rookie of the Year, you get a draft pick. So that's what the incentive is. Okay. I was wondering what the incentive was. I love how these guys are like, yep, I'll take Jake Fraley, Tyler Malley, and you know what? I'll take Cal Stevenson, even though you didn't offer him. And I'll give you Hansel Rincon, 35 potential. The prospect package offer has never shown me anything good. Maybe this one day I'll be surprised. Matt Shaw is probably the closest. And they're gonna take 3 of my players. No, 2 of my players. Yep, 3. They're gonna take Spencer Howard also just to get Matt Shaw. That's the only one that's even like a potential higher than 45. Chase Davis, 350 overalls for one potential 50 right fielder. He could be anything, even a 50 overall outfielder. So yeah, none of these really like matter to me. And if we shop just Malley, for single player trades, there's not much. It's the same people. Plus Andrew Vaughn, apparently. Another first baseman. Lots of first basemen getting moved around. Nobody else. All right. So I'm leaning toward just pay him and try to cut the other players that we're trying to cut. Where is initiate trade? So like if I have Mally on the block, I guess look at starting pitchers and try to find a team that has like not a blue or green next to their like yellow. The Orioles. All right, chat, write down Orioles. Orioles, White Sox, Cubs. Cubs are in win now mode also. I need to write these down. Okay, Oreos. Cubs, Reds, Guardians. Wait, what? Don't worry, I'm writing it down now. Wait, is it everyone? Rockies. Rockies, Royals. Angels. Angels, Brewers, Twins. Mets. If anyone had red, that'd be great. I don't know if there's anybody on the Oakland team that we would want. They got Nick Kurtz and Mason Miller. How'd they get Mason Miller? They just paid him. Who'd they draft him from? Third round. Oh, he's just with Oakland. Okay. Sorry. For some reason, I get the Aztecs and the Pioneers confused because I know that they're fake teams. And I thought this was the Portland team for a second. Brain not work so good. Okay, we don't want to trade with rebuilding. That's not going to do anything. We want to trade with win now teams first because they'll be the most desperate to get rid of prospects. Because there are a number of teams that are looking for starting pitchers. So the teams like the Cubs, I think, are in win now mode. So who do they have that we might be able to trade for? Another catcher. I didn't like that. I didn't like him. We did bookmark Angel Martinez for some reason. Probably just because of versatility, but I don't love the low I, low power, and low BABIP with no potential to get better. So that's a problem. Shaw is somewhat interesting, but has very low work ethic. And then it would just be people on their secondary roster. Probably those that are like not six. They're not going to trade their 60 potentials Fractured finger on Kevin Alcantara. How long is their contract with Dan? Oh, he's getting $28 million on Dansby Swanson. It's funny. There's Pablo Aliendo. We could just get another catcher. The problem is he doesn't have that much potential to hit. He's got a 730 OPS this season, though, because the BABIP. Which is good for a catcher, and his catcher stuff is very good as well. That was who we wanted before. The problem is, if we get rid of Malley, who's going to pitch for us for the rest of the season? Right? Or we could just keep Malley. $8 million for a starting pitcher next year is not so bad. I want to get rid of Gill, is who I want to get rid of, but they're not going to give me someone like that for Luis Gill. They're just not gonna. They would give it to us for Chang, though. Probably. They freaking love Chang. Everybody does. Chang's kind of goated, to be honest. Even though he's not at his potential so far this season. I think he's better than his potential. I wonder if we could give up. This is not going to work, but I'm going to send it anyways. Luis Gill. And they want a shortstop or a second base. That's why they want Chang so bad. Chad, do you think I should put Chang just on the trading block just to see if anybody emails me? That's not a bad idea. Let's put him to on the block and just see what offers get made. What do you guys think about trading Arenamo? Chang does stand in a corner in a crowded bar, it's true. He does do that. Like, Freeman is also... If we wanted to trade Freeman... At second base. I don't know, dude. I haven't decided if I really want to trade Freeman or not. It's the problem. We don't have anybody that's like... They don't even really want a starting pitcher that bad. Nobody does. I need to get rid of Marchand before the end of the year. Or I'm just gonna have to pay him a bunch of money to be the backup catcher, I guess, which is fine. They just really want that shortstop and second base. All right, who else is there anybody else like win now that is red? Yeah, Braves are on red, first base, shortstop, left field, and right field. All right, this is where I start to get stuck. The Braves don't really have much on their team potential-wise. No offense, Braves. Looking to see if anybody's got like people on their AAA team. Superstar Hunter Brown is on your AAA team? What are you guys doing? They're gonna have to update that overall number pretty soon. Yankees got Trevor Meagle, Reese Hoskins. Too old, too old, too old. Jazz Chisholm Jr.'s on rehab. Free agent anyway. The Mets got a bit more. But the Mets want just like right fielder and first base. Try Double A and High A. There's no good potential in those that I've seen. Here, okay, let me put it like this. There's high potential that they will not trade. Getting a guy from 40 to 50 is a lot harder than going from 45 to 50, is my thoughts. But they're not going to get rid of 65 potentials for these trades. But I'm also looking for people that can play now so we can try and finish the season, because believe it or not, we are 8 games back in the division and only 6 games back in the wild card. So there is a world in which, through a fluke of statistical science, we are able to make it to the playoffs this year. There is a chance. I'm not saying we're gonna. I'm saying that stranger things have happened, because post All-Star break, I won the series against Texas, won the series against the White Sox, won the series against the Angels, won the series against the Mariners, and won the series against Oakland. Back to back to back to back to back. So I'm just saying. Now, Sox are probably going to sweep us. We did sweep the Yankees earlier in the year. I don't know what our season record against Tampa is. But I'm just saying, like, our pitching, we have the second best bullpen in baseball right now, behind the Dodgers. Though that may have dropped because I traded 2 of our bullpen arms away. So we probably have like the 5th. I think we have the 5th best bullpen in baseball right now. I don't like trading players who are good now for like 40, 35 overalls at this moment. I don't know, dude. I don't know how to get rid of Louise. I think I just send an offer and see what they say. They'll give me a response. Send Gil. Was I tripping, or did you play an NL squad during the regular season? Yep, they play. There is cross-league play during the regular season. You just don't play them very often. But yeah, like Cubs don't have anybody higher than 45 potential in Double A. They have a couple, like a closer and a starting pitcher in High A. Pitcher in Single A. And that's pretty, I'm not really looking for other pitchers right now. And like a really low left fielder who's gonna strike out a ton. So I'm trying to just find dudes who are around like that 50 overall. Who are not going to cost me an arm and a leg. I really think it does come down to Pablo. Let's just put Pablo in here and then see what happens. I'm going to offer them... someone not named Chang. I might just offer them Siani. Siani was okay, but he's hitting 242 in AAA this year. He's got great defense. I'm just going to throw Siani in because he's got like the elite center field defense that can be hard to come by, and just see what they send back. Let's see what they offer back. All right, there. I made an offer. Is it time? It's time. I think I want to pay Fraley, but I'm scared. I'm scared to pay the big bucks. Is he 31? Sure, he's 31. But is he a career 750 OPS? I mean, he is having kind of an outlier season, is true. We could just keep Fraley and try to like let him win. There's not really that many people that he can trade for. He's probably having an outlier season. But he's like a career like 750. Yeah, 759 career OPS, 10.8 WAR career, 420 slugging. He puts the ball in play, and he does it against lefties and righties, but especially righties. The problem is Bro wants 17.4 million AAV for the next 4 years. He'll probably get it in free agency because Bro is also, well, he's very good at defense as well in left and right, very fast, and can steal a lot of bases, especially on our team because we're very aggressive at stealing. I think mathematically even if you say he, like the general rule of thumb is a dude from a team's perspective, other teams, not necessarily ours, are willing to pay like $8 million per WAR, and he'll have easy 3 WAR by the end of the season. Easy. As we already saw, some people just don't want to play for us without paying the bad team tax. Yeah, we get to the end of the season and free agents don't want to sign with us because we're new. Trade him. You can't. We've already tried. He will not get us anyone. So I can trade him for some 45 overalls that will never, ever see the light of day, and they'll just be permanent AAA players. It's pretty much, those are the options. We have been trying to trade him for the last hour or so. His potential production with the team versus what he's worth in a trade is extremely lopsided. Like, whoever we trade him to, we're getting the worst deal. We'll get at best a 45 overall. And that's it. 45 potential. No one's offering anything above 45 on the shop trading block. I'm definitely not giving him 4 years without at least a team option. But it's probably more like 3 years. It would free up 6 mil. We don't need 6 mil. We have extra money this season. Even with another player. Yep, I tried offering Fraley with a 50 overall starting pitcher. I tried prospect package, multiplayer package. Everyone wanted both of them, and they would give me one 45 potential. There was a 50 potential for a guy that's contract was running out. And that's pretty much it. Why doesn't anyone want him? They want him. They just want him for free. The closer you get to the trade deadline, the more trades have been happening. So a lot of people have already traded away. Look at all these trades, right? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So they've already been trading the things that they wanted to trade away. I say 3 years. No player option. Guaranteed starting lineup. 150K bonus for all-star selection. If you get MVP, which is not going to happen, but if you did, 300,000. It's an easy gamble from my perspective because he's not going to do it. And then we lower this to somewhere in the neighborhood of 13.5. Somewhere in that neighborhood. He's not going to take it, but maybe like 13 mil, 13.5, 14 mil, something like that. We're going to get an extra $22 million next year to spend, and I'm not going to reserve as much money in the draft. So, like, I made a big mistake this year, and I reserved way too much money for the amateur draft, thinking that we were going to have to pay $12 million premiums for all of our players. But the new Combine feature in 2026 allowed us to make a good relationship with a bunch of the players we wanted to draft, so they didn't ask us for $12 million. They asked us for, like, $8 million was our first pick, and then, like, 700,000 after that. So we ended up with, like, $14-15 million tied up in the amateur draft that we can't spend now. So, like, that would have paid this contract by itself. Now our owner is just going to take it back, and we don't get to spend it next year. So I'm not going to reserve that much money for the amateur draft. So, like, we could pay him just out of that. We have a lot of extra money. And then on top of that, we're getting $22 million extra dollars next year freed up from miscellaneous expenses of starting an expansion team. So we have money, and if we don't spend it, we don't get to keep it. Is how I think about it. And there's not a ton of crazy free agents upcoming. And if he still plays well, he's tradable next year. If that makes sense. Now, will they want that contract? I don't know. It doesn't seem crazy for his... It's definitely not crazy for his production. So I'm just going to say, let's just offer... He wants 17.5. I'll offer 13.5 AAV. It's $4 million under. He's not going to take it. I believe we're getting close. Let's see if we can come to an agreement. Yeah, see, it's just barely... He barely budged. He wants that 4th year. 4 years is many years. 4 years is many. I'll start at 13.5. Wait, that's... Yeah, 13.5. Then go to 14. and then go to AAV of 14 mil. Make the 4th year a player option, but at 8 or 10 mil? Does that improve their... I don't know if that... Does that look better on the contract? That's sort of like, we expect you to fall off at 35 years old, kind of. Let's say 8.5. This is not what I had in mind. How do you like these terms? How do you like these terms? Yeah, I don't know if the 4th year being really low helps them or hurts them. Let's just take off the 4th year again. What was my last offer? That was, I didn't offer 4 the last 2 times. That was his demand. I offered 40.5 total. How does it keep changing? I don't like when I go to offer history and come back, it resets it to his, what he was just doing. I can't tell which of these is the most recent. I guess the bottom one. I believe we're getting close. Are we? Didn't you just go up to $20 million AAV when you were at 17 before? Did he just raise the deal? He shortened it to 1 year and then got the player option for this year and raised the AAV up from 17 to 21 million, brother. Yeah, he dropped a year, but bro wants to have his cake and eat it too. Yeah, we're not paying 20 mil a year. For sure, not paying that. But it says his demand is for 17, so. Okay, what about 4 years? Team option, buyout. Let's go. You know what? I'll start at 14. If he wants 21 mil a year for 4 years, he's practically daring you to give him the qualifying offer. I don't know what that means. Yeah, this is FTL music. I'm starting to lose interest in Fraley, but I don't know what I can do with him other than let him walk at the end of the season, which feels bad. And I feel, I don't know. I want him on the team, but not $21 million. Want him on the team. Qualifying offer is a $21 million extension for 1 year. If he accepts it, it's a normal extension. If he declines it and signs with someone else, you get a pick. Does that apply to anybody? That you make an extension offer to? And is there a specific time that I have to wait to offer that to him, or is it any time during that season? Yeah, the year that their contract is up. Anytime during that season. Interesting. So if you get a pick, like an extra pick, is it the one that takes place between that first and second round in the amateur draft? In Out of the Park, you were given the opportunity to make the qualifying offer after the World Series before free agency. So, like, if I do it sooner, then it won't count as a qualifying offer, is that what you're saying? In Out of the Park, rather? Okay, I say, since this is the team option year, we can, like, pump the numbers. I don't think that's necessarily pumped enough, but we'll make the buyout like 2 mil. I believe we're getting close. Let's see if we can come to an agreement. Here's what would seal the deal. You keep saying that. His negotiation mood is probably souring. He just wants 16 mil, 16.5. So much. It did come down from the 20 mil for the 4th year, but he doesn't want the, I'll up the buyout. Let's go 14 mil next year. We'll go 15 mil the next year. We'll go 16 mil the next year. And then team option. Let's go 19.5. And then I'll up the buyout to 3 mil. Is this a good deal? Probably not. Do I still, I'm going on vibes. I'm just going on vibes. Stop rejecting my offer and resetting the blanks, please. Good vibes only, please. Here's the question, chat. I know some of you think this is a bad idea, but let me ask you, what's the alternative? Because there's not really anyone to trade him for right now. And if I do trade him, I'm actively making my team worse and just taking a random 45 potential guy who's just like a guy. I'm basically just letting him walk now anyway and not really getting anything. Fraley extension? I'm thinking about it, yeah. The reason why it's probably not the best idea is because he's having a career year and he might settle down next year, and then we're stuck with him for 3 years. Of being mid, and no one will want to take the contract off our hands. Qualifying offer and take the draft pick at the end of the season. Yeah. I think that's the other option. The other option is just let him play with us for the rest of the season, give him a qualifying offer, and then take an extra draft pick. Avdo Deluxe, what did you write there? Tank now and pray for a good 2031 season. He was the Arizona prospect? I see. I thought you just, your cat walked on the keyboard for a second. I like Fraley, but this feels like a fluke year for a pretty normal journeyman outfielder. Let me show you this, Butterfly Tom. Let me show you this. I did look at this last night. There's a reason, I forgot to mention this, why I'm actually seriously considering this. It's because I went to the MLB and I said, okay, how would I replace Fraley? So let's go to the player search. If we do a player search of all leagues, minor league and major league, okay, and try to duplicate Fraley. Let's take a look at him. Jake Fraley, what do we got? We got 55 contact, 45 power, 50 eye. Okay. I seriously can't remember things more than 5 seconds at a time. 50 eye, 45 power, 55 contact. I just raised that for no reason. Defense, 60. Okay, defense, 60. And then let's just do left field first. Here are the other options. These are the only other people in the league with those exact stats or better. Roman Anthony, who is currently an 80 potential, right? He's a god. He popped off. He came up through the simulation at a AAA for Boston, and he is not only having a rookie of the, well, he would have had rookie of the year. He might have been rookie of the year last year. He's having an MVP season. 985 OPS, 164 OPS plus 5.3 WAR. Insane 22-year-old season. Arenamo looks at this guy and wishes he was this guy. 27 dingers in his second season at 22 years old. Okay. Almost a 381 OBP. So that's it. Alex Verdugo, who's getting 5.5 million years to play left field. Low leader, low loyalty, low work ethic. He does not have the speed that Fraley has, nor the range. But he's hitting 300, but he has a lower OPS plus than Fraley. Fraley has like 135 OPS plus this year, and Verdugo's having a better year than average too. Okay, Wyatt Langford, who is a 24-year-old 75 potential prospect, which we'll never achieve or attain, right? He's a 65 overall. Fraley's outproducing him. And then James Wood, who is another 80 potential. So it's basically like, okay, now let's look at right fielders. It's Corbin Carroll. So there is no one else in this vicinity who, and then you can even look at their like stat lines compared to each other. Is it probably an outlier? Yeah, but it's like IRL, these are like the top 20 prospects in baseball. Recreate him in aggregate. So I don't know if I would call him a journeyman outfielder, Butterfly, because there's no one that even has these basic stats playing the outfield right now. You know what I mean? With this defense. Fraley's got 65 aptitude in left, 60 range, 60 error, good enough arm for left to right field. And also has those batting. And I didn't even plug in the speed. If I plug in the speed to the left fielders, it's got 60 speed. You get Wyatt Langford and James Wood. But yes, I agree it's probably the best idea to just try the qualifying offer. But it is tempting just because it's like, players can be better than your scout thinks frequently, and he's playing way better than our scout thinks, and also played really well last year. Like, not the same by any stretch. Still 2.4 WAR last year, so he's having back-to-back really good years. He's hitting a lot better this year, but he still had a respectable 754 OPS last year. So I guess the fear, the hope, here's the gamble. If you just keep Fraley until the end of the year, you hope that he starts to suck a little more so he doesn't ask for as much money. But if you're wrong and then he gets better, he's going to be more expensive. Or you just let him walk. I guess we'll just keep him and he'll play for us. He'll continue hopefully playing well. Maybe he'll take us within spitting distance of the playoffs or something, which would be insane. And then we just try and extend him at the end of the year or give him a qualifying offer. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's the way to go. But don't trade him right now because the options are terrible. The only other people that I want to trade are Suarez. But I don't really want to trade Suarez. He's playing well, so I'm just going to keep him. Freeman, we decided to keep. Luis Gil, I just offered to someone else. So we'll just stick with that. I offered for Mauricio at third base. Okay, I think we're good, believe it or not, to advance one singular day. One singular day. A whole day. The lefty lineup is in. Nobody's tired. Bobby Miller's been waiting to pitch for what feels like an eternity. New series versus Boston, expecting bad things because Boston is first in their division, 72 and 42, so our goal is to not get swept. If we can win one game, that's a dub because they're stacked. Garrett Crochet, Brian Bello, 2.79, 2.29 ERA. We're going to see Patrick Sandoval. So we get to see the bottom of their rotation at least. That's the one upside. The bad side is we suck against lefties. Okay. And then upside for us is it's Miller, Woodruff, May. So like pitching wise, we have our best pitchers and they have their worst pitchers. So maybe that'll balance it out. But I can't emphasize enough how kind of bad we are against left-handed pitching. This is our split versus lefties. WRC, 106. So like 6% better than average, then 100, and then everyone sucks. GG's. I did the best I could with the lineup, and we got Grandal catching on top of all that. So best of luck, guys. Truly, best of luck. I don't know why Foscue is not good. He's terrible versus lefties as a righty. All right, Simmet. Bobby Miller has a sore shoulder. He needs to recover for 1 week, and we lost 3-7. How should I put him on the IL as a starter? Or just try and start someone else and just say don't play him? I guess that would be best. So that way he doesn't have to go on the injured list. Boston DH Tristan Casas was a significant contributor in his team's triumph. He went 1 for 3 with a homer and 2 walks. He scored 2 runs and drove in 3 for the Sox. Patrick Sandoval leads the AL in complete games, was the winning pitcher. Over 5 innings, he allowed 3 runs on 7 hits. He had Casas had a 3-run homer for the Red Sox in the first, his 17th homer of the season. So Miller takes the loss, 3 2/3 innings, out with an injury. Medina came in and gave up his normal 3 runs, and Lavender came in and gave up his normal 1 run. Typical. Stalmont had a good inning. Bachman had a good inning. He's been pretty good, actually. We had 8 hits. Fraley, 0 for. I'm glad I didn't pay you $20 million, Fraley. Going 0 for 5 in the next game. Unbelievable. Chang went 3 for 5. This is why every team wants Chang. Mangum 1 for 3. Stevenson 1 for 4. Foscue 1 for 3 with an RBI. Mangum RBI. Freeman 0 for. Baker 1 for 4. Waiting for Flores to come back to save us against lefties. Arenamo 1 for 4. Grandal, typical. Mangum home run. First homer of the season. Fraley did bad because he's sad about you playing hardball. Well, that's less money he's going to get offered at the end of the year, so that's fine. Mangum is not very good against lefties, but he's a switch hitter. I'll take a home run. All right, so Miller had to come out early, bullpen game. How's our bullpen look? Our bullpen looks tired, boss. We only have Sal Frank and Snyder available on full rest. I'm just going to try and finish the day. You received a reply to a trade proposal. Let me save the game first. David Stearns has rejected your trade proposal. He says, close but not quite. We want Chang. I bet you do. I bet you do. Well, if I give you Chang for a third baseman, now I have to find the new shortstop. It's kind of the problem. That is the issue, sir. Also, the ad's going to start now. I don't know how it's starting again already. It's been an hour? Already? So turn your volume down, ad watchers. This game feels like Etal trying to rig the slot machine. Kind of. That's what baseball is. You're trying to rig the slot machine. It's true. They all want Chang, dude. You've been informed that Luke Davis is signed with the Padres. I don't care, bro. That was just a random prospect that I invited to my org. We're trying to get some scouting accuracy on our own prospects here, which unfortunately means their potential's dropping. Here's average accuracy, 60 potential. High accuracy, 50 potential. Whoops. Classic. It is what it is. Also, the ad just started. That's pretty close. Give us your best player as a throw-in and we'll call it a deal. Yeah, just toss it in. It's easy. All right, very quick BRB. Very quick BRB. 3-2-1 Rally Snail, thank you for 50 months. I appreciate the sub. Also, Miss Mortis, hello. Good evening, Miss Mortis. Lots of baseball still left to go. It's only been 3 hours today. Psh, rookie numbers. All right, one sec. Yep. Ads are still running, but I'm wondering if I take Miller out and Bachman in. Just to give him the start. He's not good, but it prevents me from having to do anything crazy to switch this around while Bobby Miller's injured. And then bench Bobby Miller for a week so he's not used in the games. What soundtrack is this? Cursed to Golf. Also, welcome back from the ad. I just benched Bobby Miller so he could heal from his sore shoulder without injuring it further. We're going to give Sam Bachman the next start. Our bullpen looks very strapped today. So, I don't know exactly what they're going to do. Hopefully, Brandon Woodruff can go deep into the game. We have Sal Frank, Snyder, Suarez, and then whoever else they want to pull in from tiredness. All right, what else happened? How would Seth Hernandez look? Given our search for a starting pitcher, what about Seth Hernandez? Bro, he's a 65 potential. Well, Chris, you know what would be helpful, Chris? If you suggested who you thought we should trade from our team to get them. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, hey, this is like a chatter wrote this. You know what I mean? Like, chat's like, hey, why don't you just get a awesome prospect? Sure, yeah. Who do you think they'll want in exchange? This 20-year-old super prospect. Just acquire Roman Anthony. Low loyalty, low work ethic, high leader, high adaptability, personality class unknown. I mean, yeah, he looks great, but we're not gonna be able to get him. You've been informed from Carter Hawkins. He rejects your proposal. I decline. Let's keep the conversation going. I want Jace Young or Chang. They all want Chang, dude. The trade deadline is tomorrow, so I don't know how that's going to go. I'm going to put him on my short list. He's already on the short list. I'm going to put Aliendo on the short list also. He is. Cool. I don't know if I should send them a different thing. And if I did, what would it even be? Because I'm not giving him Chang. Mauricio is the more important player to me. We could try, like, they want a right fielder prospect is the problem. But their left fielder kind of sucks. We could try just trading Fraley. It would tank our offensive production, but it would kind of solve all this. Is Chang our star player? He's not our star player, but the reason why everybody likes him so much is because he's a well-balanced player that they don't have. So in this case, Chang is pretty great at putting the ball in play, not striking out, and going for hits. He also takes walks, and he does have enough gap power to get some doubles. And on top of that, he has stellar infield range, which is great for a shortstop, even though he's got 55 aptitude at short is kind of normal. There's not a lot of shortstops who have like 65, 70 aptitude at their position and good hitting. So he's just got like good defense and serviceable offense, which makes him better than his 45 overall appears. I mean, he's got like respectable numbers on the season, hitting 262. Yeah, he's also got some speed. And the reason they want him the most is because he's only got 1 year of service time right now. So we basically have full team control if you trade for him for 5 more years. Well, that's not necessarily true. I still don't understand when the Super 2 thing kicks in. Because he's had 7 years as a professional. Chad answered this before. But I don't know, we're playing him every day already, so I don't think that they get the option to steal him from us or anything. Should have 6 control years left. But I don't know how it works. So he's very tradable. It's just the problem is I would have to fill that with something else, which I don't have. So it's kind of pointless. So I was thinking we could just throw a Hail Mary and offer Fraley. I don't know. Fraley for a third baseman with high captain, high leader, high work ethic is interesting. He's got 2 years of Major League service time. His arbitration estimate's 2.4 mil next year. Very reasonable. Maybe we just hold on to this for now. Because I don't know who else I would offer. Like, I know they want Jace Young because they want that, like, first base prospect. But it feels stupid trading a prospect for a prospect. What if we tried trading, take Foscue back. Thinking. What happens if you make him second base? His rating doesn't really go down. I was wondering, what if we just, their starting pitching is yellow? What if we just offered Mally? Is that stupid? Chat, does it? I found this earlier and then I forgot. There's a screen that shows all the players' relationship to each other and whether they're friends or not, but I forgot where that is because it's not team chemistry, it's something else. I don't remember where it is. But it shows like who's friends. Or something like that. And I do not recall. Are these home games or are they away games? These are home games. I'll up the price of tickets. But I was thinking of, what if we traded Mally? Do I want to trade Mally is the question. He just has the worst stats on the team as far as starting pitching goes, but then I have to replace him with somebody else. Let's go Rogue. I'm not against this deal. If you feel strongly about it, make it happen. Our available money would improve by 2.3 million. How do they have, chat, how do the Mets have $96 million in cash available and I have 3.2? All right, I'm just gonna throw it in there. Mauricio, Mally's under contract for 2 years, so they get him for a guaranteed other year. Finding another starting pitcher is gonna be a pain in the ass, but let's go. Get a third baseman. But the problem is I do like that other third baseman who's coming up for free agency better. That's really the only thing. Let me see him again. Bomb. Oh man. But I have to pay for Bomb. Bomb's gonna be expensive. Bomb's gonna be like $15 million plus. Maybe 20. I don't know. He's got better range and a stronger arm for third base. Same rating at third. What's up, Sax? The Oaklamento Aztecs. Yeah, they're Oakland or Sacramento. They're the Athletics, but they changed their name to the Aztecs. The problem is if we want Bomb, we're gonna have to pay out the ass to get him. He's making 12 mil now. He's gonna make more at the end of this season because he's having a good season. I don't know. I don't have enough money. Ugh. I guess I'll just send it. Why not? The benefit is you have Mauricio for cheap. $2.4 million in arbitration. They're gonna say no, so that's why I'm gonna do it. Okay, I did it. I don't think we're gonna get this catcher, so I'm gonna give up on that. All right. News. What happened today? In a move that has fans in both cities buzzing, the Tigers and the Giants agreed to a deal for this potential potential 50 catcher Brycino, 21-year-old minor leaguer, and Colton Cosper, and Angel Hernandez, but not an umpire. It's a different Angel Hernandez, reincarnated into a starting pitcher. Heading to San Francisco in exchange for a 31-year-old Jonathan Loaizaga. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. 31-year-old righty. That's actually a great deal for the people who got the prospects, I think, to get a reliever out for that. Red Sox making a trade to the Rangers. The Red Sox announced the acquisition of Josh Spores, Winston Santos, and they gave up Luis Ravello and Cesar Muzziotti. Okay, not the deal of century. Colorado and Portland trade Tyler Wells. And Bryce Chance. Oh, in exchange for Bryce Chance. Okay. Los Angelesans, Samuel Munoz. Portland Pioneers sent Ramon Urias to the Dodgers. Oaklamento and Baltimore. JT Quinn, Josh Natividad, Keegan Aiken. Ooh, Keegan Aiken. Another good reliever. Colorado and St. Louis agreed to a trade. Phil Maton moving over. Former Astros. Seattle, San Diego make trade. Danny Wallace for Brian Baker. Okay, lots and lots and lots of trades before the trade deadline. Nobody crazy here. Just kind of scoping everybody out to see if any big moves were made. Just some prospects. Jesse Schultens, 45 overall on the Aztecs. Logan Wagner. Okay. Nothing crazy. I guess I'll just check the waiver wire again. There's going to be some potentially crazy waiver wires once the... Look at how much is on the waiver wire right now. People getting cut. Right at the last second to make room for the people they're trading for, I guess. Could get some prospects for your relievers or something. Well, funny you say that, because that's what we already did. We now have Jace Young and Indy Rodriguez in our system after doing 2 reliever trades. So Young, 25-year-old, first baseman, second baseman, potential third baseman, though not a great third baseman. Only had 47 days Major League service time, potential 50, great eye, bats lefty, and Indy Rodriguez going to be our new catcher. Crazy gap power will be huge in our ballpark. 26-year-old, 1 year and a half-ish of Major League service time. Got the avoid Ks, got the BABIP. Decent enough catcher stats. He is raking in AAA. 300 in AAA right now. Did they have our first game with us? They did. He went 2 for 5 in his first AAA game with us yesterday. And Jace Young 1 for 3 with a double in his first game in the loss 9-4 versus Round Rock. Okay. Anywho, so yeah, we made some trades. We made some trades. I think some good ones. That was for Mantiply and Floro, 2 of our like top relievers. We picked up one of them from free agency. I don't know how. And he was just there, and I was like, yeah, I hire you. And the other one was off waivers. And they pitched really well. So they went to some win now teams to try and like fill in their bullpen. At that time, we had the second best bullpen in MLB. When we had Mantiply and Floro, we were number 2 bullpen in the MLB. So now we're number 5, I think. Last time I looked. Which is still good. Though that might be worse after the last game. See if there's any random free agents. Okay, next game. And then it's the trade deadline, so I'm going to save because I'm scared because I don't know what's going to happen. And this Boston game is going to be a pain. I just don't want to get swept by Boston. That's my only goal. Righty coming up. Fraley and Shang are tired. Oh. Okay. Substitution team, go. Mangum for Fraley. And Unrow for Chang. Move Unrow to the bottom of the lineup. I don't know if I want Marchand hitting second, though. I'm going to move Foscue to the 2 spot. Mangum 3, Marchand 4, Baker 5, Perez 6, then Arenamo, then Unruh Freeman. Okay. So Mangum's playing left. He plays good left field. Let's go Red Sox. Ban that guy. Turn your cheat engine codes off. You can't just bring up a player in his second year of ball who's on an MVP caliber season batting in your 2 spot, okay? You can't just bring Roman Anthony out of AAA and have him have an MVP caliber season in his second year as an 80 potential. Come on. His rookie year, he had an 860 OPS. He's better than like everyone else on the team. Other than like Sedan Rafaela, apparently, who's having a goated season. All right, anyway, lock it in. I'm worried about our bullpen because our bullpen's like eepy. And it is Woodruff Day. And we're playing against Tanner Houck. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's probably like that. He's having a great season. His splits are... Where? There we go. Versus lefties, 4.8 ERA. Giving up more homers, more walks, fewer strikeouts to lefties. And luckily for us, we have lefty, switch, 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 switch. Normally we have more lefties. All right, sim it, and we'll watch the next one so we can actually watch some baseball today too. Plus it's gonna, well, the next one's gonna be after the trade deadline, so I don't know what's gonna happen. Welcome to the trade deadline. And we lost 3-5, so we have one chance to not get swept. Feels bad, man. We gave up 5 runs in the 7th. So, GG's. Whichever of you relievers is responsible for this. You bastard. Starting pitcher Tanner Houck pitched well enough to help the Red Sox beat the Invaders 5-3. Boston reliever Yency Almonte snagged the win, upping his record to 1-0. Abner Uribe shouldered the loss. Picking up the save was 30-year-old right-handed pitcher Garrett Whitlock. Roman Anthony, the cheat code, came through with a big-time hit for Boston. He smacked a 3-run homer in the top of the 7th to give his team the lead 5-3. It was his only hit. My job is to go out and execute, said Houck. We only had 6 hits in the game. They had 7. Woodruff gave up 3 earned through 6 1/3, so he had a quality start, and then Uribe gave up 2 earned on 1 out, blown save, takes a loss, and then Sal Frank pitched the rest of the game. Feels bad. Uribe's been lights out, so even those 2 earned runs in 1.1 or 1/3 of an inning only raised his ERA to 2.18, so what can you do? What can you do? Manager decided to put Uribe out a little too early. He might have been tired, yeah. Stevenson 2 for 3 with a ribby. Foscue 1 for 1, 2 RBI and a walk. Mangum 1 for 4. Marchand nothing. Baker nothing. Baker sucks. He's just a hole in the lineup. Give me Perez back. I'm actually just going to send Baker down. How many at-bats has he had with us? 60 on the season, hitting 167. Get him out of here, man. He's just taking up space. Arenamo got a hit. Unruh nothing. It was a sub day. Freeman a walk. Fraley pinch hit. Try to get something going. It is what it is. All right, mail. Kang has finished an assessment of our prospect Steve Hosky to raise scouting accuracy to very high. Hosky has dropped from a 60 to a 55. Honestly, that's not as bad as I thought. He was a 60 when he was low accuracy. Now he's very high, still 55. It's very reasonable. He's only 18, so he probably will never reach that, but we can try. New scouting dossier on Luke Stevenson. 6'1" catcher from Wake Forest, North Carolina, picked up in the 3rd round by Las Vegas. He should eventually be able to use raw power to drive it out of the park. He has a strong arm, and pitchers like throwing to him behind the plate. He should have a patient approach at the plate. Will take a walk if he doesn't get a pitch he likes. Should be an average big leaguer. Don't say that. He has a 50. Down from 55. We have scouted Braden Holcomb. 6'4", 255-pound first baseman from Ocoee, Florida. 2 E's. He has plus power potential, good recognition of balls and strikes. His defense revolves around athleticism more than the basics, taking risks and making errors. Holcomb should be an average big leaguer. Don't say that. He's gonna hit so many homers. Okay, he stayed at a 50. New York, David Stern says a deal is almost within reach. I'm not sure you have a player that would make this work. Well, then it's not almost, is it? With precious few hours left to make trades, clubs are feeling each other out, trying to get the best deal player for players. Some will mortgage the future, others will hoard young talent. Some fill holes, others unwittingly dig them. Normal trades are allowed again once the playoffs are over and the off-season begins. Extreme ground baller whose highest potential is home runs allowed. Yeah, it was just some variance. Just a GG game. All right. I don't know how this works, so let's just start deadline day. The trading deadline day has started. Every 7 minutes, teams will evaluate the trade offers proposed to them. You have receipt. Chat, we're on a real clock. I can pause it, but I don't know what that does. You can see the clock up at the top right now. This is simulating actual trade deadlines. I just made it arbitrarily 7 minutes. Trade proposal from the Blue Jays. They want to trade third baseman Suarez for Perez and Hilton in return. I don't think I want $8.7 million 35-year-old for the next 2 years who's hitting 214. Reject. There's nothing to discuss here. You have 14 days to complete or reject this trade. Okay, so then we need to go to our short list real quick. Hurry. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Potential trades. The top ask is probably Mauricio or Eliendo. So trade, we got 6 minutes. We already offered Mally and they said no. Is this stupid to just offer Fraley after everything we went through? All right, let's offer some weird guys. Perez, Winfield Perez. And let's offer... How old is Winfield Perez? He's 26. They're not going to want Winfield Perez, brother. They might want Ciani instead. But they want 2 outfielders. Perez, Ciani, and a first baseman. They don't want Drew Ellis. He's a 40. I could offer Foscue, who is producing for us but doesn't get along with our manager. Perez, Ciani, and Foscue for Mauricio. It's trade deadline. Submit. This is trade deadline trades. You gotta go. Ticking clock. Deadline. All right, who else? There's one of 4, so we have 4 sessions of this. Weren't the Cubs willing to trade us Will Wagner for something earlier? Can we get Kyle Tucker? Oh man, I really want. Dude, they would probably trade for Chang right now. Chang is Chang though. He can play second base. Low adaptability is worrisome. Low baseball IQ is worrisome. He's hitting 315 on the season with an 820 OPS. And he's not arbitration eligible. He's got 2 years of contract time. What do you think, chat? Batting splits. 2026 batting splits. He's hitting righties better than lefties. He's a lefty, but he's hitting 743 OPS against lefties in that same stretch. It's pretty good. Would you trade Chang for Will Wagner? Probably not. But if we just find anybody to replace Chang, I bet they'd do it. I bet they would do it. Argument against this low power at first? Yeah. He's still slugging 455, so he's hitting a lot of doubles. All right, who else we got? We'll think about it. I'm not going Eggy. Just remove him. Victor Mesa Jr. was a potential outfield candidate. He's going ham. The Marlins just don't want anything, though. The Marlins don't want anything. They have yellow or better, so they're just a tough trade. Spencer Jones is the Brewers. He's going to strike out a ton, but his power and his gap power are insane. He's got a 909 OPS in AAA. If you could just get that avoid Ks up, and he plays good defense on the outfield. The problem is the Brewers don't want anything that's going to be easy for us to trade either. We've been looking at the Cubs. Cubs want the shortstop. Cade Horton is a 50 overall, 55 potential. Potential for his fastball and slider to develop. He's 24 years old. Only 1 year service time. Pretty even 3.9 ERA against both lefties and righties, but he walks more lefties and strikes out more righties. I like Cade. I like Cade too. Would you trade Chang for Cade? They're gonna want more than Chang, but we have to trade somebody like actually good to get a pitcher like that. To get like I think he'd be probably worth trading in this case for like a long-time starting pitcher that you get to keep for a while and develop. I do love Chang, but could offer that. Okay, I have 55 seconds. They want a second baseman as well? I like Arenamo, but I don't like Arenamo that much. I like him. He is a prospect that might get better. Dude, I just bought a Chang jersey. But you gotta... I think this is a good pitcher. Chad, I got 28 seconds. Who do I give up? What if we just go Chang for him and just see if... They're not going to bite on that. Lucan. No, it's got to be somebody, like, good enough. 11 seconds! Gil. Submit offer 1 second. The next trading deadline sim is about to begin. I offered Chang. They're not going to accept. You have 7 minutes until the next trade deadline processing window will begin. You've received a trade proposal. We got mail. Almost. Neither of them accepted. We need a cheap reliever. What about Ryan Walker? Is he cheap? He's a 65 on the Giants. He's their closer. He's kind of awesome, but like there's a 65 overall, dude. For a guy that I guess you get arbitration years for. They want a good center fielder prospect. I have no such thing. I'm not trading my prospects. I was just seeing if anybody was here. Okay, what if we offer Fraley for Ryan Walker, but then what if we're stuck with Suarez at the end of the year? I like the sidearm. I like the sinker. I like all these. I like all this. He's not gonna want to do it. I have to give him two things. At least. All right, forget about that guy. David Stearns rejects your proposal. Let's keep the conversation. However, if you add any of the following players, we have a deal. Chang. Classic. If you add any of the following players, we'd have a deal. Hold on. They'll take Chang. These guys are nothing. Chat, are we really feeling Chang for Cade Horton? Probably, right? Chat. We have very high accuracy. We have very high accuracy. I'm stupid. We have very high. 50 overall, 55 potential. If it doesn't go well, blame the person below this message. Okay, so what if we take out Luis Gill? We have another round. Take out Luis Gill and add two of the players they want. Chat, can you remember Beckles? David Beckles and Oswaldo Patino. Add David Beckles. Or I could just give up Gill as well. Because we are trading a starting pitcher for a starting pitcher, and that gets Gill's $5 million arbitration off of the books. Right? So starting pitcher for starting pitcher. We have to get a shortstop. But that gets $5 million of Gill arbitration off the books next season. Gets us a new pitcher. We lose Chang, though. We lose Chang. Am I gonna do it? I think I'd rather have him than the third baseman. All right, say goodbye to Chang, chat. He just had 3 multi-hit games in a row. By face of the franchise. Done. Done deal. Trade completed. Any players you received have been DFA'd. It's done. He's gone. This choice is why being a scout sucks. Wait, no, I'm Ching's mom. Okay, let's try and see if we can get... We need a shortstop. We have 1 minute and 55 seconds to find a shortstop. Players. Hitters. Short. Speed doesn't matter. 35. 45 high minimum. 50 contact. 35 power. 55 defense. All right, narrow it down. 60 defense. Potential at least 50. Okay, I got a minute and 13 seconds. Jordan Lawler. They're not going to trade Jordan Lawler? All right, look for people who are not on the Major League team. They're not going to trade Marcelo Mayer. Dansby Swansman, too expensive. They're not going to trade Ellie De La Cruz. Edwin Arroyo. I don't like his stats. Gabe Arias. Bobby. No, they're not going to trade Bobby Richard. Tommy Edman. $12 million. Joey Ortiz. I like Ortiz. Carlos Correa. No, not going to trade him. Anthony Volpe, not going to trade him. Cameron Cawley from the Pioneers. They're not going to trade him. Willie Adames. All right, well, who is it I was just looking at? Was it Edmund? No, it was Joey Ortiz. 18 seconds. All right, at least put him on the thing. Short list, potential trade. We have another session. Ortiz looks good. Hitting righties really well as a righty. Looks good on both. Splits. 2, 1. We'll use the next one to do. The next sim is about to begin. You have 7 minutes. The problem is that these guys don't want anything. Low loyalty is whatever. Low adaptability, low work ethic. He's $4 million in the offseason. Arbitration eligible. You could flip Cade. Then I don't have a starting pitcher. Why would I? No, I'm not trading Cade. Why would I trade my shortstop to Cade and then I'm down in both a starting pitcher? Then I have to replace the starting pitcher. Okay, anyway. Trade for player. Do I have mail? Invaders Cubs deal Chang for Horton. Okay. The Brewers don't want anything. They have no red. Starting pitcher's yellow? What about Malley? Where's Malley? They'll laugh in our face. Yeah, I know. They'll laugh in our face. Who else do we have that's like any good? It had to be someone that's 50 or higher. Probably. What rating is this? Okay, there we go. The ratings are wrong. Prospects might work. I don't know if I want to trade my prospects right now. Chad only got 5 minutes. They want like a maybe center fielder, maybe third base, maybe left fielder. Left fielder is Fraley. I can't imagine they'll even consider this. Okay, I believe you. Yeah, I don't think we have anybody that's good enough. Why is it switched to the wrong ratings? Try Mauricio again. Because we just traded. They wanted Chang, and we just traded Chang. They want a first baseman and a right fielder. So I'm going to offer them Foscue. I'm going to offer them I could offer them Fraley. They want a right fielder and a first baseman. Foscue, Pedro Leon. There's one more session after this. So I need to make actual good offers, not the same offer that I've been making. I'd say let's send Foscue and just send Fraley. Foscue and Fraley for Mauricio. Big moves or changes? Yeah, you're looking at them. He's 2.4 mil in arbitration, so we just have his arbitration years. If we could just get that BABIP up. Etal is shattering our dreams. Foscue's pretty good, though. It's just... I don't know, I'm having thoughts. I want to make the offer to Fraley as well, if he keeps producing. Mauricio's got great defense, actually plays third base, captain, leader, work ethic, speed, stealing, potential power, homers, doesn't strike out too much. He's only got one homer this season, but I think that's going to go up if we can get him to reach his potential. And you have a nice third baseman for 3 years. Foscue, we've got someone to replace him at first. And Fraley's going to go at the end of the season, and the best we're going to be able to do is get a compensation pick anyways. Okay, I think send it. Send it. I think that's all we're going to send. Colorado-Washington trade. 40 overall, 40 overall. Wait, is this like... are these things that just happened, or are these things that... we already read. I think we already read them. They're probably going to turn them down. That's the thing. They're probably going to turn down the trades. I don't love low adaptability, low financial ambition, low baseball IQ. But what I do... That's why they wanted Chang so bad. I'm still working on my homework. The next trading deadline is about to begin. You have 7 minutes. Good luck. You have received a trade proposal. Let's look at what we got first. Should Patrick Bailey be on our radar? Dude, I have nothing to trade for a 70 overall. Kansas City Royals would send Jax Bishop for Robert Suarez and Arenamo. 35 potential, by the way. No! Insulting! Arizona D-backs want to trade 40 potential and a 25 potential for Malley. No! Tampa Rays would send 45 potential, and they get Robert Suarez and Kevin Made. I mean, that's less insulting than the other two, but still not great. He's just going to be like a decent reliever, but you want my closer. I think it's not a good deal. They want Suarez, though, so I'm going to hold on to that for a second. Maybe we go discuss. This proposal is very close. If you add any of the following, Brandon Woodruff or Cade Horton, brother. All right, chat. I don't think we're getting Mauricio. If they don't take, Foscue and Fraley for Mauricio, and they're in win now mode, I don't know what to tell you, because Fraley is definitely a win now guy with his current performance. He's having a career season. I don't think we have anything for him, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna, just to entertain things, I'm gonna add Michael Ciani to it. How much do they value remaining salary? They have $96 million. Yeah, I know they don't have first base prospects. We don't either. We just got one. We just got Jace Young, so I'm not trading my prospect for another prospect. I'm trying to give them outfielders like Ciani. Foscue's a first base prospect, technically, I guess. I'm just gonna add Ciani since he's a good center fielder and he's a good right fielder. I don't know. They want like a playable center fielder right now. I don't know. Just gonna add it. They didn't really ask for good players. They'll probably reject. That's okay. What else are we looking at? We have 4 minutes. I wanted to talk to the Suarez trade. Okay, they've already rejected it. Then I don't really have anything for you. Because I'm not giving you Jace Young. Can you add cash? I don't think that's going to matter. No full stop, says Chris Diaz. I kind of agree. I'm kind of checked out of that one. All right, the Suarez one. Discuss trade. How do I, like, edit it? There we go. I don't want Andy Rodriguez. The Tampa Rays need a left fielder. We've got freaking Fraley. What about Suarez and Fraley? Should I got 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Who do you like that is reasonable on their secondary roster? That's probably around the 55 mark. Carson Williams at short. Oof. The loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, high financial ambition. Big oof. But you have control of him for like 5 years. And could trade him. Maybe? We need a shortstop now. Ronda, I got 2 minutes. Dominique Keegan, I don't like. Christopher Morales, fine. He's actually pretty good. The range is terrible, though. Carson Williams for Suarez and Fraley. They're not going to take this, but let's just send it anyways. How about Chandler Simpson? Well, I mean, we're trading them a left fielder for a left fielder, which feels oof, oof, oof. The avoid K's is insane. His arm sucks. He's got insane speed. I think the shortstop. All right, send it. Suarez and Fraley. I like a joke, same as everyone else. Now tell me what you really have in mind. Okay, Chat, help. Who's left? If not Carson Williams. Help, chat. I have 15 seconds, brother. Who can I just Hail Mary? Jonathan Aranda, last second offer. Did it work? I don't know. Time's up. The trading day is almost over. Please finalize. Oh, there's 7 more minutes. Maybe I shouldn't have sent that. No way. Okay, that's fine. Diamondbacks. This is another 7 minutes. Hold on, we gotta pause for a second. Pause the sim. Chill for a sec. I gotta snooze the ads. Also, Sunian, thank you for 50 months of sub that I missed earlier. Pumping it for baseball. Y2B Shears, thank you for 76 months. Appreciate it. Ballistic Burrow for 43 months. Hi. 321 Rally Snail says E for 50 months. Classic. I saw you guys, but thanks again. Welcome back. So if we want to try and trade for a shortstop, that would be best, right? Okay, they want to give us this guy for Tyler Mahle. Terrible deal. But if they want Mahle, maybe we can work something out. The Dodgers also want Suarez, but they're only offering a 35 potential righty. Bro. And they want Arenamo and Suarez. Are you guys stupid? The trading deadline is almost done. You may only complete already agreed upon deals. Okay, so in that case, nope, rejected. In that case, nope, rejected. I think we're done. Like that was the final. I think we're done. We did trade though. We did trade. Let's take a look. Here we go. In progress. We did trade. Chang is gone, baby. I don't understand why it's talking about Idaho Falls trades going on here. Do I care about that? Here are the completed deals. Here's ours. The Las Vegas Invaders trade Sung-Chae Chang and Luis Gill and 22-year-old minor leaguer David Beckles to the Cubs for Cade Horton. We got a new starting pitcher who's 24 years old. Chang is now a Chicago Cub. Who knows, chat? Maybe he'll go to the World Series this year. How are the Cubs doing on this timeline? They are in last place in their division. Okay, sorry, Chang. It's gonna be hard to replace you, brother. I wanted to keep him. He might grow into a goat. But at the same time, I don't think we can discuss any more of these. Pablo Lopez, 55 potential and overall for Corey Collins. Okay. That seems like a very lopsided trade. Maybe his contract's running out or something. Phil Bickford for Zahir Hope. What? Why did they take a 40 potential reliever for this 50 potential center fielder? Okay, whatever. Hey, there's Dylan Floro. I did that. That was a while ago, though. Oh, these are old deals. It'll be easier just to wait until... Is there a way to skip? If I just reject all the trades, then there really shouldn't be anything left in the trade deadline. Yeah, we're locked in till the season ends now, but there might be some players on waivers after this that we get to scoop up, perhaps. That could happen. You can just skip by pausing? Okay. The trading deadline has passed. Save it. It's locked in. Oh, man. We're interrupting the entire clubhouse organization here. That was fun. Yeah, trade deadline is pretty fun. It's chaotic. Where are we on this news list? Washington deals Pablo Aldonis. Okay. Are we on this list? Or are we going to be on, like, tomorrow's news? No, Invaders Cub deal. We're all the way down here. Oh, my goodness. I don't remember which deals we already looked at. Trevor Megill and Austin Meadows. And Grayson Carter? Wow, they really wanted Austin Meadows, huh? Why do they value Austin Meadows so much higher than my left fielder, Rayleigh? Because, like, look what they got. They got, like, a 24-year-old 50 potential, and they got a 50 righty as well? In a hastily called press conference, Las Vegas announced today a trade with Chicago that'll send 25-year-old shortstop Chang, 28-year-old righty Gill, or I guess reliever / starter Gill, and 22-year-old minor league David Beckles to the Cubs in exchange for 24-year-old Cade Horton. New starting pitcher for us. All players are expected to be in their respective cities in time for today's games. Chang is hitting .262, produced 35 RBI with 5 homers. On the season, pitcher Horton has notched 6 wins and 7 losses. His ERA is 3.92, and he struck out 104. All right, ad's going to start like right now. Turn your volume down. Ad gamers. And we're just going to keep it here for 3 minutes. Trying to catch up on what is going on. This is just rumors, rumors, rumors. Some prospects. Luke Jackson for Luke Geske. Okay, little prospects. We did read some of these already. Unidentified sources indicate Seattle's been talking about trading Hashimoto. Well, I don't see it yet, though they're negotiating with the Red Sox. Are Mariners and Red Sox discussing a deal? They must have been going back and forth on Hashimoto and then not agreed to anything. I think that's it. I don't know if there were any other major trades. I don't see anything. Okay. Yeah, we're going to check free agency and waivers right after this. Right after this little ad break. I think you traded Chang less than a week after his birthday. We need to add the people that we just traded to the watch list. They're going to the shoulda, woulda, coulda list. Beckles, I'm sorry, you don't get an honorable mention there. Actually, you can. We'll just be really confused about how Beckles got there. What's up, J-Man? Burnt Heat, hello. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the stream. Small chance there's some decent middle infielder gloves hanging around in free agency. Yeah. Yeah, we're just looking to plug that gap now. But we've made some moves. We've made some moves. Did some crazy, like, I wonder what Las Vegas fictional fans are thinking right now looking at these deals. Do you think they're excited or do you think they're upset? We wanted to trade Gill anyways, so we got to trade Gill for what's hopefully going to be a much better starting pitcher in the rotation that's going to anchor it in years to come as well. The new starter is looking pretty solid. I think they were good trades. And we did it on hard mode too. Which made it a little tastier, because you actually have to make good offers. You can't just make offers that move the needle to 51% over the will you trade. It has to be like... Cade being a stud would open up so many trades. Yeah, like if he ends up being a gamer, like Bobby Miller. Or we could just lock them in for years to come, you know what I mean? Like, I was thinking about extending Bobby Miller anyways, and just paying the fee, because he looks like he's going to be a rock star. What's up, gamers? We were just talking, if you were watching the ad, about trading Chang away. Goodbye, Chang. Luis Gill, honestly, all things considered, was pretty solid for us too. Like, he's got a lights-out fastball slider that was keeping him alive. Being a 3-pitch starter's tough, because you don't have many pitches to fool the hitter as to what's coming down the pipe. But, you know, he gave us 17 starts. 4.73 ERA on the cheap. We were paying a 2.7 mil salary that we're off the books for now. And we're off of his... He was going to be up for arbitration, but now he's free agent after contract expires. Which I'm not sure how that works. Because it went from arbitration to he's a free agent now. And I don't really understand how that transfers. Hello, Parkside. Thank you for 79 months. Thanks for the tier 2 sub as well. We just had a very chaotic trade deadline. We made some very last second trades. There's a literal timer ticking down. Like, wouldn't he be eligible for arbitration on the Cubs, or am I missing something? Well, we got Cade Horton. This is who we picked up for Chang. A new Las Vegas Invader right-handed starter. 24 years old, almost 25, actually. He's got high loyalty, but the low adaptability means we might have some shaky starts. Low financial ambition will be good for us long-term as well. High loyalty, low financial ambition is really good for keeping a pitcher long-term on the cheap. I think Super 2 is the only thing that reduces service time needed to be a free agent. I think that's a bug. Will it be a bad bug if it affected one of my players? I don't really understand it. But he's got 1 year, 27 days of Major League service time. So we've got about 4 to 5 years left of Cade Horton if we want it. And he's got potential to get better. So first things first, I'm going to set his development options here. And I definitely agree that most of his work should be on the fastball and the slider with our pitching coach. But I don't like the ratio of completely ignoring the changeup. So something more like that, so the changeup doesn't degrade. And I might even pull this down a little just to get the slider, because slider has a lot of overhead left. And then, as he's a starter, I do want him to focus some on stamina maintenance. Doesn't really have much room for movement. Something like that. Okay. Can you train stamina up? It can go up. There's also like development lab in the off season. You might be able to build stamina. 50's good. 50's solid. 45 is when it's like you can still be a starter, but it's a little more borderline. 50 stamina's no. We just like, this is maintenance mode. I just want to make sure it doesn't go down. Okay, so Cade can easily go on the starting roster. He's gonna have to. The only thing I don't like about Cade is he's a fly ball pitcher. That's pretty much it. But he's not an extreme fly ball pitcher. And as a power pitcher, we just want to help him try to hit max velocity. So that's really the only. We can always trade him, right? Like he's tradable if it comes down to it. But we're still gonna like play him and get him a slot in the rotation here. He's currently ice cold because he gave up 9 earned runs in his outing on the 20th of July. Whoops. Walk, walk, fly out, walk, double, wild pitch, strikeout, single. Next inning, walk, fly out, single, single, double. So he just blew up. Walk. Three walks in the innings. We'll fix him. We'll fix him. He's already going to have to adapt to our strategy of not pitching around guys. And he's a control pitcher, so he shouldn't have a problem not walking people. And he's got a nice rotation. Very, very good fastball slider, and then working on the curveball changeup. If you can get all 4 of those pitches working, you can do whatever you want. The slider's going to be nice, yes. That's like a perfect combination of pitches, especially when you have a slider and a curveball. 2 breaking pitches to go to. All right, throw him in the rotation. Let's give him like a 95 pitch limit. And then Bobby Miller's going to come back in for Sam Bachman once Bobby Miller's little shoulder soreness goes away. So we're just keeping an eye on him for now. Bachman just going to pitch instead. So we have only righty starters now after giving up Luis Gill. That's the only downside, I guess. We had Bubba Chandler got injured earlier. He's also a righty. Flores is still out for 3 weeks. Miller in relief is out for another 2 months. All right, so he's gone. Bunch of righties. Okay, well, now I need another shortstop. There's a hole in the lineup here, which is unfortunate. I'm tempted to just put Foscue up for now. Who's going to be the shortstop, though? Okay, let's just go check waivers first. 40 overall. Let's check free agents. Not a lot of great choices. Dubon? Is it time to pick up Dubon again? Oh, God. He's going to strike out. Well, he's not going to strike out. He's just going to never take walks, ever, under any circumstances. We talked about just getting Dubon before, but he wanted like a $1 million contract, which we didn't want to sign as a utility guy. In terms of infield range, Freddie Zamora. Didn't we have Zamora on the Vultures? Am I crazy? I swear he was on the Vultures. There's a Maya. Oh man, that is a vulture. All of my vultures are free agents. What happened to Maya? How did you become a free agent at 27, dude? Drafted by the Dodgers in the 11th round of 2017 draft. Released by Chicago in 2025. Wait, I signed him and released him as well? That's embarrassing. He didn't do so good in 2024 for the White Sox. His benefit is high work ethic, high adaptability, high leader. His downside is 0 power, 0 gap. And he won't get that many hits. There's not really many good defensive shortstops. Let's do a filter. Customize, choose, fielding ratings. Fielding potential at shortstop is at least 55. And range is at least 60. That really narrows it. Freddie Zamora. Not good, dude. Like, it'd almost be better just to let Aerodamo play short, in my opinion. Because at least he's got a better bat with more potential, and he's still got 60 range, 65 error. 50 aptitude is like good enough. He's been playing second and third for us, where he's more comfortable. Do we still have David Hamilton? Nah, he got traded. We traded him. And now he's playing AAA for the Pirates? But no, he's on the Pirates, but they just haven't used him yet. We traded him and Joe Mantiply for Indy Rodriguez, the catcher. David Hamilton pushed them over the edge with the Mantiply trade. So let's say Arenamo is now the shortstop. Okay, so now we need a third baseman. It's probably going to have to be defensively, it's Shunk. which is not my first choice because he's not doing well, but aside from the not taking walks, he might get some hits with this BABIP and this avoid Ks at least. And defensively, he's got a good arm, so he can play third pretty well, actually. So Shunk has just been promoted to starter. Show us our AAA roster. There's a few people in there. Like, I'm gonna take Jace Young up. He could play third, but he's worse defensively. I'm probably gonna send Luke and Baker down and take Young up anyway. Because did we trade Foscue? We didn't trade Foscue. We wanted to, but we didn't. Everyone's shifting around. It's kind of crazy. So we might call Young up for his first MLB playtime since 2024. That'll start ticking into his contract. That's the only thing. Right? And then, of course, Blaze Alexander's down here. He's hitting 246 in AAA. What do you guys think is best? We don't have to worry about him for a while. Yeah, I know. I think it's better to just call up Young. And then... Young is okay at third. He's worse defensively, but he's going to be a lot better offensively. He's got a 65 eye, so he's going to get on base a lot more, and he's got more power for the occasional homer. But Shunk will put the ball in play more, get more singles and doubles. And then defensively, he's got a much stronger arm, much better ability to turn two, and higher aptitude at third. So I'm not keen on starting Young. I wanted to trade Foscue and then have Young go to first. How'd the trade deadline go? What's up, Shaq Genie? We traded Chang. He's gone. Chang and Luis Gill are starting pitcher, but we have a new starting pitcher who looks pretty solid. I think for now, let's just give Shunk a few... I don't know. I'm a little torn. We're not making the playoffs. That's quitters talk, okay? That's quitters talk. You don't know. With Fraley, anything is possible, frankly. Okay? I'm just gonna, like, figure out how to send Baker down. Should be easy. That's step one. Baker's gone. I've already pre-ordered my 2026 Vegas Playoff Series hat. You can pre-order those? Huh, I didn't know you could pre-order those. Can't believe Joey Gallo's still down there. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like... Ugh. Young has a 407 OBP in AAA. Okay. Okay. He's definitely better than Shunk. It's just, man, I just value defense a lot, I think. I do just value defense a lot. I think here... You've got plenty of gap power. Let's raise that I. Maybe we just give both of them some starts. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with calling Young up, right? He's got an option year left. He's already been optioned twice this season by the team we traded him from, I guess. So I think I'm just going to call him up and hope that he brings the offense that he's currently doing extremely well with in AAA. Because with their AAA team, he's hitting 288 in hours and 14 plate appearances, hitting 300. With a 429 OBP, but only 14 plate appearances. They're taking like 2 walks, a stolen base, a caught stealing. I don't know why he's stealing. Don't steal, brother. You dingus. Your bunting is bad too. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna call him up. Get him in there. We're still missing one player on the active roster. Who am I missing? Whoops, that's not what I want. I want lineup. Jace Young. Coming in hot. All right, I guess you're going to play third. Unless someone else can play third. It's you, Arenamo, and Shunk. And you're kind of the worst at third, but I'm going to put you over there anyway. And hopefully you hit the ball. Sorry, Shunk. I know briefly you were a starter, but not so anymore. I like how on our team we have Jotter, Jace, Justin, Jake, and Jake. Some great J names. Can we just have like a theme? Everybody on our team has to have a name that starts with J. The other thing is, Jace is a lefty who slams righty pitching in AAA. Hitting 304. Against lefties, he's not awful. Hitting 245. Like, it could be worse. Time to bring up Joey Gallo. Oh, I just got back from playing board games. Did I miss any good trades? Oh, yeah, you did. Big trade. Big trade. Cade Horton is the newest 24-year-old, almost 25, starting pitcher in our rotation, and we've got him for the next 4+ years, 4 to 5 years, depending. Unfortunately for us, we had to trade Chang, Luis Gill, and some dude. No offense, David Beckles. So we traded a starting pitcher and Chang for this potential 55 gamer god. So we'll see how that goes. All right. We're missing a DH. Who's the DH? Don't say Joey Gallo. Man, where is we have to wait like 2 or 3 more weeks for Flores to come back, and it's driving me crazy. You really do miss him in the lineup. How is Shunk so far this year against lefties? Pretty much, he's better, but not by much. But he's only had 15 at-bats. How is Perez? I feel like Perez had such a hot streak and then he just cooled off hard. And for whatever reason, Marchand, maybe he's a switch hitter, but that doesn't mean he can hit left-handed pitching. 113 on the year. He's like a pretend switch. He's like me if I was like, yeah, I'm a switch hitter. Yeah. I'll just bat righty today even though I'm left-handed. That basically makes me a switch hitter. What's the position of designated hitter? It's so that the pitcher doesn't have to hit because pitchers can't hit. 98. Everyone that's not named Shohei Ohtani can't hit if they're a pitcher. So they hit in lieu of the pitcher. Usually a power hitter, yes. All right, so Arenamo at short. Let's put Mangum in the 2 spot because now Chang is not here, which is somewhat terrifying. This is really tough, actually, just to figure out. See, I don't really love Fraley at the leadoff spot. Stevenson was previously good at the leadoff spot, but he's not as good. He's still got a higher OBP than everyone else, but it's just not amazing. No one on a team is very amazing against lefties, unfortunately. I might have Cal go back to leadoff. Fraley 3, then Foscue, then Young. Freeman move down. Arenamo move up. We need a designated hitter. I'm not left-handed, Shaq Genie. I was just making an example. Am I already paying Joey Gallo to suck? We're gonna lose every game. Like, I think I'm already paying him, right? I just had to make him clear waivers last time. All right, I guess I'm bringing him back. I got space on the 40 man. I genuinely don't know if Luke and Baker doesn't work out. He's back, boys. He's back. Only because we traded Chang, which doesn't make any sense, but it does, kinda. It's gonna be awful. I'm putting him at the bottom of the lineup, so that way I'll be pleasantly surprised if he gets a homer. Just ahead of Freeman and Grandal. All right, I need a backup first baseman. I guess that's Gallo. Where is Gallo? There he is. All right, save game, and then let's get swept by the Boston Red Sox. It's time to actually see a baseball game, boys. With our new team. I'm scared. The only good news is we're playing against Quinn Priester, who, while a good pitcher in his own right, is the worst on the Red Sox right now. The highest ERA, probably the highest WHIP, still a very decent pitcher, keeps the hits down, extreme ground baller, leading with the sinker. And he's worse against righties, predictably. 4.17 against lefties still. So, I mean, it's possible to get to him. He doesn't strike out lefties as much. We put the ball in play a bunch. But the problem is, well, we actually do have like a bunch of good lefties. Fraley, Young, Gallo, Cal, Stevenson, Marchand, switch hitting. Well, he's a right-handed pitcher, but we have a bunch of lefties. And the good news is we're pitching Dustin May today. So, like, it's Dustin May. We don't have a better chance. He gave up 4 earned in his last outing. So he gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. 7 strikeouts. Time before that, 2 runs in 6 innings. 7 strikeouts. Time before that, 1 run in 5 innings. And then 5 runs in 5 1/3. So, hoping for the best. Whew. Okay, let's play ball. Chat, I'll let you gamba. Uh-oh. I just noticed 2 of my starters are tired. Hold. 75%'s pretty tired, dude. '75's pretty tired. Which of you 2 is gonna fill in for shortstop? I guess Unro is. He has more range, fewer errors. All right, well, Unro at shortstop instead of Arenamo. Arenamo has to take a nap. Oh dear. Wait, did I say Arenamo? Wait, who did I say? Yeah, I said Unro. Oh man. And then Cal Stevenson's tired? Oh man, he's playing right. So I guess who's gonna be lead off? It's gotta be Perez backing him up, I think. Or Mangum. No, Perez is already in. It's gotta be Mangum. Mangum's decent though. Isn't he better against right-handed pitching anyway? Yeah, he's better against right-handed pitching anyway. So that's nice at least. Actually, I like Mangum. He's got good defense. He has terrible power, never takes walks, but he does put the ball in play, and he gets doubles. So who's leadoff? Not Mangum. I guess I'm putting Fraley back in leadoff. Fraley, Foscue, Marchand, Young. Mangum, Perez, Gallo, Unro, Freeman. Good luck. Chat, just before you bet, the Red Sox have already won the first 2 games, and they're first in the division. In their division. They've had like 75 wins and like 49 losses or something crazy. So the sweep is likely. You've got 2 minutes to put your channel points on the line. Imagine if we immediately played against the team that we traded Chang to. They're insanely good, but we're playing Moneyball. We're just trying to avoid the sweep. I don't know if Moneyball is your starting lineup has 2 substitutes today. But we did call up Young, and we still have Fraley. Fraley beats Christian Campbell easy. Easy. Not even close. Loss 50 incoming? How freaking dare you? Chat, put your channel points on the line right now. I know the believers are scared. Don't bet scared. Look at the ratio. Think about the ROI. It's like 3.5 to 1 right now. Think about how much channel points you're going to make if you win. I'm at the 50th Red Sox loss. I gotcha. I gotcha. We're playing in our home ballpark. Dustin May on the mound. On contract for 4 years of quality starts. He's got the fastball, the sinker, the cutter, the slider, and the changeup. And if they're all working for him, watch out. Backing him up on the infield, Justin Foscue at first. We got Tyler Freeman at second, Riley Unroe at short today, and new arrival just called up from AAA, Jace Young playing third after coming over from the Detroit Tigers in exchange for right-handed reliever Dylan Floro, who's only pitched 1 inning for the Tigers so far, but it went scoreless. And in the outfield, in right today, Jake Mangum covering the huge swath of land out in the right field. We got Winseal Perez locking down center. And Jake Fraley did not get traded, much to the surprise of fans of this new franchise. But they have their suspicions on what they're going to use Fraley for in the near future, which is apparently giving him a qualifying offer and getting an extra draft pick next year. So that'd be cool. What's the final payoff for believers? If you click the button down there where the points are, you can see it whenever you want. All right, let's go. Up to bat first, Christian Campbell. He's hitting 265 on the season. Welcome to tonight's game at Omnibus Park. 74-42 is Boston. 53-63 in the AL West is Las Vegas. Let's play ball. First pitch swinging. And that is lined to the shortstop. Unroe's there. Out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out. Roman Anthony, he wins games all by himself. No one else even needs to show up to the ballpark. He's got 28 homers, and he won the game last night against Las Vegas, but this time he'll ground out to second on 2 pitches. Out number 2, Rafael Devers. He's got the team leading 79 runs batted in. And he likes the second pitch he sees. Back up the middle, shortstop Unroe floats across the field and stops a single from rolling past him quickly. That was a good play. It says it was a 1-star play. We must have been playing the shift over on him. It bounced off the pitcher's mound. But it looked better than a 1-star play to me. What do I know? Stopping that from going up the middle is pretty tough unless you're playing really close to second for the shift. All right, leading off for Las Vegas. Up to bat, Jake Fraley made a huge splash as a new invader, but unfortunately his contract is up at the end of the year unless we change that. But he has been a pivotal part of this team over the last stretch of 15 or so games. But this time he strikes out. 1K for Quinn Priester, holding down a 4.44 ERA on the season. Got a 7-3 win-loss record. Justin Foscue now up. He'll take a walk. First base runner of the game, moseying down to first, where he normally plays defense. Good eye. And that is his 36th walk of the season. Rafael Marchand playing catcher today. First pitch swing, and it's a grounder to second, second to short, and they allow Marchand graciously to reach first without attempting the double play. Romero snags it to second for 1, but no relay throw will be made. Marchand's just too fast. How fast was that off the bat? That was only 77 off the bat, slow roller. Maybe Campbell's turn double play is 50? I don't know. It's not super high. So Marchand reaching on the fielder's choice. First at bat as a Las Vegas Invader in Jace Young's franchise history now. Full count. And he'll take a walk to move the runner over. A 2-out walk there. Good eye from Young. Good first at bat as an Invader. Acquired in the recent trade for a reliever out of the bullpen from Las Vegas. He's got a very keen eye. Decent power, decent gap power. Puts the ball in play, and when he does, it goes for a hit usually. He's been hitting close to 300 in AAA so far this year. He's going to see what he can do at the big league level now. All right, Mangum with a runner in scoring position. Man on first as well. 2 strikes. Strike 3. He'll look at strike 3. So nothing going on for the Invaders after taking a couple of walks. Yeah, Young might be leadoff material. I just don't want to start him at the leadoff because some guys don't like the pressure of being leadoff right away. So I'm going to give him some time to warm up. Maybach out on the bump against Tristan Casas. He's 4 for 24 against Las Vegas this season. We'll make it 4 for 25. So they've been holding him down pretty good. And now heart of the order, Mikey Romero coming up. Batting 259. 3-pitch swinging. That's going to be toward the first baseman. Pitcher covering. They bobble it. The throw is off the mark. Error number 3 for Foscue at first base. They botch it. A man who does not make many errors. Normally has pretty good control over there at first. So there'll be a runner on with only 1 out, which should have been out number 2 for Duran. And the ball gets away from the catcher. Nothing going the pitcher's way right now. It clunks off of Marchand's shin guard as Romero gets to second on presumably a wild pitch. So runner in scoring position now for Duran, who smokes this one into right, but it hangs up for the right fielder. Mangum has it. Romero tags up at second. No chance to get him taking third. Mangum does not risk the throw. So Wilyer Abreu with a chance to bring in the runner at third. 2 outs in the inning. Full count. And that's in play to the hole at second base for out number 3 on a grounder. All right. Got out of that one. Well done. Priester back up. 20 pitches in. Bottom of the second now for leadoff man Winseal Perez. Well, he's not the leadoff man. He's just leading off. Hit and switch. Strike 3. He'll strike out. And that is 3 strikeouts actually for Priester already. Joey Gallo, Las Vegas hero. Getting some ticket sales in. The most popular player on the team apparently is at the dish. Batting lefty as a designated hitter today. He'll put this one in play deep in the hole in second, and that's a ground out. Gallo has been erased on 5 pitches. All right, Riley Unroe up. Also a switch hitter. Lots of switch hitters in this lineup. It's crazy. Poked to the shortstop. The place where Chang used to play here. And side retired. All right, Maybach up. Gonzalez is swinging a hot stick right now, according to the game. Hitting 287 on the season. Tough out. And they hit him on the second pitch. The 0-1 sneaks in on a 96-mile-an-hour heater and plunks him. And that's going to be a hit by pitch for a leadoff walk. That one smacked over the infield on 2 pitches as Wong is in with a single to move the runner over to second. So 2 on now for the top of the order. Christian Campbell, nobody out right now. And that one through the hole. That's down for back-to-back hits. The runner holds up as the throw comes in. Bases now juiced. And nobody out in the inning. Cutter caught too much of the plate. Maybe wanted that down or on the corner. Instead, it's a hit by pitch and 2 singles for the most dangerous hitter on the Red Sox lineup, Roman Anthony. And he gets the strikeout. Huge swing and a miss. Roman Anthony down on 6 pitches, chased the 101-mile-an-hour cheese as May reaches back and blows it past him. And now he's a ground ball away from getting out of this. Rafael Devers up. And that one's into deep center field. Almost a grand slam, but instead it's off the wall. It's going to be a bases clearing double, maybe. I can't tell what's going on here. Okay, it looks like it didn't clear the bases. It was a 97-mile-an-hour sinker that was high. Devers almost took it deep. Campbell held up at third, so that's 2 in the inning for Boston, with runners at second and third, and still only 1 out for Tristan Casas.
Strike 3.
Who gets rung up on the corner. Down on strikes, the cutter catches the edge. And now Mikey Romero, hitting .257 on the season.
Strike 3.
He'll look at strike 3, so back-to-back strikeouts to get out of it after giving up 2. It could have been worse. Bases started loaded with nobody out. But now the 9-hole hitter, Tyler Freeman, up for the Invaders. Priester back on the mound for Boston. In most stadiums, that's probably gone? I don't think so. I think deep center is like 404 feet, isn't it, in this park? It's not a very deep, it's just that our flanges are very wide. So like the gap left and right are big, but I don't think center's relatively that deep. Tyler Freeman.
Strike 3.
Strikes out. It looks huge because of the logo. Yeah, that's the 4th strikeout for Quinn Priester this game, and Fraley's up.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. So a dominant performance on the mound so far, with 5 strikeouts through 2 2/3. Foscue up the middle, but the shortstop has it as it stops in front of him, kind of. Had a little backspin on it. I don't know. 3 outs. May back up. Probably would have enjoyed having a little more time to rest after 49 pitches through 3. Duran up. That one chipped into right. Right fielder coming on. Mangum has the out. Oops, I just hit the wrong button. Okay, out number 1. Wilyer Brayu up, 2-2. Starting to see why this is the first place team. Yeah, that's a weird pop-up into foul territory. The catcher makes the out. Marchand hustles and snags it for out number 2. Good play on 5 pitches. Got him to pop up the cutter. And now Gonzalez. That's going to be a single, at least. Maybe a double, going all the way to the wall. Maybe a triple. Just shouldn't be a triple. Thinks about 3 and then holds up. That's a 2-out double for Gonzalez to pass the baton to Connor Wong, who's 1 for 1 with a single. That's pretty deep into center left, but it'll be allowed out number 3. Okay, so nothing happening on the double. Cotton candy. And now we got Marchand, Young, and Mangum up to try and get the first hit for Las Vegas. Marchand, hard hit, but the first baseman's got it. Assist over to the pitcher for out number 1. Nothing going on there. That was a 1-pitch out. And now Young, who walked earlier and maybe struck out. That one's into shallow center, but went a little further than I thought. So another 1-pitch out. Lots of ambush here as another first pitch swing from Mangum. And that one scooped into center. So 3 pitches, 3 outs. May has no time to catch his breath, and he'll be coming back out to the mound as 3 up, 3 down quickly for the Invaders. Looks bad out there. We need to change that plate approach fast, manager. A very efficient inning. So now May versus top of the order, Christian Campbell. Got a base hit in the 3rd, and now he'll strike out swinging Fourth strikeout of the game for May. Roman Anthony struck out in a big position last time.
Strike three.
And he'll strike out back-to-back on 5 pitches. Got him with the 96-mile-an-hour sinker. Rafael Devers, who had a big AB earlier and took the lead for the Red Sox. He'll put it in play past the first baseman for a 2-out single. And now Tristan Casas, he is 0 for 2 today. That one up to second. Second baseman got it. Freeman over to first. 3 outs. May did his job. Through 5, and now Winfield Perez, Joey Gallo, and Unruh up. Perez lines out on 3 pitches to the shortstop. Now, Las Vegas hero, Joey Gallo. Swing and a miss on a full count. That's strike 3. Riley Unruh, first pitch swinging. Poked over to third. And he's out on 1 pitch, so extremely efficient play here. And we have no hits through 5 innings. I'm starting to get concerned. Dustin May up for the heart of the order. Mikey Romero up first. That's going to be to the first baseman. Scooped it. I thought that was going to get past him. Foscue grabs it. Makes out number 1 on 1 pitch. Jaron Duran popped up on the shallow infield. Foscue lightning bolt down the first base line to grab it. Out number 2 on 3 pitches. And now Wilyer Abreu first pitch swinging. To the third baseman. So, 3 quick outs for May. Red Sox still in front 2-0. All right. Tyler Freeman trying to get a hit for Las Vegas. He was down on strikes earlier. That'll be poked over to the first baseman on a 2-2 count for out number 1. Back to the top. Jake Fraley trying to get something going. He's 0 for with 2 strikeouts. That one smoked into pretty deep center field, but it hangs up for Duran for out number 2. Justin Foscue, hitless so far, along with everybody else. And that's to pretty straightaway center for out number 3 on 2 pitches. Priester cruises through 6 innings of scoreless ball and shows no sign of stopping. New pitcher for Las Vegas, Luis Medina, in relief after getting the quality start for May despite the trouble earlier. 2 runs on 5 hits for May, doing a great job, just can't quite keep up with the opposing pitchers. So Luis Medina in relief with the nasty fastball, the nasty slider, and a curveball that he's still working on. He's got a 3.73 ERA this season, and he's out to face 3 righties in a row. That one scooped to deep center field, almost to the warning track, but that's a 2-pitch liner for out number 1. Connor Wong up, 2 strikes on him.
Strike 3.
And he looks at strike 3, called. Caught the edge with the slider. 2-2 on Christian Campbell. And put in play to first for the out unassisted. 3 up, 3 down. 9 outs left for Las Vegas to do something, but you got a good chance with Marchand, Young, and Mangum due up. So let's see what the catcher's got. That one smoked to left, but right at the left fielder. Anthony's got it on 2 pitches. Lots of 2-pitch outs. Jace Young looking for his first hit as an invader. He'll put it in play by the shortstop and third baseman. They fight over it, but shortstop comes away with out number 2 on a 7-pitch battle. And now it's up to Jake Mangum with a ball and 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Oof. Oof. No hit through 7 innings. Go down the invaders. The home crowd starting to get restless as Medina comes back out to the mound. Roman Anthony up. Full count. He looks at a ball 4 and takes the open base. A leadoff walk on 8 pitches. He comes back, fouls off 5, and wins the battle. Rafael Devers, man on. In play, deep in the hole, second to short, short to first. That's a double play. That's a double play. You're out. Nice double play there. And Tristan Casas 0 for 3 today. He grounded out to Freeman last time. This time, deep center field. Center fielder looks backward. He's got it on 2 pitches. I thought he was going to do the jump thing where it goes over his head. But we got 3 quick outs, and Vegas down to their final 6 outs. Perez, Gallo, Unruh up. Dribbled over to first base. First baseman has a 1-pitch out. Devers makes the pickup to retire Winseal Perez. Priester is back out with only 80 pitches in 7 1/3 innings. Are we going to have a complete game shutout no-hitter? It's up to Las Vegas hero Joey Gallo. Joey Gallo into right, but it's tall, and it's out number 2. And now Riley Unruh. I'm waiting for a pinch hit off the bench or something. Like, get somebody else out there, man. You got to start getting some pinch hitting. Riley Unruh on 2 pitches. Grounds over to the first baseman. And we are no hit through 8 innings. Only 3 outs remaining as Colin Snyder comes in. All right, Snyder in to try to keep it close for Las Vegas. Top of the order going to come up. And they make out number 1 on the grounder to second. Now Jarren Duran up. Hitless in this game. That one toward the gap and left for a 2-pitch out number 2. Lots of early swinging here. Are we cursed by Chang? Did we get cursed? 2 outs. Wilyer Abreu up against Snyder. He's 0 for 3 in the game. That one deep toward the gap. That one's going all the way back. That one's in the pool. That's a 2-out homer for Wilyer Abreu off of Colin Snyder, who is normally lights out. And at this point, the Invaders are just hoping to break up the no-hitter. Snyder has only given up 3 home runs on the season in 45 2/3 innings, and that was one of them. That is only his 3rd home run given up on the year. And he will get first pitch swings from Gonzalez for the 3rd out. All right, last chance for the Invaders, and because of this no-hit situation, we are going to watch 1 pitch at a time, just to make it more dramatic, because I just can't believe we might get no hit here. So pitch by pitch, see what happens. Tyler Freeman in the 9-hole up first. Then we have Fraley and Foscue, our last chances. Priester back out for the 9th. First pitch, down by 3. The Invaders have to rally. Smack, and that's down for a hit. Out of the 9-hole, Freeman comes around in the 9th inning to break up the no-hitter and get this starting pitcher out of here. That's a leadoff single on the first pitch. New pitcher Whitlock. It can't be understated how impossibly good that is for us, and how impossibly good Quinn Priester was in this game. 8 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball. Now that's a start from someone who had the worst ERA on the Red Sox, but we broke up the no-hitter. That's a Reddit thread in this timeline right now. You know what I mean? There would have been a no-hitter alert in the baseball subreddit, and people tuning in to watch the game. And then somebody would have posted the Reddit thread. In the 9th inning, Tyler Freeman out of the 9-hole hits a double to right to break up the no-hitter. The Invaders bravely deny the journeyman number 5 starter a no-hitter. Oh my God. I have to snooze the ad for this. Okay, so Freeman on second. I'm just gonna watch every pitch anyway. Fraley's up. Oh wait, it accidentally skipped. I don't know how to not skip anymore. A ball and a strike for Garrett Whitlock pitching. And Fraley skies this one way up there at second. I think you could have made it to third on the tag, but it is what it is. So Fraley just pops one way up there. Freeman hoping to get brought home by Foscue now. 1 out. Foscue scoops this one deep into the gap. Almost a homer, but the launch angle wasn't there. That's going to score the run from second. Foscue slides into second with a double. He brings in 1. Not a shutout. Vegas on the board with a tying run coming to the plate. Here's a replay. 104.4 off the bat, almost out of here. So Foscue gets a run on the board for Vegas. And now we got Rafael Marchand. He's got 3 homers on the season, 25 RBI, 2-2 is the count. He'll put this in play, also into the gap, going back to the wall. The 3rd double of the inning. He slides in. Foscue crosses the plate. Marchand safe with the double, knocks in 1. The Sox lead 3-2. 1 out in the inning. Jace Young at the plate, the brand new Las Vegas potential starter. Young is up with a chance to score Marchand at second to tie the game or walk it off for everyone. Full count. He puts this one into straightaway center for out number 2. And now it is down to Jake the Man Mangum against right-hander Whitlock, who on the season has a 2.77 ERA, gave up his first run just now in over 5 games. He has not given up a run since July 17th, some 14 days ago, where he gave up 2 and blew the save. He has a chance to blow that save again. Mangum up, a ball and a strike. Mangum scoots it over to first. Pitcher covers, and that's the ball game. 3-2, Vegas loses. Doubters win. Oh, no clutch. If Snyder didn't give up that run, we tie it and go into extras. Ah, that could have been anybody's game. Another 1-run game. We got swept by Boston. Feels bad. That's what I was afraid of happening. Quinn Priester gave the Red Sox a rock-solid effort. I'm just glad we didn't get no hit. It could have been worse. Young is dead to me. Oh, man. May had a good game. Medina had a good game. Snyder's going to get hit for a run every so often. It's just the way it is. He can't be perfect forever. Okay. Pay the doubters. Rip my playoff dreams. Just kidding. We're still, like, have more games. The Invaders lose. It almost was spicy. It almost was spicy. GG's, everyone. Finish the day. Save the game. All these, and we got to get the regular roster back up. Personal message. I'm interested. I'm listening, but first, there's going to be a quick... Let me check. Who are we playing next? We play New York to start August, and then Tampa. New York is 63-52, so they're doing pretty good. Tampa doing worse in the same division, so we have a chance to accidentally help the Red Sox by beating the Yankees and the Rays, who are 11 and 16 games back in their division. Listen, I don't want my Invaders to see I don't want the Invaders fans to see their team get no hit. That's the most important thing. We have still not been no hit. Eventually we will be no hit, and one would like to think eventually we will be the ones doing the no hitting on them. Invaders posting about the rumored Chang curse. I think if we got no hit in that game, then I would say there was a curse. Rockies in second place. Yeah, Rockies having a 67-50 season in 2026. So you don't have anything to worry about, Rockies fans, about this year. You guys are bouncing back. You'll be fine. No worries. I don't know what music this is. It's Death's Door. It's actually a nice soundtrack. But we're going to listen to this instead. And there's an ad coming up here. There is an ad coming up here in about 2 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and run the ad now so I can take a quick pee break. And then now that the trade deadline's over, we just check the waiver wire and free agency every day, and then we play games. That's it. And we're just going to sim a bunch of games to try to get through a chunk of the season tonight. Because there's nothing else we can do except like offer extensions to people. So the pressure's kind of off now. We just do the best we can with what we have for the most part. Oh, Jesus. One non-Dodger on the top pitchers. ERA, Sasaki. Wins, Sasaki. Strikeout, Sasaki. Saves, Williams. WAR, Sasaki. FIP, Sasaki. Oh my goodness. All right, I'll be right back. You guys look at that. Hang tight. Thanks for watching. Yo. Out of the Park loves Sasaki. He's a 75-80. Better ratings than Yamamoto. Yeah. Yeah, it loves him. All right, what's up, gamers? What's in the mail? We got some stuff. I'm doing scouting reports on all of my prospects because we had to draft them without having high accuracy. Charlie O'Shell is a 21-year-old righty who attended University of Virginia before being acquired by us in the second round of the 2026 draft. He's got a 4-pitch arsenal with a blazing fastball, a slider which is a weapon, a Bugs Bunny changeup, and a sinker that won't fool too many. His ability to keep the ball in the park is expected to perform as he matures. He has the stuff to be a mid-rotation starter if he can throw more strikes. So he went down after scouting him to very high accuracy from a 75 potential to a 60, which is kind of like I was expecting that from a number of these guys. We need to keep an eye on how they're doing in the minor leagues as well. He is in high A at the moment. It's a 50 relative to high A, 45 relative to double A, so we can probably move him up soon. I just don't want to move them up too fast. Not really in a rush. But yeah, dropping from a 75 to a 60 is, you know, sucks, but he was kind of a risky pick just because the low work ethic, low adaptability, but has the leadership and the baseball IQ. We still don't know his personality. Maybe he hasn't developed one. And we got a player update at the beginning of the month. Here are a list of notable changes. Abner Uribe potential stuff drops from 80 to 75. Velocity drops to 100 potential. He's still really good. Bobby Miller potential stuff improves from 55 to 60. Movement rating improves from 50 to 55, and potential rating increases from 55 to 60. Bobby Miller's only getting better. He's only getting better. We kind of thought that he was a 60 potential, then a 55 back to a 60. Gained a little bit on his fastball. I kind of have him working on... I changed this up a little bit. He's working on control and just trying to get some stamina since he's only got 45 stamina. Okay. Austin Voth. Overall potential drops to a 40. Don't really care. That's not one of our guys. Kevin Made drops from a potential 45 to a 40. Feels bad. These guys aren't guys that we were like that concerned with. These were just some dudes who were in the organization. Ryan Garrity, though. Wait, this guy's in Class A? With a 40 overall relative to MLB? He's a god. Our whole thing is skewed because we just had to take random free agents to fill in our organization. So they were playing guys who would never actually want to play there. But anyway, Garrity was another prospect. This was an actual prospect. He dropped from a potential stuff 65 to 55, movement 60 to 55. Potential drop from a 60 to a 50. Ugh. We drafted him in the 4th round. Dropping by 10 potential points is rough, though. Okay, Jason DeCaro was our #1 overall pick. Potential stuff drops from 65 to 60, control drops from 65 to 60, and potential rating drops from 70 to 65. That sucks, but if he could ever become that 65, he would still be a god. So, you know, we're just gonna keep... He's just joined us in the organization this past month. So it's gonna take a while. Steve Hosky dropped from a 60 to a 55. Luke Stevenson dropped from a overall. His overall rating improves from a 20 to a 25. He's a catcher in rookie ball. So we think he's a 50 in rookie ball. So I'm gonna go ahead and just move him up to A. Or is a 40 good enough relative to A to move him up? Because he's got a 991 OPS. That's college. I mean, we could just let him stay in rookie ball for a little bit, just to make sure. Sad to see Italics just sees people as numbers and statistics instead of their personality. I mean, that's what you guys are. You guys are just like, look at that, Terminus 404, iGuy 64, Dragobot 419. You guys are Ace Tech 09. You guys are just numbers. 2. Look at, y'all have numbers in your name. I don't see any personality. What else we got? Let's check the waiver wire. All players. Nope, we're looking relative to not Major League Baseball. Wasn't Ernie Clement, like, in last year's game rated much higher? I remember him being a dude we were pursuing for a trade. Bro, he's hitting 285 in the MLB this year, but he hit 186 last year. What? I mean, there's you a like extra shortstop third base guy with good stealing. Just like an extra cheap guy. I don't love the BABIP and the bad eye. It's always the bad eye. Starting pitcher. Not super good. Alex Verdugo. I'm not going to take up your $5.5 million salary. Kirby Yates. $1 million, 39-year-old, 2.49 ERA with Seattle. Low loyalty, low adaptability. Wait, is Giancarlo Stanton here? Why is Giancarlo Stanton on here? Yankees trying to DFA him. Getting $19 million. Hitting 210 in the game. How's he doing in real life? Hello? Chad, is he not playing this year in the MLB? He's injured on the 60-day IL. Okay. I'm not really following the Yankees. Always injured. Yeah. Anyway, they'd love it if somebody took that $19 million contract, wouldn't they? I just don't think it's gonna be good. Like, we have Aranamo as the everyday starter right now, who, you know, is still learning, but also has the same contact avoid case. He's almost the same player, except Ernie Clement has more power and gap power. But potential-wise, Aranamo has more eye, BABIP, and contact. He also has better range as a shortstop, which I think is more important for a shortstop. They waived Clement because they got Chang. That's funny. You're right. That is why. Any free agents? Dubon still. Nobody, like, besides that. All right, let's just play the next game then. I think we can field our actual starting lineup. Unfortunately, it is a left-handed pitcher. Who is much better against left-handed batters. No surprise there. Carlos Rodon getting $27 million a year. We got a lot of lefty pitch or batters, unfortunately. Joey Gallo, you are not. He's got 2 hits and 4 at-bats against lefties. He's basically gonna destroy them. We'll see. Hopefully you chase him out of the game early. We're not gonna watch this one. I'm just gonna send it. Who's pitching? Tyler Malley. Malley Day. And then Cade Horton gets his first start with us. That'll be fun. Maybe we watch that one just to see how he does. All right, lineups, set it, forget it, hope for the best. Stevenson leadoff, then Mangum, then Fraley, then Foscue, then Jung, Arenamo, Gallo, Freeman, Yasmani Grandal. I don't like it, but it gives our catcher who sucks against lefty pitching a day off. Win 1-0? No shot. The New York Yankees got a superb performance from pitcher Carlos Rodon. Still, it wasn't enough to beat Las Vegas. We almost got 1 hit again, or no hit again. The Invaders won the game with 2 hits, 1-0. Rodon threw 9 innings of 2-hit ball. Picking up the save was fireballing right-hander Robert Suarez. The Yankees got a complete game from the starter and left-handed pitcher Rodon. It wasn't good enough, though. Rodon suffered a tough loss, despite allowing only 2 hits and striking out 13. Oh my god. That's so funny, man, because it's just like, yeah, you pitched a complete game. So what? We still won. The only people who got hits were Fraley and Joey Gallo, who won the game. Home run, Joey Gallo, 5th inning off of Rodon, 0 on, 2 outs. The memes write themselves. That's so funny. It's just gonna show me all the strikeouts we suffered. Oh man. In the bottom of the 3rd, Malley is pitching, and they've got Grisham and Cabrera on 2nd and 3rd with only 1 out. This is highlights. Popped it up to shallow infield. Infielder gets it into the relay man. Okay. And then pop up on the infield. Oh my god, look how much it floats. Foscue zips in and grabs it to get out of the inning. New York gets nothing despite having 2nd and 3rd. No, with only 1 out. All right, guess who's up? 2 balls and a strike. Scooped to deep right field. And he can't bring it back. It just clears the wall. A tape measure shot, 376 feet in the top of the 5th for Joey Gallo. Let's go. And then they walk Peraza. Not a good pitch sequence for Malley. He's issued 3 walks. But then back to the pitcher. They take the lead runner at second on the fielder's choice, and then Jock Peterson to first, first to second, second to first. Cameraman, that was a double play. Hard to see with the cameraman getting lost in the crowd, but excellent double play from Foscue. A little looper single. Bottom of the 7th. So wait, is Malley pitching into the 7th? And then Uribe comes out. They take the out at first. So runner on third with only 1 out as the runner moves over. So Wells at third. Strike 3 for Uribe. Got him with a sinker on the outer half. And then Grisham. Strike 3. Uribe throwing heat, man. Get him. Strand the runner on third. There were some close ones then. And then Snyder versus Cabrera. Oh my God, that one's deep. On the warning track. And then pop fly to right. For out number 2. And then Suarez out for the save. Gives up a single to the gap. And then a pop-up. Okay, out number 1, runner on first. Austin Wells up. Hot shot, double play to end the game. Let's go, boys. Second short first. Nice little double play. Got the dub in Yankee Stadium, no less. Just bought another Gallo jersey after burning my first one. Yeah, we actually won a 1-run game. The other pitcher went a complete game against us, which is silly. But it was not a complete game shutout. And they lost. So, we've been struggling on offense these last couple, haven't we? Now we're going up against Garrett Cole, who's... Wait, is Garrett Cole doing bad in real life now? Why is he only rated at 50? In 2024, he had a 3.41 ERA in real life with 17 starts. Seems pretty... That seems better than a 50 to me. He's out for the season, yeah, but this game was made before this season. You understand what I'm saying? Based on 2024's numbers. So it's weird that he's only at 50. Paying him a boatload. So, man, I don't want to watch the game against Garrett Cole when we got Cade Horton. And why are my players so tired? 8% exhausted? Oh, those are my pitchers. You dingus. Only I was like, what? Freeman's tired, but he can get replaced. I'm stupid. Yeah, it's just my bullpen still has like Sal Frank, Stalmont, Lavender. Suarez is good to go for another game. Okay. So Bobby Miller, how you feeling? Day to day with the shoulder recovery time. 5 days? I think I have him benched. I'm gonna have him benched for 5 days so they don't use him at all. We're working a man down in the bullpen, but it seems like the bullpen's been pretty efficient. So I'm kind of okay with not bringing somebody else in and sending someone else down for now, but we'll see how it goes. Chad, do you want to see the new pitcher? Cade Horton? If you join late, we just traded Chang. Chang gone. He out. We traded Chang and Luis Gill, our other starter. And then some dude named David Beckles. But we got Cade Horton, 24-year-old, almost 25, gonna make his debut for Las Vegas. He's a 50 overall with a 55 potential, according to our scout. High loyalty, low financial ambition, but his adaptability is low, and he just got traded. So I'm gonna let you draw your own conclusion about what that means. No, I'm not. I'm gonna say that means he might suck for like some time. But you can bet, because I don't know what's gonna happen. You can bet. The only good news is that we're facing a righty, and we have a bunch of lefty. It is Garrett Cole, though. It is Garrett Cole. He's tough. Pitching splits. He's actually, yeah, he's worse against righties, but his whip is better. He's given up more homers to lefties, fewer strikeouts, and more walks. I think the ERA is not telling the whole story here. But yeah, Cade has up to 97-mile-an-hour velocity at the top end. He's got a fastball slider. He's still working on his pitches, but they have the chance to become incredible. Pretty high control, shouldn't be issuing many walks. Decent movement to his pitches. So we'll see how it goes. Good luck. Put your channel points on the line. You got 40 seconds. Tab back in and do it. All right, Freeman coming out. Unrow coming in at second. Freeman out. Unrow in. Is the only pinch hitter we have Mangum? Like, I guess I'll put Shunk in as a potential pinch hitter, since I think he's a righty. Who are we going against? The Yankees, Garrett Cole. It's gonna be tough. And it's a new pitcher who has low adaptability. New York has been picked for every single tab here. Did I check waivers after that game? Well, we'll have another chance to check it. I think I checked it, but I don't remember. I don't see anybody anyway. Yeah, the waivers are getting slim. I don't see anybody I want either. All right. Yankee Stadium, Cole on the mound. Cal Stevenson leadoff. Hoping to draw a walk. Hit one in the gap. Got a 332 OBP on the season. Garrett Cole pitching. He's got a 4.46 ERA this season with a 3-1 win-loss record. 8 games started. 10.5 strikeouts per 9. Lots of strikeouts. Nasty fastball slider, and then a curveball changeup and a cutter. Let's go. Hello, baseball fans. New York faces Vegas. Vegas is 5th in the AL West with a 54-64 record. 63-53, almost the inverse for the Yankees. Garrett Cole's got 47 strikeouts this season. Cal Stevenson on pitch number 3. Grounds it to short for out number 1. The Foz is up with a full count, hitting .226 this year. The Foz smacks it to third, but he'll be out number 2 with a bullet to first. Okay, 2 outs. Rafael Marchand, who was hot a month or so ago, strikes out again. He's cooled. He's cooled off a lot. Leadoff, Jazz Chisholm Jr., who was just, I swear, yeah, he was on the trading block and playing AAA for them a minute ago, and now he's back. I think he's a free agent this year. up against the newbie, Cade Horton, making his debut as an invader. He has pitched for Chicago in 2025 and 2026 as a major leaguer. And so far, the young 24-year-old has a career .336 ERA? Wow. With 34 starts. Oh my God. 1.13 whip. So not letting many runners on base at all. The home runs, 0.7 per 9 innings, 3.3 walks per 9, and almost 8 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's got 4.2 WAR this year for Chicago. What a steal. Seriously, I think that was a great deal, especially if he can get better. He can go up to 55 potential and work on these pitches to improve his stuff. So let's see what he's got. Primarily relies on the fastball slider, but can mix in the curveball and the changeup. Jazz Chisholm Jr. up first. And that's a hard grounder into the hole at second for a 1-pitch out. Went down and chased the slider out of the dirt. Now Oswald Peraza. He'll be a first pitch swing over to third. Grounded toward the hole. Young cuts it off. And that's 2 quick outs on 2 quick pitches. Jason Dominguez, I don't think that one's coming back to this planet. That one went to the moon. Speaking of keeping the home runs down, Jason Dominguez has his 22nd homer of the season. It went high into the sky, but only 343 feet apparently to squeak out of here. The fireworks going off in center field. That's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball pulled to right. And in his first appearance as an invader, he's given off a first inning homer. And now he'll face Aaron Judge, who on the season is hitting just .218 in 344 at-bats. 16 home runs with a 744 OPS. So Judge not doing so good this season, apparently. And he'll punch out. So home run, given up, comes back to get the strikeout. One across from New York. All right, Jake Fraley up for the Invaders.
Strike 3.
He'll strike out. Cole with his first strikeout of the game. And now Young up to bat. In the 5 spot, playing third today for the Invaders. He goes after a pitch way outside on a full count. Instead of taking the walk and laying off, he chases after the slider. Way outside. And now Winfield Perez.
Strike 3.
Back to back to back strikeouts. Garrett Cole fans 3. And New York up to bat again with Jock Peterson, Anthony Volpe. And then Ben Rice. His name Ben? No way his name's Ben, right? That's a leadoff single. Your name can't be Ben Rice. Cotton candy. It is, dude, how is your name Ben Rice, man? Can you imagine what he had to go through in school? If his nickname's not Uncle Ben, I don't know what it is. That's gotta be your nickname in school. It just has to be. And you have to lean into it because there's nothing you can do about it. Jock Peterson with a leadoff single here. Anthony Volpe up.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. That is the second strikeout for Cade as an Invader. Unk is a great nickname. Own it. You have to convert it to that. All right. Ben Rice playing catcher for them today. And that's going to be toward the hole. Second baseman has it. Quick double play there. Well played by the infield. Unrow to Arenamo to Foscue into the second. That was quick. All right, Arenamo, after helping turn 2 there, playing shortstop, chance to get a hit for Las Vegas, and he'll smoke it into center field. That's down for a shallow single. Las Vegas on the hit column now with a leadoff single for Joey Gallo. And the DH looks at strike 3. The changeup caught the corner, out number 1. Riley Unrow playing second, a steal attempt, no throwdown. Rice double clutches and is unable to get off a throw. 15 steals for Arenamo on the season. He's in scoring position. They haven't had many base runners these last 2 games, so trying to get extra bases anywhere they can for the offense.
Strike 3.
As Unrow also strikes out, Cole dealing his 6th K of the game, and we're only in the 3rd inning.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out Cal Stevenson, making the Invaders look silly up there. Nothing on a hit. 7 strikeouts through 3 is crazy. So Horton back on the mound to face Trent Grisham. That'll be popped up, skied on the infield. Might have left our orbit. Cotton Candy Unrow with out number 1 on the pop fly. And now Cabrera. Batting 256.
Strike 3.
Swings at the pitch outside. Slider runs away from him. And he is out number 2 on 4 pitches. Back to the top, Jazz Chisholm Jr. That's hard hit to the third baseman. Long throw, out number 3. Young over there making a nice play. All right. Foscue up now against Cole. Looking to get something going.
Strike 3.
He strikes out. Cole is unstoppable. Set down on the changeup that caught the corner just on the edge. And now Rafael Marchand. Don't do it, Marchand.
Strike 3.
He strikes out. I'm losing my mind. That's 9 strikeouts in the game, and we're only in the 4th inning. Strikeout City, I don't know. We have a team of contact hitters who have 55 avoid K, 55 avoid K, 70 avoid K for Marchand, Fraley's 55 avoid K, and we're striking out all over. Now Jake Fraley up trying to earn that extension that he thinks he's worth. That one up the middle, that's past the shortstop for a 2-out single. So grounded hard, second hit of the game for Las Vegas. And Jace Young looking for his first hit as an Invader still. He'll put that pretty deep to right, but it hangs up for the right fielder, out number 3. Cotton Candy. All right, Cade Horton back on the mound against Peraza, Dominguez, and Judge. Last time, Peraza grounded out. This time, that is not on the ground. That is whatever the opposite is. That one's out of here. Smoked. 347 feet to left for a solo shot, the second homer of the game for the Yankees. Tell them to give up their torpedo bats, please. Took the slider, caught too much of the plate, and punished. Now Dominguez, he had the solo homer earlier.
Strike 3.
But he'll look at strike 3 on a full count as the fastball comes through at 95 miles an hour at the bottom of the zone. All rise up and all sit down. Judge standing up, sitting down, doing some squats to get the blood pumping in his legs. He's going back to the bench, chasing the changeup outside at 80 miles an hour. Now Jock Peterson. That one into the gap. Oh, never mind. That hung up for the shortstop. The sound off the bat was really hard, so I thought that was a single easy. 7-pitch battle. Curveball. Snagged at short. All right, Winfield Perez. We got Arenamo and we got Gallo for the Invaders at the top of the 5th. That'll be down in shallow left field on a hop to the left fielder for a leadoff single. Winseal Perez with his first hit since 4 games ago. Now Joey Gallo on deck with Jadier Arenamo playing short today. Arenamo over to third. They get the out at second, but can't turn 2 with Arenamo's speed down the base pass. Fielder's choice out number 1. Joey Gallo represents the tying run at the plate. And a steal attempt, the throwdown. Arenamo picks up his 16th stolen bag of the season. Is that his second of the game? That is his second stolen base of the game. Trying to give his team a chance to crawl back into this one. Gallo, deep center field. They jump and bring it down. The center fielder makes the catch. Where's the stars? That doesn't have the stars. It doesn't have like the info. I don't know. Anyway, robbed of a hit and robbed of an RBI. Now it's up to Unrow. Past the first and second baseman into right. Not sure what Arenamo's doing because the cameraman chooses not to look. It looks like he'll hold up at third as that ball was sharply hit. So now with a hit, that'll move runners to the corners with 2 outs for Cal Stevenson.
Strike 3.
Who strikes out? That's 10 Ks for Cole. 2 stranded. Chases the fastball outside. All right, Anthony Volpe against Cade Horton, who's given up 2 dingers so far today in his display. Now we'll give up another leadoff single. That one's back up the middle. Volpe takes first. Ben Rice in play to first. First baseman will just take the out at first. Runner moves over into scoring position for out number 1. Trent Grisham into the gap. High up there. Left fielder Fraley calls off the center fielder. Out number 2. And Cabrera hangs one up into left field. Fraley makes the grab. Okay, so nothing for the Yankees in the bottom of the 5th. And now it's Foscue, Marchand, and Fraley up with Cole at 81 pitches at the top of the 6th. Foscue pretty deep into the gap and right, but too tall. Launch angle too high. Out number 1 on 2 pitches. Marchand hitting switch. Runs the count full. And he'll take a walk. I was waiting for the umpire to ring him up. So, nice eye, nice at bat there on a 7-pitch battle from Marchand. Cole does not get the call on the fastball down. And Jake Fraley tying run at the plate now for Las Vegas. That one is sprinted down by the center fielder. I don't know how to describe it because he ran so fast. On a 2-pitch out. Nice hanging fastball there. Meat Boy just up there in the zone. Couldn't do anything with it. All right. Jace Young still looking for his first hit as a Las Vegan. That one deep into center field, but not deep enough. Just shy of the warning track. Almost a big home run, but instead it's just loud out number 3. Okay, Horton back up for Las Vegas. It's 69 pitches in the bottom of the 6th right now. He'll walk Chisholm Jr., first batter he sees. Leadoff base runner. Oswald Peraza into the gap, shoots it between the right and center fielder all the way to the wall. Chisholm Jr. with his speed is probably going to try for home. Okay, it says he hustles into third, and they are held at third base. So runners at second and third now for Jason Dominguez with nobody out. In play, back to the pitcher. They hold the runner at third and retire Dominguez for out number 1. Good play, good play. Aaron Judge up, full count on him. In play, past the third baseman, into left. One runner's in. And Chisholm Jr. scores. Peraza to third. Judge on the RBI single makes the game 3-0 Yankees. Runners at the corners now for Jock Peterson, who smokes it to second, and they bobble it. Unroe with an error. His first miscue at second base. Had a chance to turn two with Judge's speed. Instead, Riley Unroe unravels this game, and that's going to be it for the starter. Cade has been taken out of the game in the 6th, with Andrew Salfrank coming in relief to try to get out of this jam. Runner on first and second. Volpe up. Batting righty, and that's scooped into center field. Center fielder jumps, can't get to it. It's over his head, and the wheels are coming off. 2 runners come around to score. The error. There probably would have been a double play to get out of it. Instead, it is 6-0 Yankees now. Salfrank gets the strikeout on the lefty batter, and Volpe still stands at second.
Strike 3.
Salfrank can get the lefties out. He cannot get the righties out. That's the problem. All right, well, 4 runs come across to score in the inning in various ways for the Yankees. It's 6-0 on 7 hits for the Yankees. And now Aroldis Chapman coming in the top of the 7th in relief to face Perez, Arenado, and Gallo. Batters are hitting .229 against him.
Strike 3.
Perez strikes out on the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Arenado grounded out last time. This time he'll ground out to short again. Volpe has it. Now Joey Gallo. Strikes out. 2 Ks in the inning. All right. Well, Salfrank is back out for Cabrera in the bottom of the 7th. Looking like a sad game for the good guys so far. That'll be down for a leadoff single. And now Chisholm Jr. in play, back to second. They get the lead runner, and they make no attempt at the double play. Out number 1. Peraza deep to right field, into the gap, on the warning track for out number 2, caught by Perez, who runs it down. And a hard liner to short. They make the out at second for out number 3. That retires the side. So now Riley Unroe, a chance to make amends for that error earlier. And he'll punch out. All right, time to send Riley Unroe into the void. Now Cal Stephenson with 3 balls and no strikes. He'll take a 4-pitch walk. Chapman back out for his second inning. Justin Foscue versus the lefty. Foscue towards center on a line, diving. The center fielder makes a spectacular running catch, because only their outfielders can make 4-star or better catches on 109-mile-an-hour liners. Grisham does have 70 outfield range and 70 center field aptitude, so he's getting paid $10 million to do that. So 2 outs for Marchand. In play to shallow right. Hangs up out number 3. 10 million. New pitcher for Las Vegas, Josh Stalmont, recent acquisition, comes in to face Judge. Count runs full. Stalmont has a 3.38 ERA on the season. And then Judge puts this one into center. Center fielder's got it. Perez doesn't even have to move, just watches it fall into his glove. 8-pitch battle that Stalmont wins. Gets him to fly out on the fastball. And then strikes out the next batter he sees. Jock Peterson. Now Anthony Volpe. Volpe, a little grounder to short. Hard play. Can't make the throw. Arenamo scoops it up, bobbles it, and can't get the throw off. An infield single on a tough play for the shortstop. 2 outs, 1 on for Ben Rice. In play into shallow left, and it falls. Tough play for Fraley. Can't make the catch. Over to second goes Volpe. And they walk the bases loaded. Stalmont loses Grisham on 5 pitches. Bases loaded for Oswaldo Cabrera playing right today.
Strike 3.
And he gets the strikeout with the slider. 3 left on. New pitcher up for the Yankees, Dari Moreta. 2.3 ERA on the season in 15 2/3 innings. He's only got a 40 overall rating, but he's got a put-away slider that seems to fool many. He's a right-hander facing down 2 lefties and a switch hitter. So let's see what Fraley can do with a full count. Top of the 9th, 3 outs, 3 chances left for Las Vegas to do something. Down by 6. We'll take a leadoff walk to get to Jace Young with 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
He'll strike out. Young fans having a tough time coming up out of AAA. Now Winfield Perez. Perez over to short. This could be it. Short to second, and they only get 1. Last chance for the saddest offense in baseball is Arenamo.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 looking. Couldn't swing or pull the trigger with a full count. That's game, boys. Blue believers will never believe again. Look at that line. Believers will never believe again. I told you guys it was probably going to be bad, but I wanted to watch the new pitcher. I figured there was a chance. Sad game. Horton takes the loss with 5 earned runs in his debut as a veganite. I'm surprised Moore didn't get scratched off for the error, but I guess just one of them. That lineup from New York was brutal. It was, yeah. It was. Stalmont and Salfrank did their job in relief, more or less. So I knew Horton was going to struggle with that low adaptability, but also the error kind of screwed him a little bit from Unruh. And then Unruh kind of screwed him, even though he got 1 hit. He's just bad. So is Gallo. We don't have our best players right now. Like we already struggle, but we don't even have our best players. You know what I mean? So we end up losing the series in New York. Wait, no, I don't. Yeah, wait, hold on. What was the first? Did we win the first one? We won the first one. Okay, so we have 1 more game in the series. Let me check waivers. Nobody really. Unless you want a reliever with no control. Probably not. Or you want to pay $1 million to Kirby Yates, who's decent. But our bullpen is still good enough, to be honest. Ripcade. Nathan Lavender's not so good. Yeah, Yates is he's pretty good. I just don't know if I need him for $1 million when I can't trade him. So I don't think there's anybody else just chilling here that would help me right now. Carlos Santana at 40 years old is here. What the heck? Rowdy Telez. What are you guys doing here, man? Okay. Marchand has really been struggling to the point where it might be worth considering changing the lineup. No, I mean, he's still got a 350 on base against righties. And he's still slugging 394. I'm just gonna move Fraley up. Not that that's gonna matter much. Tough, man, tough. Okay, who's pitching? Oh yeah, this one I'm expecting to lose because this is just who we've got pitching for a day while Bobby Miller is resting. And that's pretty much it. So, I expect to lose this one. Did I pay you guys out? I did. Also, we have to face Marcus Stroman, who has been solid. 2.99 ERA. 1.19 whip. Worse against lefties than righties, but still really good. Excellent against righties is ridiculous. Just send it. Win 7-6 in extras. Thank you. Thank you, extra inning gods. We pulled off another one. Let's see the highlights. So Bachman pitching in the bottom of the third. So it was pretty quiet through almost 3 innings. And then Bachman gives up the long ball. Dude. Austin Meadows with his 10th dinger. Okay, and then we're up to bat in the top of the 4th. Fraley at second, Marchand batting. See, just moving those two around. That's all it took, dude. How did that go through his legs? Oh my god. Oh. It like dropped in front of him slowly and just dribbled through his legs. Like, I don't know, but down for a hit. Okay, so down to third goes Fraley. And then base is now loaded with Young getting on base somehow? Did he walk? Base is loaded for Winseal Perez? Over to short. They bobble it! Volpe fields it cleanly and drops it for an error. Fraley in with a run. Marchand into third. Yeah, who's got the bad defense now, bitches? Bases stay juiced after the error for Arenamo, who has a slap into the gap in right on a... Oh, they dive and miss it. He was speeding over there. That's an RBI double? Meadows has no chance to get this one. He like slides for it. So not a bases clearing. It's a 2-run double. Vegas leads 3-1. How do we score the other run? They skipped one, didn't they? And then I guess they got out of the inning. We scored 4 runs in that inning. I don't even know where the rest came from. I'll have to look at the game log. Then Bachman back with Judge at the plate. Full count. In play down the right field line. 2 on, nobody out for Jock Peterson. Pop up. The first run scored on the error. Oh yeah, you're right. Austin Wells pops it up. Wow. Getting some real soft contact for out number 2. And then skip to the bottom of the 7th. We scored 1 in the 6th, apparently. Wasn't worth showing us, I guess. Runners at the corners for Jazz Chisholm Jr. against Sal Frank. That's going to be down for a hit and a run. 5-2, and then Peraza against Sal. Why do they keep bringing in Sal Frank? I need to get rid of Sal Frank, to be honest. I have him labeled as lefty specialist, but they just kind of bring him in for whoever they want, it feels like. We got Chisholm Jr. out at 3rd, trying to advance on the throw home, so that was a nice play, even if the run scored. So they scored 2. And then Arenamo up again. Past the 3rd baseman. Good for you, dude. He gets into 2nd. I assume he's safe. Yeah, he has a double, 15th of the season, and then, okay, bottom of the 8th, different inning. Sal Frank is up again? How do you let him come back out, dude? Is there no one else in the bullpen? I don't understand. And we're chasing down the ball while he goes for 3. Leadoff triple. Ball rolls past Fraley and reaches the wall. Okay, whatever. Why is Sal Frank still out here at this point? Please, God. I don't understand. Full count on Judge. Judge takes him deep, as anybody could have possibly predicted, to tie the game. Also, the ad's about to start in 10 seconds. So I guess I'll just keep it here for 3 minutes after we watch Austin Wells pop it up. Oh, Sal Frank ruining the game single-handedly for us. I don't understand. I'm gonna look at the box score after this and try and get to the bottom of it. I don't know how to tell the AI to be like, just only use him for lefty matchups. Such as, I don't know, everyone down here. Peterson, Wells, Rice, Meadows, Grisham. All right, ad starting. Turn your volume down, gamers. By the way, thank you for the Halborg DK sub, gift sub a little bit ago. Much appreciated. And Karth Vader for 61 months. What's up, Karth Vader? I saw Parkside earlier, but thanks again for the tier 2. And I saw Juan Yener said, let's hit some dingers. Let's hit some freaking dingers. All right, the ad just started. Oh. I can't believe we won this game, as stupid as it is. See, I don't think the Yankees lost this game any more than we almost lost this game, because I could have told you Sal Frank was going to give up the lead. I want to check the bullpen after and see if he was the only arm available or something. I don't know. Like, if he was the only one there, then whatever, but... How many runs did he give up? 4? To tie it? I don't know why you watch him give up 2 in the 7th with no command and then just send him back out for the 8th. Instead, like, you have Snyder, so why not just send Snyder out? Like, Snyder's out in the 9th, so why not send Snyder out in the 8th? Bad management. Bad. I think Uribe is fresh too. Yeah, I don't understand it. Maybe it's something to do with the settings of like slow to pull relievers, and I overtuned it. I'm gonna go back in and look, because it would have been a winning by 2 run situation in the 8th or something. like the 7th and 8th. So maybe I'll just ticket a couple boxes to make it quicker to pull relievers under those circumstances, because he's leaving them out there too long. Anyway, chat, how many of you guys have recently started playing a spreadsheet-esque game because of these streams? Doesn't have to be out of the park. I think a number of people are like, maybe I should load up Football Manager. Maybe I should play Hearts of Iron. I don't know, that one might be a stretch. I've been playing Football Manager for years. This just made me want to try Out of the Park. I recently did my taxes. Does that count? I also technically recently did my taxes. I did. Bringing back the Montreal Expos. Nice. Basketball GM's been my go-to. I haven't even heard of Basketball GM. I use spreadsheets at work, then I come home and play spreadsheet games. That's like pilots who play Microsoft Flight Sim when they have free time. Big hype on Out of the Park right now. I downloaded Hearts of Iron as a result of this, but I'm so bad at Paradox. Yeah, it's a tough game. Welcome back from the ad streamers. Okay, so the game's all tied up. They finally bring in Snyder. Wow, Snyder got a strikeout. It's almost like you should have started with that. Okay. And then Austin Meadows up. And wow, you got 2 back-to-back strikeouts. It's only like, almost like we should have done that from the beginning instead of let Sal Frank go back out for a second inning. So then we're tied at the top of the 9th. Raisel Iglesias, I don't know where the sound effects went. The sound effects are gone. But strikeout Mangum, presumably strikeout Foscue. No? Foscue gets a hit? Passive-aggressive caster. Yeah, I'm just going to tell him how I feel, man. Talk to me after the game. Fraley punches out. Okay, inning over. So, gotta hold it close to take it to extras. Snyder with a quick 3-pitch out to the first baseman. And then Chisholm Jr. with a grounder to second, and they botch it at first. Foscue, come on, man! Unrow comes up with it to throw to first, but it gets past Foscue for an error. Why is Unrow back out there again? Did he pinch hit, come back to second, and make 2 back-to-back errors in 2 back-to-back days? He must have been a pinch hitter. So, making it harder for Snyder. Takes a walk, so runners on first and second, threatening the walk-off now. Oof. Then Dominguez, ooh, big strikeout, out number 2. So Snyder basically clutched up and said, oh, then they pulled Snyder for Uribe in the bottom of the 9th, up the middle. But the second baseman's there? The range? Unrow actually makes the grab? I can't believe that didn't get past him. All right, we're back up to bat in the 10th, and we have a runner on third. No shot we have a runner on third and can't score it. No shot. Runner on third, nobody out. Lay down a bunt! I know I have bunt slider like down to almost 0, but there's gotta be exceptions for these things. Like, do something. Suicide squeeze. Like, now's you got runners on the corners. Fraley's fast. He can get the suicide squeeze in. Put the ball in play. Okay, not like that. No, not like that. Out at the plate. Oh. Running on contact. Oh. It's so sad. And then a pop-up. You can't have runner on third, nobody out, and not get the runner in, man. Okay, then Judge is the ghost runner on second. And Uribe strikes him out. Austin Wells strikes him out. Oh my God, Uribe is a god. Cabrera strikes him out. No input in play, but still 2 strikeouts. Nice. Oh, he's safe. Good try. Infield hit. Grounder back to the mound. Just throw to first, man. All right, so they managed to hold it down for the 11th. So we got Ghost Runner Arenamo. Gallo reached first, presumably on a walk. Unrow lays down the sack bunt to move the runners over. Good bunt for out number 1. Runners at second and third for Cal Stevenson, who puts it in play. They throw home. Does he score or is he out? Arenamo is cut down as Gallo takes third. They actually got the out at the plate. So runners at the corners, 2 out for Justin Foscue. Pitcher, they throw. And that retires Foscue. Okay, well. Unbelievable. Anyway, bottom of the 11th, they bring in Nathan Lavender to face Grisham and Chisholm Jr., which is a smart play. Lefty on lefty matchup. Strike 3 call, or swung at. Strikes out Chisholm Jr. back to back. And Oswald Peraza at short. Strikes 3 out? Oh my God. 3 strikeouts for Nathan Lavender. And now Fraley walks. Foscue Ghost Runner at second for Marchand. He walks. Bases loaded, walk, nobody out. Okay, so here's how we want it. Is it Shunk pinch hit? Shunk pinch hit wins the game. Just like we drew it up. Just like we drew it up. I like that 2 runners came around to score. Because we can't walk it off in Yankee Stadium, so it's nice that they're standing there admiring their ability to put us up by 2 runs. And then we saved our secret weapon, Robert Suarez, for when it was actually a save situation in the 12th. Just like we planned it. Gets the strikeout on Dominguez. Marchand scoops it out of the dirt. Then Judge in play, deep center field. Oh my God, it actually gets down to score the run to bring it within 1. For the 1-out double. This is a scary game, man. Okay, we know how it ends, though. So Suarez versus Jock Peterson. Gets the strikeout. 2 outs. Austin Wells in play. Got it. Shortstop makes the catch. Up the middle. GG's. Put the wraps on this one, just like we drew it up. In 12 innings of roller coaster emotions. Bachman, Stalmont, Sal, Frank Snyder, Uribe, Lavender, Suarez, just like we drew it up. Use the whole bullpen. Thank you for getting swept by the Sox. I took 2 games on the Yankees. We actually won the series somehow. Player of the game, Sam Bachman. They were just like, I don't know. Give it to the guy who went almost 6 innings of 1-run ball in a fill-in spot for Bobby Miller. Stalmont gave up his first earned run as a invader. Sal Frank, we know how that went. Gave up 3. Snyder with 1 2/3 innings. Uribe 1 1/3 innings. Lavender gets credited with a dub. Suarez with the save, despite giving up a run. Oh, what the hell happened? Nathan Lavender picked up the win. Aaron Bummer suffered the loss. Aaron Shunk's timely hitting seized the win with a 2-run single in the top of the 12th. Off the bench, his only hit in 1 at-bat. Sometimes winning takes more than 27 outs, said manager Scott Tyler. That's true. Is Cal Stevenson freaking 0 for 6 with no walks? The Foz, 1 for 6. Fraley, 2 for 5 with a walk. Marchand, 1 for 5 with a walk. Young, still 0 for 2 walks. He's got a 250 OBP without a hit. Shunk off the bench for Young with the pinch hit that won the game. So that was a great sub by the manager. 2 for 6 Perez with a ribby. Arenamo just casually 3 for 6 with 3 RBI. Gallo literally isn't here. Freeman 0 for 3. Mangum, they're trying to pinch hit. They can't find anything. Oh, man. Okay, so Arenamo had 2 doubles with 3 on the first time. That's what scored the runs. Bases clearing double, I assume. Perez had a double. Fraley had a double. Runners left in scoring position. Yes, correct. Team lobs. Left on base. Yes. Everyone. Stolen bases. Boom, boom, boom. 2. Boom. Look at this. Boom, 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 boom. We stole 5 bases. 7 and 13 errors? No, that's their totals on the season, brother. Those are totals on the season. If the number is outside the parentheses, that's this game. If it's inside the parentheses, it's this season. We do have a lot of fast guys. We steal often. We steal early and we steal often. What a ridiculous game that was. I can't believe we won the series. 5 big booms to them. Our bullpen's probably dead. Wow, the waiver wire is gone. Everyone's gone. There wasn't really anything juicy on it, to be honest. News that we missed. Matthew Boyd hoped for the best but expected the worst. Colorado medical staff say he'll miss the rest of the season with a torn UCL. He's discouraged but plans to come back strong next year. Miguel Vargas helped Chicago beat the Rays 15-3. He stroked 5 hits and 5 at-bats. 5-hit game. An RBI double, a 3-run homer. Doubled in the 5th. Hit a grand slam and doubled in the 8th? A double, a homer, a 3-run homer. So you had a double, a 3-run homer, a grand slam, another double, and then another double. Holy slugging percentage. Insanity. MLB The Show numbers. When it came to hitting the baseball, Kerry Carpenter had few peers in the American League this past week. He had a 500 average and going 12 for 24 with 4 homers and 8 RBI. This season he's hitting .301 with 24 homers. What a gamer. Garcia Jr., best player of the week for the Nats. 13 for 25 with 2 homers. San Diego loses Jackson Merrill for an additional 3 weeks with a torn hamstring. He's been out of action for 2 days. OBP leaders, Yordan Alvarez, Juan Soto, Bobby Witt Jr., James Wood, and Roman Anthony. Weekly power rankings, we're back to 25th after getting swept by the Red Sox. Johnny DeLuca had a 5-hit effort. He went on a rampage at Tropicana Field in the 16-6 Rays win over the White Sox. His philosophy paid dividends. He slammed 5 hits in 5 tries. A solo shot, single, double, and double, excuse me. Pasquantino hits 3 homers in a 13-11 Royals win over the Tigers. Why do you guys have all the good players? Where are the guys, my guys, that go 5-hit games? We get little news articles written about us. Eh? I gotta rest Fraley. And maybe rest Foscue. Against Reese Olson. Not looking good, boys. Let's go ahead and just sim this one. Fraley and Foscue. All right, Gallo, you're playing first today. Have fun. Mangum and whoever you want to DH. We don't have any good DH options. Shunk, I guess. I don't know, dude. Young, I need you to do something, man. Where's Flores? He's still injured. Has been for a little while now. I don't hate Mangum up here. Shunk needs to move down, though. I'm gonna move Arenamo up to the cleanup spot just for funsies. Well, I'll put Gallo in the cleanup spot. Stevenson, Mangum, Marchand, Gallo, Arenamo, Jung, Perez, Shunk, Freeman. Let's get it, boys. I believe. How's the bullpen, though? What bullpen? The good news is Woodruff has 55 stam, but it's like Suarez, who's a bit tired, Medina, and Lavender, who's a bit tired. We need another bullpen arm. We can actually take Bachman out of this. Put Miller back in, but that doesn't really help. Bachman's still exhausted. Three arms in the bullpen ain't good enough. Yeah, 12 innings took its toll. So, like, I have to make a really awkward AAA swap. But who do you send down here? I guess you send down Sal Frank temporarily since he's got options. And he's exhausted. Though we kind of need, like, a lefty pitcher, I think, right? We only have Nathan Lavender. Oh yeah, sucks against right-handers. Lavender, you are only specialist. Secondary role, middle relief, but I'd rather you didn't. Okay. Yeah, I think we move Sal Frank down. I don't really miss Burr. Why do we have 45 starting pitchers here? Santos has gotten better, according to Kang. That's cool. Approaching 45. Yeah, these guys are just people I hired from free agency. They're not supposed to be here for the most part. What I could do... No, I'd have to pay him. I don't know who's on the roster. The depth of this game is really cool. There is so much depth. It is a massive sandbox, False Lobster. Easy 1,000 hours. Really, unfortunately, it's Ryan Burr or Seth Blair, who were both awful. But we are already we're paying Ryan Burr $1 million to suck in both AAA and the MLB. So it's got to be someone we're already paying, probably. Until we get a day off to rest and reset. So it's just, they're both 40s. It's just, who do you want more? If we lose the game, we lose the game. I'm bringing Burr back in. That way we just have an extra arm in the bullpen to go to. Just to try and take some heat off. Okay, let's send it. Simulate. Pew. Lost 2-12. Glad we didn't watch that one. A 6 RBI performance from right fielder Josh Lau, who led the AL in stolen bases with 35 last year, led the Tampa Rays to a win over the Invaders, 12-2. Reese Olson tied for 10th in the AL with a 1.17 whip, was the winning pitcher. Over 6.2 innings, he allowed 1 run on 2 hits with 4 walks and 7 strikeouts. The Invaders have been locked at a 1-1 tie going into the top of the 4th. That changed quickly when top prospect Carson Williams came to the plate. He had a 2-run homer on a 1-2 fastball from Brandon Woodruff, his 16th homer of the year. We took a roundhouse punch to the chin, said losing manager Scott Tyler. That low loyalty, adaptability, and work ethic doesn't matter if you can hit 20 to 4. He hit 40 homers in AAA last year. Holy. That's got to be an outlier. Because his power is good, but it's not 40 home runs a season good. What a shortstop. The range is great. Errors down. So yeah, you take the bad to get the good. He seems good. Even though he's only hit 200 this season, there's definitely the potential there. So we just got walloped. 5 hits in the game, 2 runs scored. We gave up 5 in the 6th and 4 in the 7th. Woodruff, 4.2 innings of 3-run ball. Medina gave up 5 earned runs. Oh my God, just like in the All-Star game. That's our All-Star. Yes. And Ryan Burr came up to eat 1 inning, gave up 4 runs, predictably. But we took one for the team. This was a sacrifice. We had people on the bench. The bullpen was in shambles. Ryan Burr was injured while pitching. He's got back tightness for 1 day. That's his excuse. Mangum double. 2-out RBI, Fraley. Gallo hit into a double play. Gallo also stole a base for some godforsaken reason. So did Stevenson. And we got an outfield assist. Not much going on there. Not much going on there. I'm sending Burr down immediately. Don't worry. I just had to, like, use him to get through an inning, to be honest. Even if it cost us, we were already going to lose. So, like, it kind of doesn't matter by that point, you know? Nobody on the waiver wire. So sad. Yeah, that's the part of the season that we're in, is kind of just like the go portion. Unfortunately, more people are tired. Aaron almost tired. Stevenson's tired. John, when do we get a day off, man? We got to play 2 more games and then we get a day off. These guys are all shot. Bullpen's shot. Look at this bullpen, man. Now Burr's injured. Well, not really injured, but... Where is I mean, I guess I could call up any of these guys and just try and use Heaney in relief. But I have to pay him. That's the problem. I guess we still have money. I'm already paying Spencer Howard. He wasn't great with us either. Out of the bullpen. Pretty terrible. But we are paying him. And we're also paying Mason Montgomery to suck out of the bullpen. Remember our elite bullpen? All right, let's just rotate some dudes around. If I go to pitching for AAA, who's starting? Andrew Heaney starting for them. So if I just borrow Spencer Howard, who is already being paid, okay. Promote to Las Vegas, then they're gonna need Seth Blair to take a start or something. All right, you're just gonna have to. There you go. All right, Seth Blair's in. Make sure I don't screw the AAA team over. Bachman's exhausted too. Did he just pitch yesterday? No. He had to start. He pitched as a starter. All right, so now we only have Spencer Howard and Suarez available out of the bullpens. So like, what the hell do I do? Stalmont is tired. Snyder's at 64. Uribe's at 68. What would you do here, Chad? What should I do? Do I need to swap more dudes around? Like, I'm not paying any of these guys, though, I don't think. The problem with calling up Santos... Oh, the dude, oh, that guy, yeah. This guy? Yeah, he's already being paid from the expansion draft. Okay, I need to send someone else down first, like Lavender. Do we have space on the AAA roster? Yeah, we do. Okay, this is very difficult We've never been in this situation all season somehow. Lavender down. Santos up. Santos gonna get his MLB debut. Oh, we're gonna lose some games until we can reset. Okay, well, there you go. Extra arm. Santos has 45 stam. He can go long. Spencer Howard is better at going long, so we're gonna do Spencer Howard long relief backup. Okay. Good luck, boys. I'm not gonna watch this one because I think you're dead. I think you guys lose. Plus, I gotta sub like 2 to 3 people. Including Stevenson, Arenamo, and Young. Oof. Oof. Okay, so Stevenson's pretty easy. Gallo at first. Arenamo's sub is Unrow. And then Shunk. Oh. So Shunk at third, Unrow at short. What a team, man. What a AAA team this is. Wait, Foskew's at first. We need a left fielder. My bad. Gallo at DH. Shunk at third. Yeah, we need the left fielder. I mean, our right fielder. So that'd be Mangum. All right, go crazy. Mangum leadoff. Foskew, Fraley, Marchand, Unrow. Nope. Shunk, Perez. Gallo, Freeman, Unrow. Dear God, it's desperate. Dustin May, this is the best we could do, bro. Lost 1-5. Juan Cruz of the New Orleans King Cakes is ready to come off the IL. Did he automatically come off the IL? Because I didn't put him on. Okay, he did. Have fun. The Tampa Rays they scored they scored 4 runs in the 9th. Who did that? Suarez. No. That's a blown hold, isn't it? Well, I guess Spencer Howard gave up a run first. Is this not kind of the manager's fault? Alex's optimism gone, his joy extinguished. Like, you pitch May for 5 2/3. He gives you 1 run. That's good. That's great. Perfect. Lovely. Howard ate 3 innings, but you leave him out in the 9th? Instead of just bringing in Suarez to keep the hold? And so Suarez comes out to try to get the out? Why would you leave Howard out there into the 9th inning, even though it's a tie game? Just bring your closer out to make sure you keep the game close, right? Or bring out, we have other arms. We have Stalmont, Santos, Snyder is almost fully rested, and you're just like, nah, bro can pitch through the 9th inning. He's already pitched 3 innings. Give him another one. I guess it was 3 innings of 2-hit ball, so he was just like, maybe he was cruising for a bit. But by the time you need Suarez, it's too late, brother. Now you only bring him out to get 1 out, and he gives up 3 earned runs. What the hell happened? Spencer Howard, ground out, strikeout, hit by pitch. Okay, I mean, that's not too bad for Howard. Pulls him after the hit by pitch. Suarez to come out and get the out. Double, 2-run home run. Okay, so Suarez just could not get an out to save his life. With 1 man on first. But, I don't know, I would just let the closer have a clean inning. So Suarez has been having, he was very front-loaded in how good he was. You know what I mean? Now he's started to regress. If you just look at his game log, it's like blown save, took the loss, blown save. Like, I feel like he's had more. If you look at his like early games with us in 26, it was just like this is the earned run column, and it was like 2 zeros, 2 zeros, 2 many zeros, 2, and now it's started to get like 1 1, next game 1, 2 games 2, 2 games 3. Like he's starting to fall apart. But I don't know how to get rid of him, because he might just take the contract and make me pay him $8 million. So, granted, you have to score more than 1 run to win. And our offense is kind of balls right now. Like, Mangum, 2 hits from the leadoff is good. Foskew hit. Fraley, nothing. Maybe, you know what, chat? I'm glad I didn't pay Fraley a 4-year deal right now. We'll see if he shapes back up, but he's on a cold streak at the moment. compared to what he was at before, for sure. Marchand's cold. Shunk is just a bench player. Perez 1 for 4. Gallo 1 for 3 with an RBI. Scored her only run. Fans are probably not happy. You know, they were filling the stadium, and now we're back down to here. I do not care, Ryder Brooks. You do what you want. All right, we just need to get through this last game, and then we have a day off. Marchand, you get the bench. Bobby Miller is actually fine. I think we move. We might even keep Spencer Howard, but take back. I don't know. Do we just keep what we got right now? And just give Dayan Santos a chance? Because, like, who else is there? I don't remember. Who was the other guy we sat down? Oh, it was the lefties. We don't have any lefties. We have no lefties. All right, we need a lefty. Sal Frank and Lavender were both very good at getting lefties out. That was kind of the main thing. Sorry, Santos. I don't know if you got the pitch. Did you? No, you didn't get the pitch. Sorry, bud. Sal Frank's rested. Give them Spencer Howard back. Take Lavender. We do need lefties. Okay. Lavender's still exhausted. Sal Frank is fine. Stalmont's fine. Snyder's fine. Medina's a little tired. They could make it. Uribe's a little tired. They could pull it out. All right, last game before the day off. Good lord. Just feed them the lefty lineup. Good luck. Win 8-1. We salvaged one from the series. The Las Vegas Invaders picked up a win at Omnibus Park, downing the Tampa Rays 8-1. On the mound was right-hander Tyler Mahle, who proved pivotal in the win. The fifth place Invaders improved to 56 and 67. Mahle confounded Tampa hitters. Over 6 1/3 innings, he allowed no runs on 3 hits. Tyler was magnificent, said Scott Tyler. Eight runs on 9 hits. 0 for 1 Cal Stevenson with 4 walks in the game. Huge OBP booster. Mangum 2 for 5. He continues to hit pretty well. 2 strikeouts. Fraley 2 for 5 with 5 RBI. That is a Fraley homer with 2 on, a 3-run homer, and a double with 2 on. There's that Fraley production we've heard so much about. Foscue 3 for 5 with 2 RBI. Young got his first hit as a Invader. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. And 2 walks. We need more of those hits, please. Gallo 1 for 3 with a ribby and a walk. Freeman Ofer. Grandal classic Ofer, but he took 2 walks at least. Foscue double. Fraley and Foscue had homers. Foscue has 50 power with a chance to put up 55 with some training. If you can get that 55 power and you can get the avoid Ks higher, you're going to end up with more homers. He had 28 in AAA last year. So he might, based on the same pattern, he should put up another 3 to 5. Should be at like 16 to 18 homers by the end of the year. 22 lob. I mean, 10 for us. 10 total left on base. That's just how many individuals saw it overlaps the same runners. This is the total unique runners. These can count everybody overlapping. So Aranama was the most unclutch, basically, in this one. But yeah, Malley and Medina combined for the dub. 6 1/3 shutout innings for Malley. Medina 2 2/3 innings. They just let him finish the game. That makes sense when we're up by that much. Cal Stevenson ties the Las Vegas regular season game record for bases on balls with 4 walks in the game. I like that fun fact. That is a fun fact. That was a 4-hit game for Tampa. So, hallelujah, we did it. We made it to the day off for everyone to rest. Dion George? Maybe? Dion George? Honestly, not good, but not bad to just put in your AAA system and maybe you get a shortstop with some good range just down there for emergencies. I don't know. Probably not a bad pickup. Just we have money right now. Nothing to spend it on. Right? We have like $4 million available. So what's 770K to just have a dude down there who could get a little better. I'll grab it. I don't hate it. If we don't spend the money, we pretty much lose it. League news? Shane McClanahan loses the season. He's out for the year. He suffered a torn rotator cuff. The team knew that the chances of seeing him return were slim to none, but today it's official. This year, he was 12 wins, 5 losses with a 3.34 ERA. It's rough, bud. Thanks, dude, this is like the third 5-for-5 game. Thanks to Jarren Duran and his big bat, the Red Sox derailed the Oaklamento Aztecs, aka the Oakland Athletics. 14-1 at Sutter Health Park. Boston center fielder had a standout game, 5-for-5, with a single, a walk, a double, a single, and a solo home run off Inoa. Oh man, Inoa is on the Oakland team. That was he was a vulture last year. He's got a 2.94 ERA for them this year out of the bullpen. Good for you, dude. Dylan Cease came out firing strikes, and when the game ended, the Angels hurler had struck out 8, leading LA past the Blue Jays 9-0. Cease allowed just 2 hits. I'm glad that one's in the rearview mirror, said John Schneider. Okay, finish today. Let everyone rest. He's gonna sign the qualifying offer so you don't get a pick, then scouts will update him to a 40 overall. Oh no, you think so? Sal Frelick suffered a broken elbow bone and has not played since 2 days ago. Hitting 246 with 4 homers. Okay. What else do we need to check on that we haven't checked on in a while? We should check on some like player feelings and stuff like that. Ow. Oh, Cade Horton up the pitch again. Yeah, we should check on some like meet the team stuff and some stats, because I bet we've fallen off the deep end. League rank in relief is still 5th. Snyder's our best. We're 11th at third base with Young, apparently. 10th in starting pitching. Woodruff is our best according to the game. 25th in closers. Woof. Antonio Del Bosque is still our top prospect. He's a 45 now relative to rookie ball. I could just go ahead and get him started, or did he just wait till he's 18? Are your farm teams relievers? Nope, we fixed all that. It took a while, but it's all fixed. They're too good for what they are. We still need to, like, pare it down. But we actually have some people that are, like, going to be actual prospects. So they went from ecstatic to just happy, which is understandable. We were on a bit of a winning streak for a while. Apparently our farm is 7th? I don't understand how it's 7th, but okay. We still have some budget things to figure out for next year. We've got $75 million that we're responsible for next year already. But we're gonna let some of these people walk. I don't know if I want to pay Marchand 5.5 mil, but right now it's better than what we've got. I definitely don't want to pay Luis Medina 3 mil. I'm definitely not paying Ryan Burr. I'll tell you that right now. And a few others. Definitely not paying Stalmont 1.6 mil. So there's some people that we're going to have to deal with. Suarez has an option. I'm hoping that he takes it, because I don't want him next year, and that would save us $8 million bucks. But we will need a closer. But we have Uribe, so we don't really need him. Oh yeah, Snyder responded to me in my email, and I'd never read it. I just remembered it popped up, and then I skipped it, and then ADHD forgot about it. I am honored to be re-signing with Las Vegas after the past few months of uncertainty. The rumors really get to a guy, particularly a guy who lets things bother him like I do from time to time. Do we got him so cheap? Your $6.5 million offer is exactly what I'm looking for in a deal, and I'll gladly sign with you again. We got a steal on Snyder. He's our best reliever, rated a 50, and he was up for arbitration for like 2.3 or 2.4 million, and we got him to sign a 3-year deal for 2.1 million. He was going to be like up for the next few years of arbitration, getting like more expensive each year, and he just hates money. So he signed a deal worth less than he could have gotten from arbitration by a lot. If we had to pay him arb, it was going to cost like 2.3, then it was going to cost like 4 or 5, then it was going to cost like 7 or something. So instead, we just got him for like 6 million flat for, well, not flat, 6.4 million. And if he sucks, then we just lose 2 million a year. It's a small risk for who's currently our best reliever. So he just gave up all the money, I guess. He's a team player. Good teammate who enjoys hanging with friends. I forgot what page it was on that showed me whether people were friends. It wasn't Meet the Team, and it wasn't Team Chemistry. It was something else. It was a hidden page that showed me how they felt about each other or something. There's a lot of hidden pages in this game. I don't remember where it was. What was the win percent for the Vultures at the end of the season? I don't know. We tied the record for like the best expansion team first season record in baseball or something. I forgot what it was. Where the heck was it? None of these. 70 and 92, I think, last year. This sounds about right. That does sound about right. Because we were looking at like personnel and seeing who liked who and who had various good relations. Scott Tyler has at least got good. That's why Nathan Lavender and Foscue are kind of grumpy, because they don't like Scott Tyler. But everybody else likes him a decent amount. But yeah, we got some like people with average relationships, unfortunately. Staff cohesion is currently ecstatic. I guess that's pretty good. Oh, here it is. Wait, it's on? Hold on, no, it's not. I'm stupid. I swear there was a page over here. Whatever. All right, bullpen is mostly good. Yes, they're all good. Cade Horton up to pitch. He's got another opportunity. Is there anything else that we need to look at or work on? I guess we need to check on our prospects to make sure they're playing okay after a few more games. And or change the lineup, depending. The lefty lineup: Stevenson, Mangum, Fraley, Foscue, Young, Arenamo, Gallo, Freeman. I hate this lineup. Good freaking luck, Cade Horton. And you're playing against Martin Perez. I don't know what music this is. Ah. Manifold Garden. This dude's got 4 starts, not a huge sample size, but weaker against righties. Makes sense. We have almost no righties. Good luck. Win at Cleveland. Antonio Velez of the Cowpokes was diagnosed with a sore shoulder. All right, that's fine. They should have enough pitchers. Las Vegas beat Cleveland on the strength of starting pitcher Cade Horton's fine effort. The right-hander led his team to a win, 4-3. The defeat makes Cleveland 60 and 63. Horton allowed 1 run over 8 and 2/3 innings. Oh, Jesus. Did he almost no-hit them? Oh my God, he almost no-hit them. On a complete game. The last guy got a hit. The very last guy broke up the no-hitter and hit a home run. Bo Naylor. They will always remember breaking up the no-hitter with the home run from Bo Naylor last out in the 9th inning. He almost was our franchise first no-hitter. So sad. Cade Horton, fly out, strikeout swinging. Oh my God, he got 2 of the final outs. Then a walk. And they brought him out after the walk. And then Colin Snyder. Okay, so he actually did not give up a hit? Only Colin Snyder did. Because he was at 103 pitches. So they didn't want him to get injured. I would have left him in there, though. You leave a guy in there and just see what happens at that point, I think. If I were managing, I would just leave him in. He must have given up a hit earlier. Maybe he did. I don't freaking know. Yeah, he must have given up a hit earlier. Yeah, right here. Bottom of the 7th? Okay, never mind. So it wasn't as dramatic as I thought. It was still a no-hitter through almost 7 innings, which is impressive. And it was almost a complete game shutout. So it would have been a complete game shutout. But then Snyder came in and apparently almost ruined it for everyone. Snyder has been great all season, and now he's having some iffy moments. Gave up a single, gave up a 3-run homer in the 9th, and then got the strikeout. He almost gave Cade a loss. Wouldn't he have taken the loss? It would have been a blown save. And a loss, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know which one. Anyway, good game for us. We had 9 hits. Cade would have got a no decision. Yeah, I don't think he would have gotten the loss. So who was Joey Gallo was the hero. That's right, the Joey Gallo 2-run home run night. Once in the 7th inning with 1 on, 2 outs, and in the 9th inning with nobody on, 1 out. The 9th inning insurance run that won us the game. So Joey Gallo, secretly the 2nd MVP after the amazing effort from Horton. He also got caught stealing. Gallo, brother, stop stealing. Base run normally. You're slow as dirt. Very conservative. Don't hit and run. Don't sack bunt. Stop stealing, you dingus. Freeman with a hit. Grandal with a hit. Fraley 2 hits. 3 walks in the game. Ad's about to start in 10 seconds. Just a heads up. Yasmani Grandal had a double because of course he did. But we still had 3 stolen bases. What a game, dude. All right, I'm gonna take a quick BRB while the ad's playing before going through more. I'm trying to get through, we're almost through the season, to be honest. We're 11 games back in our division, and we're 8 games back in the wild card, so it's probably not gonna happen unless we go on a run. However, we may have gotten swept by the Red Sox. We won the New York series, lost the Tampa series. That's breaking even. We could sweep Cleveland. I don't know, man. They don't have the greatest pitcher coming out. Ryan Yarbrough, 34-year-old, 45 overall starter. And they went through 3 bullpen arms. We only used 1, so our bullpen's fresh. All right, ads are running. Do we play the Pioneers? I don't know. I'll have to look. I'll check on that. All right, I'll be right back while the ads are running. I'm gonna grab a snack and a refill. Do you guys want some cold cheese naan? If you think about it, cheese naan, it's basically Indian pizza. How are the divisions doing? Close race in the AL Central between Tigers and Royals, the Mariners and the Aztecs, the Mets and the Braves. Cards are 4 games back, trying to get to the defending World Series champs. And then the Dodgers pretty far out in front in their division. Rockies are actually have a positive record. We got a dude. We have a dude. We're paying Dion Jorge to probably play in AAA. The problem is they have to cut someone from the 40-man roster. Probably Drew Ellis. And if someone takes him, it is what it is. Okay. Should be good. Now what? I'll check the waivers myself. Check the free agents. Is there anything else that we should be checking? Maybe we check on our... Let's check on our prospects after this series. Maybe that's a good idea. All right, the lefty lineup, such as it is. And then who's pitching for us? Bobby Miller. He's back after a short stint on the bench. He missed a start with a sore shoulder. How many games left in the season? A little more than, way more than 10. This many, and then this many. We're getting close though, relative to the rest of the season. The season big. This big, this big, this big, this big, this big. And now we're here. Okay, boom, send it. Loss 4-5, close game. They don't have enough pitchers because like 3 of them are on the injured list. I'm just gonna send one of these bros up. At random to AA. I think they have enough other fielders, hopefully. Okay. Why did we lose? Because we suck. No, that's not why. The Cleveland Guardians spoiled a good performance by right fielder Jake Mangum, bumping off Las Vegas 5-4 at Progressive Field. Mangum was 3 for 4 with a double and 2 singles, driving in 2 runs and scoring once. Cleveland DH Travis Bazana contributed a timely at bat in the bottom of the 5th. With 2 down, he hit a slider to center field for a run-scoring single. We had 9 hits to their 11 hits, and then we had 4 runs to their 5 runs. A Mangum double, an Arenamo double, a Young triple, there you go, and a Gallo homer. Just like we drew it up. Why does he always hit homers with nobody on base? Foscue stolen base, got an outfield assist. Hey, we caught 2 of them stealing as well. With Grandal as catcher? What? So Miller just had a bad game. Off the week off. 5 earned runs on 10 hits, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 86 pitches. He just had a bad game because the bullpen was good in relief. Fly out, single, walk, and then the manager had seen enough. It was a good substitute, but he just gave up 5 runs in too few innings. We couldn't do anything back. Jake Mangum, player of the game. Okay. Sure, why not? So they went through a number of bullpen arms. Clase got the save. All right, we can win the series by winning the next one. No, it's an off day. What? Or is it's not an off day? Brian Salazar of the King Cake suffered a day-to-day injury, moderate effect, 1 to 2 weeks. Who? Chat, what was his name? Oh, he's right here. He's automatically on the IL. What is up with these relievers, man? I mean, 13 should still be enough. In theory. Yeah, they seem to have a lot of people. Plus, they have this dude who's a two-way player, so their bullpen should be pretty good. All right, they're fine. Anybody interesting? Okay. Next game, and then let's check on our prospects. So it is another lefty, Quintana, who they were trying to trade to me. He's been doing good. Versus righties, he's doing a little worse. Fewer strikeouts. Yeah, we're probably going to lose this one too. Just real quick, let's check the splits. See if anything's changed versus lefties. Joey Gallo randomly with a 361 WRC plus against lefties. He's just been hitting homers, 3 homers in the last 2 games. Okay, I see you, man. I see you. Whereas Cal Stevenson, way down there. I think you just leave him right where he is, to be honest. I thought Grandal was going to end up better than Marchand here, but actually, nope. Because that's like, oh, well, at least Grandal... Nope. I'm just putting Marchand back in instead of Grandal at the bottom of the order. My lineup against lefties might be bad, but it's more like our team against lefties is bad, so I don't know what to do about it. I might just have Shunk try and play instead of Freeman today. There we go. And switch out Grandal for Marchand. Marchand, for whatever reason, is just terrible against left-handed. He's as bad as Yasmani Grandal is. They have the same average against lefties. Don't know what's going on there. Brandon Woodruff pitching for us. I'm hoping for a good one. He's one of our aces, dude. Got him for the next year. Maybe we need to renew him. All right, lock it in. Pew. Loss at Cleveland 0-3. Rip series. Rip playoff dream. No runs on 4 hits. Feels bad. Woodruff pitched 6 innings of 3-run ball, and Stalmont with the last 2 innings of no runs, and we just couldn't score. Steele, 6 innings of shutout ball. Sucks to suck. Foscue double. That's the only thing to get excited about. Young went 2 for 3 when no one else was hitting. Arenamo 1 for 3, and then everybody else just sucked. Foscue, Young, and Arenamo are the only hits. Glad we didn't watch that one. And then bottom of the 6th, Brandon Woodruff gave up ground out, solo homer, ground out, fly out. Back-to-back homers. Feels bad. Gallo hitting 164. It's funny because of his home runs. He's got a 761 OPS, which beats many people on our team just because of the homers, which is funny. If you look at our lineup and just sort by OPS plus, he is actually at 106 OPS plus because of the homers relative to how many at bats. So that's how bad our team is at offense. That he's actually somehow being productive there. It's embarrassing. Pure power and OBP, yes. 270 OBP. Despite the average. All right, bad series. Mr. Ix, I'd like to stay in Las Vegas after my contract runs out, says Joey Gallo. The Invaders have a great organization and great fans. It is a great place for my family, too. I love to gamble and go to the casinos, and I would like a penthouse suite in the Cosmopolitan. If you're willing to work with me, would you prepare an offer? We'll take it from there, and I'd like to play some blackjack with you later, too. Oh, that's crazy. Now you're speaking my language, Joey. Anyway, I am not re-signing Joey Gallo. I don't care if he sends me a nicely worded email. The Brewers lost Sal Frelick for the rest of the season. A broken bone. Kevin Frankenberg was in a mood to talk following Williamsport Crosscutters contest. These guys are in the draft league. Okay. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. was injured today in the game against Kansas City and had to be helped off the field by trainers. He fractured his rib and is expected to be out for 5 weeks. It happened while he was running the bases. It hurt a lot, to be honest. I just hope it heals soon to get back on the field. He's got 22 home runs on the season, hitting at a 285 clip. For Zach Neto, it was not an average day at the ballpark. I've always loved hitting at Fenway, he said. You could see the ball so well. For the game, he had 3 hits and 5 at-bats with 6 RBI. Player of the week for the Rays get it, Braden Taylor. 3 homers, 10 runs batted in. Brandon Nimmo, player of the week. Starting pitching leaders, Roki Sasaki, Chris Sale, Garrett Crochet, Framber Valdez, and Logan Gilbert. Chat, you guys want to pay $20 million for Framber Valdez at the end of this season? Just kidding. I don't know how much money we're actually going to have. Power rankings. We are somewhere down there. Way down there. What? A 5 for 8 day at the Trenton Thunder. Draft League. Okay. The Draft League playoffs. I don't really understand what the Draft League is. How you Lee out for the rest of the season. Strained hip muscle. Top 30. Let's go. Let's go. Wait for Gallo to retire, then turn him into coach. Exactly. He can be our coach. Okay, I said I was going to check on the dudes. Let's check on the dudes. You guys want to see how the dudes are doing? Let's look at our shoulda, coulda, wouldas first. Here are the guys that we didn't get for some reason or another, or that we traded. Luis Gill with Chicago has a 2.19 ERA in 2 starts, where he just had a 7 1/3 innings of shutout ball and then 5 innings of 3-run ball. Chang, let's check on Chang. With Chicago, Chang is 1 for 16, hitting .062. Negative 64 OPS plus. So he'll get, it's only 16 at bats. Doesn't mean a lot. He hates Chicago. These are just dudes that aren't playing yet. They were like prospects, international prospects. This was a college player who hasn't played anywhere else yet. I don't remember why Caden Wallace. When he's a AAA dude. When did we have a chance to get Caden Wallace? And there's David Beckles. Okay, not much going on there. 2026 didn't draft these. Those will be people to check on later. What was I even coming here to look at? Okay, I was coming to look at our amateur draftees because I want to check on them. So Jason DeCaro is like one of our top prospects. If he was our first pick in the first round, overall he was 4th pick. 2.25 ERA in 3 starts for him in A ball. He's a 50 overall relative to A. Should I go ahead and move him up to high A where he's still a 50 but has worse traits? It's probably fine, right? I just wanted to make sure he was okay here first. Double A, he's a 45. We're hoping DeCaro turns into a god at some point. High leader, high adaptability, high work ethic. 65 potential. He's also 20 years old. Does that improve him faster? So basically, like when they're in your minor league systems, your goal is to give them the ability to play as much as possible at a level where they will be able to sort of like keep rising through the ranks. So if you go too high too fast, like if we wanted to send him to AAA, he's like a 40 overall, and that's right under the threshold of where it's like probably fine. But I think that the goal is like 45 is pretty. He's got 45 control, 45 movement, 40 stuff, 55 PBABIP, Should be fine to go to high A. And he's got 3 starts where he's got 2 quality starts. And then I don't know what the 3.2 innings it was here. What happened here? He gave up 1 earned run, but 7 runs came across on 5 hits. What? Okay, I mean, I could just leave him here a little longer because he has like 50 control, 45 stuff. I'll just leave him here. I'm not in a rush for a couple more games. He's probably fine with 45s. Yeah, I'm just thinking 5 hits, 7 runs is kind of a lot. I don't know what happened in that game, but... So yeah, you're trying to hit the curve to kind of facilitate their growth without drowning them in a league that's too difficult where they won't be able to grow. Like, you want them to play, but you don't want them to be dominant. You don't want a guy who's 80 relative to his league. Like, if I put him in rookie ball, he's a 65 relative to rookie ball. So he'd be like, oh, he'd be the best pitcher in that rookie league. So you want him to be challenged some so he can grow, but you don't want to overdo it. But to me, he seems like he'd be fine for high A based on this. The problem is if I promote him to high A, now I need to go to the high A pitching staff. And make sure he's pitching. Okay, so he's in the lineup. And then whoever the worst of these pitchers is, like this dude probably shouldn't be here. Maybe we could take Patel and kind of replace him. So go back to Class A. Tell the manager to update staff. There you go. Okay. Just making sure. No. Who's next on the list? Ryan Garrity has a partially torn labrum and is out for 2 months. Ugh. It's unfortunate. That's the rest of the season, brother. We'll have to get you in next year. Charlie O'Shell has had 5 starts, 3.26 ERA. He is currently in high A also. He's a 50. He's a 45 relative to he's a 45 relative to double A with 45 stuff, 40 control. That's probably fine. I think. I don't know. I'm new to this, so I don't know too much. I feel like that 45-50 range. 3.26 is pretty dominant. Is better than his college performance. And 5 starts, I feel like is a reasonable sample size. So he seems pretty good. Like he's a 60 potential MLB. The ratings are where we look, and he's probably fine with 45s. Yeah, it depends on if this is enough. I think it is. Let's go. Send him up to double A. Okay. Again, same thing. Pitching staff. Double A. Update staff. With Charlie O'Shell. Then I'm just going to take... Bro, he's like their worst... He's their worst overall. We have too many gamer gods in AA who aren't supposed to be here. You know what I'm saying? We need worse players. Should I just, like, release this dude? He's a 45 relative to MLB. He's smurfing. Bro is smurfing. Actually, though. Best thing to do is probably actually just put him up to AAA if we have space. We have space. All right, so just move him up. Okay. That wasn't my prospect Vorpal dude. These are my random ass, like, we hired these guys from free agency who used to be MLB players just to fill out our minor leagues. And they're too good relative to the league that they're in. Apparently. Okay. Fixed. And then Oshel is a starter. Good. What about Hosky? Hosky's in rookie ball? I don't think rookie ball is even playing right now. But I'm just going to leave him where he is because his control's really low and his stuff's really low. And then Dotson. Luke Dotson. He's an A. 45 stuff, 45 movement, 40 control, and he's got a 5.87 ERA. Why did he start? He started 3 games, and I was like, no, he's a reliever, you dingus. So we changed him to reliever. Though I might... Doesn't seem like there's much difference between rookie and A for him. Yes, there is. So I might just demote him to rookie. Okay. I want you to use Luke Dotson, please. Thank you. All right, sick. This is why we only do this every so often. And then batters, we got Braden Holcomb, who's in A-ball. And he's currently hitting .095. Okay, I'm sending you down, brother. In 84 at-bats. We're sending you to rookie ball. I misjudged. My bad, bro. So sorry. He has... And there's Luke Stevenson. He's in rookie ball and isn't playing, but I don't know why. Catcher. Like he doesn't have any at-bats yet, which seems odd. But he's a starting catcher. So I don't know, is rookie ball just done? Like, is their schedule over? They just play in May, June, and nothing else? Oh, man. That's it? You're not gonna get any training, brother. It is what it is. Okay, we lost the series. My dreams of a future playoff push are over. I blame trading the bullpen pieces and not being able to hit the ball. And having to constantly play against left-handed pitchers. That as well. Who's pitching for us? Dustin May. Win at Baltimore 10-6. Seth Blair suffered a day-to-day injury, tired arm, 2-week recovery. The curse is on the Flores injury, kind of true. They might need another reliever, but 8 bullpen arms should be enough to carry them through. Baltimore down 10-6 by Invaders at Omnibus Park. Jace Young hit 2 home runs. He drove in 6 runs and scored twice to lead the charge. Las Vegas currently is 5th place in the AL West. The game was up for grabs in the bottom of the 9th. With 1 out, Young hit a sinker from Felix Bautista for a grand slam walk-off home run. The Invaders, in dramatic fashion, had their walk-off win. We'll put this win in our pocket and go after the next one, said Young. Holy moly. We only needed 1 run to win, and he said, why settle for 1 when I could have 4? I gotta watch that one. Wait, I thought this was home. No, this isn't even the one I want. Win versus Baltimore. Oh, it's this one. Bottom of the first. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Foscue on first. Stevenson on second for Young. Takes the walk to load the bases against Quintana. 15-year contract for him immediately. Yeah, quadruple A guy, Vorpal dude, is what we were talking about earlier for sure. Arenamo, 2 outs, bases loaded. Shoots it over to second, and they get out of the jam. Bases stranded. Feels bad. How dare you, Jackson Holiday, be an 80 overall, you bastard. How dare you? Joey Gallo, another homer to right for the home crowd. This is so stupid, man. Yeah, just put Joey Gallo in the lineup and he'll just hit home runs occasionally, I guess, and help you win the game when he's not striking out. And then Mays on the mound, 2 outs, Holiday at second, full count on Gunnar Henderson. And that is... Oh, I hate when the center fielder just walks over and then jumps and can't get it. It's such a weird, wonky animation for a line drive that makes no sense. So that scored a run. Baltimore ties it on an RBI double by Gunnar Henderson. And then we're back up. Mangum on first for Young. Steal. Throw down. Safe. And then scoop to deep, right in the gap, and that's the first Young homer. Dun. That one just touched the top of the wall. It tape measured over the wall. Dude. Young with his first homer as an Invader. What a gamer. Basallo on first. I assume it's Basallo and not Basayo, but it could be either. Bregman up. Bregman is an Oriole in this timeline, and he grounds into a double play. Classic, that's vintage Bregman. So right now it's 3-1 us, and then Gunnar Henderson takes us deep into that great clips, almost into the bullpens. 396-foot bomb. And then Uribe is up in the 7th. Gives up a hit, 1 out hit up the middle. Which brings up Lane Thomas. I don't know. Thomas is on base now. For Kobe Mayo. Kobe Mayo into center. Out number 2. And then Uribe versus Jackson Holiday. Okay, it was a steal. Marchand has no throw. I was trying to figure out what was happening. Full count. Thomas in scoring position. Walks him. Bring in new pitcher Nathan Lavender against the lefty Kierstad and Henderson, which I think is smart. Gets the grounder to first to get out of the inning. Nice playing matchups there. I like it. And then home stretch, 7th inning stretch. Then them at the top of the 8th. Lavender stays in against Gunnar Henderson, which I think is also smart. In play to third on the full count. Looks good. Good plays. Good management as well, I think, to keep it close. And then going to Snyder, but I think that they must have gone to Snyder for O'Neill. I don't know. Then he gives up a hit to the lefty all the way down the line. Lefties hit Snyder okay. Base hit, 2 base hit for Basalo. Okay. And then Snyder versus Bregman. And Bregman lines it against the shift. So that's down. We're playing the shift in the outfield, and he just put it into the gap. Maybe the shift not so good in this ballpark. That should tie it up. So that makes it 3 everyone. Bregman has a triple. Game tied. Full count. Sal Frank up against Daz Cameron, who came on to pinch hit against Sal Frank, and he walks. And then Lane Thomas smacks that one all the way. Oof. So Sal Frank comes in and gives up a 3-run bomb in the 8th. So yeah, okay, I'm seeing how this developed now. This is not live. This is a replay of the highlights. I want to see how we did it because they were up by 3 in the 8th, and we put on an insane comeback to win this one. Foscue chips it into right field. Sal Frank is always be doing that, huh? He's definitely. We need to fix the bullpen between this season and next season. We gave up all the bullpen arms to trade for players. Young scoops it into center. How we doing since the trade deadline? Could be better. We were doing a lot better after the All-Star break. Trade deadline, not as good. Kind of falling behind now. Because we made some weird trades. I don't know if you know, but Chang is gone. We traded Chang. I know. Everybody wanted Chang. I had to cash in. So, bottom of the 8th. Foscue on second. Aronamo with the walk. Joey Gallo up. And Joey Gallo, 2 homers in the game? No shot, Joey Gallo. Gives the fans something to cheer about. 2 home runs in the game to tie it up. Retire his jersey already. So it's all tied up. After they get 4 runs in the inning, we pull back with 3 with the Joey Gallo 3-run dinger. Unbelievable, dude. And then Suarez is out to try to keep it tied for a chance at a walk-off. Gets a weird pop-up on the infield. Out number 1. I have intentional walk real low because you're walking Jackson Holiday to get to Gunnar Henderson. So it's just like, just pitch to him. Or are you saying, will they intentionally walk Joey Gallo? So Henderson reaches, and then you have Adley Rutschman after that. So it's just like, you're screwed up and down the lineup. Oh, they're all 80 overall because I'm still looking with high A glasses on. I was like, what the hell? Suarez strikes out Adley Rutschman. I gotta change that filter back. And then we make it to the bottom of the ninth. And then something crazy happens here. Cal Stevenson takes a walk. He does that against Batista. Felix Batista out to close it down. That's even more impressive. And then Mangum tries to lay down the bunt. He pulls back, but not in time. And I'm not really sure where the cameraman's going or why it showed me that. But apparently Mangum gets to first somehow. 3 balls on Fraley. Holds up, doesn't swing. Load the bases. Nobody out. And then Foscue up. He strikes out. Basalo asked for an appeal. He went. That's a strikeout. And up comes New Vegas legend Jace Young to hit a 9th inning walk-off grand slam. 3 rows back in left field. Holy. Young was from a trade, yeah. He's been slow to get going, but a walk-off grand slam is definitely a way to endear yourself to the team, that's for sure. Crazy game. The Las Vegas Invaders power past the Baltimore Orioles 10-6 at Omnibus. Jace Young hits 2 homers, driving in 6, scoring twice. Vegas currently 5th, 58 and 69. The game was up for grabs in the bottom of the 9th with 1 out. Young hit a sinker from Felix Bautista for a grand slam homer in dramatic fashion for the walk-off win. We put this one in our pocket and go after the next one. I wish the game would do that thing where the players ignore the rookie when he hits a homer. Yeah, look, yeah, the graph is stupid. Home runs, Joey Gallo, 2. Jace Young, 2, just like we drew it up. That was clearly the game plan from the beginning. May with the quality start. Easy quality start from Mayday. 1 earned run on 6 1/3 innings. 5 strikeouts. Homer given up. Uribe given up a hit, but then got pulled just to... I think my manager is over-managing, but he's using the specialist for the specialist, so I don't think that that's bad if there's enough arms in the bullpen. Snyder got the blown save. He's been... Now that we've signed him to a contract, he's decided to get worse, but he's still got a 2.34 ERA on the season. And then Sal Frank doing Sal Frank things. That's just what he does. Suarez picks up the win. You love to see it. 10 hits, or 8 hits for the Gamers. Arenamo, Foscue, 9 walks. Ooh, that's some patience. I like it. Walks almost everybody except Gallo, of course. We did it. All right, now we gotta... Now just sweep them. It's easy. Just sweep them. Anybody that plays out of the park want to tell me if there's something else I should be checking in between a few games besides waiver wire that I'm forgetting and free agents? I always feel like I'm missing something. Bullpen is a little stretched. Uribe is not super rested. Lavender's not super rested. Medina is rested. Oh, we have no game. Oh, they haven't finished resting. That's why. Eric Miller suffers setback. Your team trainer says Eric Miller has a setback from his torn flexor tendon. It'll take 3 months until he can play again. Well, he's out for the season. Was one of our relievers. So no arbitration worries for him, I don't think. Because he won't hit that 3 years of Major League service time for sure now. He was a decent reliever that had bad control, but was not doing so good for us. But he only had 7 games. He was not doing so good, so it's fine. Have you set your scouts to search for players to fit a certain criteria? I guess not, because I'm not sure what you mean. He was dealing, never mind. Yeah, you got him confused with Bobby Miller. Bobby Miller is the guy. He's still healthy. Knock on wood. Malley's pitching tomorrow. Had a quality start in his last 2 starts. He's feeling good. He's cruising. Sub 4 ERA. Starting rotation looking pretty hot out there, actually. And we got a righty coming up. So I'm going to hit him with the righty lineup the way that I want. Are you talking about, like, the trading thing? Where you do, like, team needs? They were doing that before the trade deadline. But they weren't doing a very good job of it, to be honest. I set up some, but I wasn't impressed with the results. But I will set up detailed new ones at some point soon. Once we get closer to the end of the season and once we figure out what we actually want. There are a few, like, sick free agents that I think we should pursue. But they'll be expensive. But you can always take free agents and then trade them later. So we're looking at, for free agency, we're looking at Rhys Hoskins as a possible DH. Sorry, Joey Gallo. Tyler Stevenson as a catcher. And I think Baum at third base. Chisholm Jr. is also going to be available as a... Well, we have third baseman now, I guess. But yeah, Stevenson is kind of just like an average catcher defensively. That's 60, potentially 65 BABIP with potential 55. Looks pretty solid across the board. He's hitting 243, which is nothing insane this season. But his main thing is he destroys left-handed pitching, which we currently suck at. So if I had Marchand for right-handed pitching and Tyler Stevenson for left-handed pitching, that would be kind of amazing, catcher-wise. We also have that catcher in AAA. Who is doing pretty good. He's hitting 300 in AAA. 860 OPS with decent stats. So, like, I'm kind of just holding him. The reason he's not starting right now is because I really do believe in the good vibes management style. Where it says, since he has Monty Grandal, even though he sucks, he's a team captain. While no one's singing Kumbaya in the locker room, Grandal has brought the team closer together. That type of solidarity is helping us big time and leads to more wins. It's making everybody happier. He's got the captain spot. I kind of believe in the good vibes. He only plays like 1 out of every 4 games. He complained once, but he hasn't complained recently about not starting more. Career team leaders. Chang, 102 hits. He still left his impression. Foscue ain't happy. That's because he doesn't get along with the manager. So not much can be done about that except trade him. But he's still got a 716 OPS. It's not great. It's about average, which is better than a lot of these guys can say, unfortunately. So yeah, there's a few people that are... We talked about that earlier with the whole management thing. Basically, I had to pick my coaches before I picked my players, so we couldn't see who was going to get along. And unfortunately, I was a dum-dum and signed them all to 3-year contracts. So the coaches are in 3-year contracts. I should have just signed them the 1-year contracts and then extended them. It is what it is. So I'm going to have to figure that out later. Time to give Gallo more money. What's funny is... I don't really want to give him more money, but also He has hit 8 homers in just 59 at bats, which is insane, actually, if you think about it. It is actually kind of insane. Like, compare him. Where's Flores? He's still out. Recovery time. He's coming back in 1 week. Wilmer Flores back in 1 week, chat. He'll get to play again unless he suffers a setback in his recovery. But if you compare him and Joey Gallo, Flores has that 340 OBP, but he's not slugging for as much. Therefore, his OPS is lower. But in a short time, Joey Gallo OPS is already 136. Oh, man. Flores' win probability added is higher, but that's not predictive. Gallo still has negative .4 WAR somehow. So, OPS versus WAR, who would win? Oh yeah, Malley's pitching today, and we got a lot of arms in the bullpen ready to go. Didn't I say I was going to look at strategy earlier when it was like game tied in the 7th and 8th or something like that? I think the hook on the starting or reliever was too long or something. I'm going to set it a little quicker. And just use more arms. Okay, let's try that. Replace Gallo with Foscue. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could do. I don't know if I should do anything at the moment. The only thing I'm missing is, like, I think Mangum is pretty good. And he might... He's not as good as Perez if we just look at... Winfield Perez versus Mangum, but versus lefty... Actually, we haven't done the split yet. Versus lefties, Mangum is bad, but like way better than Winfield Perez. And then versus righties, Perez actually is much better. Freeman sucks. Like right now, Tyler Freeman just quietly is sucking every game. So I think I'm just going to make a change here. But it's difficult to make a change. Making us Tylers look bad. True. I wish Mangum could play second base. Because, like... It's hard to replace Stevenson, Fraley... and Perez. So it just really leaves Shunk and Unrow, which is not what I want either. So there's just not really a choice. He at least plays good defense there. He's just a hole in the lineup. I don't think I have a better option. All right, send it. Game 2 against Baltimore. Lost 1-6. Split the series. Gunnar Henderson made an impact. He finished third in the AL in batting average last year, hit 2 homers. The Orioles got a big at-bat from Heston Kierstad. He went 1 for 5 with a home run. In the top of the first with the bases empty, he had a solo homer. Scott Tyler says, obviously, we wish for a better outcome. We got 4 hits in the game. Oof. 1 run from Cal Stevenson. Oof. It was a homer. Fraley double. Malley went 6 innings of 4-run ball. Not a quality start, but not should be overcomeable. Bachman 2 innings in relief. Stalmont. You gotta do better, boys. You gotta do better. Like, Kramer here is a 5.07 ERA. That should be a chance to win. Versus lefties. Yeah, he's got a 1.67 whip. We have a ton of lefties. All right, hopefully we win this series now. Joey Gallo lefties. And then pitching is newbie Cade Horton, who almost pitched a complete game shutout last time out. Then we have Uribe, Suarez, Lavender, Snyder out of the bullpen. Come on, so easy win. Loss 4-6? What are you guys doing, man? That should have been an easy win. Horton gave up 6 earned runs in 4 2/3 and took the loss. Well, that'll do it. The newbie is taking some time to get adjusted, apparently, because he's got that low adaptability, so he's got to settle in and find his cadence. His name's Cade. You see what I did there? So he's off to a rough start. He had an amazing game last time out, but then he had 2 rough games and an Oreo sandwich around it. It's basically starting pitching lost us the game because Medina and Lavender both pitched 2 innings of shutout ball, no hit ball. We had 7 hits, 4 runs. A Foscue double, a Perez double, and you won't believe it, a Joey Gallo home run. All right, I'm going to move Joey Gallo up and a Fraley homer as well. No one on for either one. Gallo has 2 for 4. I'm going to put him 4th against righties, I guess. I don't know, man. I guess I got to change it because Marchand ain't getting it done anymore. Gonna move Perez down just to keep the lineup a little easier. Yeah, I think I will put him 4th. Dude, that should have been an easy dub. Mark Canna? Why is Mark Canna out here? More DH? He's not hitting very well. I don't know what music this is. Oh, yes, I do. Gallo has playing for that contract written all over him. Let me guess, I'm going to have to sit some guys to rest. Classic. After we go on a little bit of a losing 2 series in a row. Chad, it's over. The playoff dream is now over. If we just won a few more series... It was always over, say some of you. I say the dream was alive when our bullpen, when everything was stable before the trade deadline. We were 6 games back. We were winning. We won 5 series in a row, and now everybody's trying to get resettled. Things have become too messy. You know what I mean? So at the very least, Marchand and Fraley need to sit. Which means Grandal is in. And Mangum in for Fraley. Which I think is good. Move Foscue down. Gallo 3rd, Foscue 4th. Then Young, then Arenamo, then Perez, then Freeman, then Grandal. All right, ad's about to start in 10 seconds. Turn your volume down. It's Bobby Miller Day. I believe Cade Horton's going to bounce back. He just needs a few games to get settled with the new organization. That's all. How bad Chang is doing now? He was affected by his own curse. Chat while the ad's running. Tell me what you guys are playing leading into the weekend, or what you're looking forward to playing this weekend. Salmon Roll, thank you for 6 months. Half a year sub. I appreciate it. Baldur's Gate. Out of the Park. Oblivion. King of Fighters. Football Manager. Airships. What is airships? That's just a flying ship. Out of the Park. TF2. Void War. Rimworld. Avow. Tetris. No, you're not. Manor Lords. Final Fantasy. Been mostly playing Cyberpunk and Satisfactory. Euro Truck Sim. Fatal Fury. KOTOR. Out of the Park. Total War. Clair Obscure is really good. Yeah, I'm looking to play it eventually. Expedition. Same game. PoE 2. The guild isn't dead yet, says you. Victoria 3. Airships. Atlas. Oblivion. More Victoria, but Victoria 2. Nobody's playing Tetris in this day and age. That used to be all it took to impress us. You know what I mean? Tetris used to be it. Look at this Las Vegas line. Balance, balance, balance. Yeah, just trending down. So sad. We bounced back and then down. Why are Seattle, Texas, and Houston the most unfriendly colorblind colors ever? Can anyone tell me what zone rating is again? We're tied for 3rd in the AL in starters ERA, 4th in bullpen ERA, 1st in base running. If we could just fix our offense, we win. Rogue Trader. X4. I saw Badlands crew. It looked pretty cool. Yeah, Colorado's off to a real rough start this year, huh? 50 games into the season, I'm stuck in a 4-way tie for AL Central lead in my Out of the Park universe. Did you make an expansion team, or who are you playing? Out of curiosity. Memphis Moonshiners? Really? You're 50 games in, you're tied for first? That's a crazy division. Nice team name also. 10th in errors. That means we're making too many errors. We're 1st in base running. Tied for 3rd in runs against. 3rd in stolen bases at a 16. And then last in the league in runs scored. So really it's just an issue of no offense. Anemic offense. Which actually is really impressive when you think about it. I'll wait for the ad. Ad is over. So if you were on ad, I was just talking about how we have an amazing starter ERA, 3rd in the American League, best 4th bullpen ERA in the American League, 5th in pitcher WAR, but our offense is last in the American League. So I mean, that's actually pretty impressive if you think about it, because our pitching rotation, other than injuries, right? Injuries will change things, but are set in pretty much stone. Like, we have Woodruff through next year, Dustin May for 4 years, Tyler Malley through next year, Cade Horton we just picked up and have him for the next 4 to 5 years, and he's a 50 overall. And we got Bobby Miller, who if we don't extend, we got 3 arbitration years. So like, our starting rotation is pretty stacked, to be honest. And they're locked in. And if I want to, I could trade either Woodruff or Malley next year, because they'll be on contract years. Probably Malley out of the two. But Mally's been doing decent considering he's like the weakest in the... Well, Cade Horton's currently the weakest, but... They're doing solid. It's just the offense. If we could just buff the offense, we'll start winning crazy games. I feel like Wilmer getting injured hampered our playoff chances. Probably. It didn't help. He was definitely like a linchpin for a while. I've not bought a new Out of the Park in a while, but I reinstalled 23, got on a White Sox save to try and save them for this downward spiral. Yeah, those are fun. I love the 0 to hero games. That's why I like expansion teams. But that's pretty cool. Okay, I know that you guys like watching games, but in my mind, I'm getting close to the end of the season, and I kind of just want to, like, get to the end of the season, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, there's not really much else I can change. Our destiny has been decided to a large extent. Now all we can do is field the best players that we can field, you know what I mean? And just roll the dice. So who's pitching against us? Sawyer Gibson Long, 45 overall, 3 good pitches, 4.5 ERA. Right-hander, we have a lot of lefty bats, good chance to win this one. Been actually somehow better against, yeah, no, that's correct. He's better against righties and lefties, that checks out. Way more, twice as many walks against lefties. Twice as many homers given up against lefties. Tank for the top draft picks. I don't like tanking. That means I have to take my good players and send them to AAA and just bring up bad players and just throw games. I'm too much of a competitor. I don't like just being like... Also, I want my good players to get experience because a lot of them are still growing. So, I don't know. I don't think we're going to win that much anyways. We're never going to be as bad as the worst teams. Let's put it like that. Like, LA is 21 games back. We're 14 games back. And the owner wants to play 500 ball and is going to get pissed at us even though he can't fire me. We're just RPing that anyway. All right, send it. Win versus Detroit 7-2. Where's Detroit in this? They are second in the AL Central, so good win. We can watch some highlights. That way we can kind of see a little game without having to... There's not really any suspense. And Bobby Miller's on the mound. There's not really any suspense, which is, I know, kind of the fun part, but Bachman? Wait, oh, this is the 6th inning. I was like, did Bobby Miller get injured? No, it just skipped from the 1st to the 6th inning. So Bobby Miller was cruising then. And they score tagging up from 3rd. And look who's at the plate, would you, on a full count? Oh, he walked. Okay, I thought he was going to hit a homer. Joey Gallo walks to 1st. Foscue loops one into left. With 1 out. And then Young. Jace Young deep to center field. Jace Young's done it again. A 3-run homer. He's starting to feel at home here in this ballpark. Took a little while for him to get heated up. That's his 3rd homer since coming over. So, starting to shape up. 3-run shot in the bottom of the 6th. Now we're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Full count for Gallo again. This time he just takes it up the middle. They did not tag that runner out. Mangum at 2nd. Gallo and Mangum on for Foscue. Did it hit? Gallo tried to get out of the way, but the ball hit him. He's called out for interference. It'll be scored a base hit, and it hit Joey Gallo. What an insane thing to have happen in this simulation. That is so rare in under any circumstances. Joey Gallo just got smoked with the ball. What? So it's an automatic out for no, it's a single for interference, but Gallo is out on interference, which is so confusing. Okay. And now it's still the bottom of the 8th. Foscue, I don't know what's going on. Foscue hit that, so he's at first. Mangum has to stay at second. That's so unfortunate. And then Young up again after a homer. A little dribbler up the right field line, and he's safe. He legs out the infield single to load the bases with one out. Usually when that happens, Dead Ninjas, is just an animation. So the way I explained it is, the little animations happen on top of the simulation. So the simulation decided that there was a slow roller infield single, and that was just the best way that they could represent it, basically. So like the animations don't determine the outcome at all. They're just visual representations of what's actually already happened in the game. So they sometimes look stupid, like I'm just holding the ball while you finish running the first. Because in real life, it was probably like perfectly hit right here between all the infielders. The first baseman came off, the pitcher was trying to run on, Young is sprinting through the bag, so it's just chaos. Anyway, bases were loaded with one out for Arenamo. Dylan Floro's pitching against us. Secret agent Floro, we traded him. I don't remember if he was the Young trade or if he was the catcher trade. And we managed to take Floro into the gap after trading him. No, it had to have been the Young trade because Young was on the Tigers, right? Or am I getting everybody mixed up? So we got 4 runs in the inning off of Floro. That's crazy. We won that trade then. And then Medina on the bump in the 9th and gives up a dinger while we're up by... Oh, that just barely scraped out of here. So Medina gives up the solo shot in the 9th. And then gets Ibanez out. Nice scoop. Or I guess gets the grounder. Nice, boys. 12 hits to 5. Easy. I like it. Vegas third baseman Jace Young was a significant contributor in the team's 7-2 triumph over the Tigers. He was 3 for 4 with a homer and a double, scoring twice, driving in 3. Young had a game-changing homer in the 6th. On a first pitch changeup from Sawyer Gibson Long, he banged a 3-run homer to center, giving the Invaders a 3-1 lead, his 3rd homer of the year. Good win for us, he said. We'll strap it on and go after the next one. You'll do what now? Okay. Miller went... no runs in 5 innings, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. So not a quality start, but a great outing. Bachman, almost 2 innings of relief, no runs, 1 hit. Lavender, 1 1/3, no hits, no runs. And then Medina closed it out, gave up the run, but otherwise okay. Grandal with an error as a catcher, classic. Stevenson double, Arenamo double. So Young casually just upping his MLB average to 279 now with a 984 OPS, hitting a home run in 2 of his last 4 games. 3 homers total there in that stretch. It's kind of crazy. 2 for 5 Cal Stevenson, 0 for 4 Mangum, 1 for 3 Gallo with a walk, 2 for 4 Foscue, 3 for 4 Young. Arenamo with 2 ribbies, Perez with a RBI, Freeman RBI. That's kind of rare. Grandal with a hit. Good job, boys. Good job. Now we got to go up against Tarek Skubal. Not looking forward to the Skubal game. Check waivers. I swear I found way more people off of waivers last year when I played, like compared to this year. I don't know what the difference is. All right, we're gonna need some rest. Young needs rest. Stevenson needs rest. Arenamo needs rest. So it's not gonna be our best lineup. Wait, it's a righty? Yeah, it's actually a righty. Scooble's tomorrow. Today it is Casey Mize. I assume that's how you pronounce. 4.13 ERA. Yeah, it's not a great day to be doing all these substitutions. Because he's much worse against lefties than righties, and I'm taking all my lefties out. But I don't want them to get injured, so... Okay, who's playing then? Stevenson is Mangum. All right, so Mangum's in. And then Unrow is in. And Shunk. Mangum leadoff, question mark. I don't hate it. Shunk is third. Unrow short. Okay, good luck. We got Mangum leadoff, Foscue, Fraley, Gallo, Marchand, Shunk, Perez, Freeman, Unrow. And pitching, we have Snyder, Suarez, Uribe, Salfrank with a Woodruff start. It's a good group of pitchers, other than Salfrank. We'll look at some pitcher stats real quick. ERA plus, Salfrank is in last. He's got the worst. He's got negative WAR. The worst FIP on the team. Highest walk rate on the team. Lowest strikeout rate on the team. Good Lord. Highest whip on the team. Jesus. Highest BABIP on the team. Oh, it just keeps getting worse. Highest average against. Oh, actually just the worst. How did it get to this point? All right, lock it in. We'll win this one. Bench team lost 2-12. We did not win. And I am not going to look at the replay. The Detroit Tigers buried the Las Vegas Invaders 12-2 under a barrage of hits. Riley Green led the onslaught, going 3 for 4. The winner was Casey Mize, who threw 88 pitches over 7 1/3 innings. That's it? He was charged with 2 runs on 7 hits. Detroit relied on the bat of Parker Meadows for the win. The center fielder ripped a bases-clearing triple in the top of the 4th to put the Tigers ahead. Scoring runs is scoring runs, said A.J. Hinch. It's important to have different ways to do it. They had 16 hits in the game. Woodruff gave up 6 earned runs on 5 innings, so he just got blown up. 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. I feel like if you see your starter give up 4 runs in the 4th, you might take him out, but I think maybe my hook, once you're down by 4, is kind of long on starters. I don't know, just let him fight out of it and save the bullpen, I guess, at a certain point. He's one of your main rotation. He's like your number 2 pitcher, if not 1. Bachman, clean innings. Salfrank gave up a run, classic. Stalmont gave up 4. I don't like Stalmont, but I don't have anybody else. We gave up our 2 good pitchers for the trade. And chat, we won the trade. Floro's got a 6.75 ERA right now after we traded him. No take backsies. We got Jace Young for him. We won that trade easy. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How are you? But yeah, we got stomped. I appreciate that well, we had to use Snyder, but I was gonna say I thought they saved Snyder. So Joey Gallo on fire, Jace Young on fire. I didn't see who got hits on our team. Fraley double, Shunk got a double. Mangum stolen base. Fraley went 3 for 4. Gallo 1 for 3 and a walk. Shunk 2 for 4. Unro 1 for 3. So the bench players got hits and nobody else did. Seems like your trades worked out okay. Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting on the like starting pitcher that we traded for to work out. And we've got that catcher down in AAA that I could be using right now, but it would require me to either bench Marchand, bench Grandal, which obviously Grandal is the weakest one, but when I get rid of Grandal, I want a captain to fill in. But if we're already losing, maybe that doesn't matter. The problem is I'm pretty sure Grandal would have to like get DFA'd. No, he's got an option year. But if I option and we do lose the leader position, which is maybe important, maybe it's not, we could bring that other catcher up and give him some playtime. It's got 1 year and 77 days of Major League service time so far. Also a switch hitter. I like your happy team theory. Yeah, I don't know how much it matters because he's not playing most games. Marchand is. But Marchand, he's doing all right for a catcher. I think he's doing more than all right, but... Oh, he's not doing more than all right. Never mind. He's just doing all right. He kind of fell off. He kind of fell off. We have a lot of work to do. Yeah, it definitely helps with the morale hits. 100% from losing especially. Yeah, now we have to go up against Scooble. I think I'm just going to field the default lineup. Mangum, Fraley, Foscue, Young, Arenamo, Gallo, Freeman, Marchand. I'm not moving Gallo up because this is a lefty pitcher. And again, I can't emphasize enough how much we suck against lefties now that Flores is gone. But he should be back. Flores should be back. 4 days. We're almost there. Dustin May pitching. May versus Scooble. Win versus Detroit in extras. Yes! The Las Vegas Invaders have a player DFA'd whose DFA time runs out today. He must be assigned or released. Chat, what do you do with a player who you don't have room for on the secondary roster? Oh wait, is he on? He's not on the secondary roster, is he? It's fine. I put him back on AAA. We're good. Oh shit! Oh shit! The comeback. Hold on, I gotta watch this one. Holy. Let's see what happened for myself. Give the home team something to cheer about. So, this is the 4th inning. And my game is starting to lag again. Woodruff gives up a leadoff double in the 4th. Don't tell him, chat. Don't tell him what. Did I click on the wrong game? Because it's May. It's supposed to be May. Why is it in reverse order? Okay, yeah. May is supposed to be pitching. I figured it out. Same deal, though. That's the leadoff double. Just different pitcher, different hitter, different game. In the 1st inning. Okay. Schwarber head first with a double, and then now there's Torkelson on first, Schwarber on second, Rocchio batting. And they go to shallow center for an RBI. Play at the plate. RBI single. 2 outs now. And then get another single down. So rough first inning for May, basically, but he bounces back, question mark. Rocchio goes head first and he's safe. Single scores 2-run RBI, puts him up 3-0 in the first inning. And then skip to the third, bottom of the third, we're up. Marchand on third, Mangum on first with Fraley up. And Fraley gets one into the shallow left center field to plate a run. Nice single. So Fraley strikes back, Foscue full count, and strikes out, leaving runners on the corners, but they start chipping back into the game now. Maybach, Badu on second, Dingler batting in the fourth. And they belt this one all the way to the wall. Hits the warning track. I wish I could turn the volume up, but the game is as loud as it can be. There's just no volume on the highlights for some reason. I don't know why. So they score a 4th run against May. And then down to the now bottom of the 4th. 1 out. Young on first. Gallo at the plate. Don't tell me he did it. Well, I thought it was going to be a homer, but instead it's down for a loud single. He's going for 2. Question mark. Is he safe? Over to third, Young. Ballo coasts into second with a stand-up double, and Young is at third for Freeman. And he strikes out Freeman, classic. Now Marchand. And he strikes out Marchand, woof. All right, skip to the bottom of the 8th inning. Skubal pitching into the bottom of the 8th inning still. 5 hits given up, only 1 run. What a beast. Base is empty for a Mangum line drive double all the way to the right field wall. So he's a one out double, runner in scoring position. Nothing happened because now it's a different inning. I like the manager's confidence here, bringing out Suarez when we're he's like, you don't think this is a save situation, but this is a save situation to me. We may be down by 3, but I believe in the boys. Suarez gives up a 2-out hit. In there for a double. After getting the first 2 outs. And then, oh, we're up. Bottom of the 9th. Apparently Suarez got out of that jam, and now we're batting. So that is a leadoff single for Young on a line drive to short left field. Young is raking right now. What a gamer. And Arenamo. A little looper into shallow center. Young thinks about going for 3 and holds up. So first and second, tying run comes to the plate in Joey freaking Gallo. And he's... he ties it. No shot. It's Joey Gallo who ties it. How does this keep happening? Pay the man. 403 feet from home plate. Vegas has tied it in the 9th inning. Listen to that crowd, it says. Pitching is Will Vest. Listen to the crowd. The game is all tied up on the 3-run gopher ball by Joey Gallo. Vegas has tied it 4-4. And then still nobody out for Freeman. And he scoops it into center field. Out number 1. And Marchand up. He's going to get a single into shallow center. So winning run, the walk-off run moves to first base for Cal Stevenson, top of the order. And that's going to be a liner into center as well. So the winning run moves to second. Aggressive send going to third. And he's safe at third. Marchand rounds second very aggressively to get an extra 90 feet. Jake Mangum strikes out. 2 outs. The literal final hope, other than going to extra innings, is Fraley. And Fraley grounds out. Okay, so then we go to extras. Vegas ties it up. Suarez back for a second inning of work. What a gamer. Gives up. Oh, the diving play in center field to make the out and save the ghost runner. Stevenson with a diving catch for out number 1. Colt Keith gets to first via walk. Rocchio, a single into right. Right fielder gets it in. Long throw. He's out at the plate. Mangum with the outfield assist to gun down the runner Green at the plate to stop the run from scoring. Defense, boys. Picking his pitcher up. And then Suarez gets the ground out to second. Wow. The outfield assist after the 3-run homer is even crazier. And then Fraley is the ghost runner in the 10th inning, so extra innings ghost runner for Foscue, who takes a leadoff walk. And then Young up. Strike 3, out number 1. Foscue and Fraley with the double steal question mark? Did they do a double steal? For Arenamo. And Arenamo into pretty deep right. Deep enough to hopefully score the run from third after the catch. Game over. Arenamo sack fly after a double steal. That's some crazy baseball right there. I can't believe Joey Gallo, 2 for 4 with a 9th inning 3-run homer to tie the game. Yeah, Fraley and Foscue had a double steal. Marchand double. Joey Gallo also had a homer and a double. Good Lord. He's hitting .221 with a .934 OPS. He's had a hit in each of his last 5 games, somehow. We aren't keeping Joey Gallo. It's Alex 2 hours ago. We're not keeping Joey Gallo. He's on a hot streak, okay? He's just on a hot streak. He's going to become a hole in the lineup soon. One does not have a 25 avoid K rate without just becoming a strikeout machine. To be fair, he has struck out 40 times with us in 77 at-bats. He strikes out more than half the time. So he either strikes out, he walks, or he homers. He has 3 true outcomes. Young had an error. So May gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. Medina clean. Uribe clean. Suarez went 2 innings. 2 hits, 2 walks, but the defense picked them up to get the win. So we actually win the series against Detroit somehow. Look at this. Look at the win probability. It falls off a cliff with the 3-run homer. Detroit got big-time effort from Tarek Skubal, but it wasn't enough to keep the Vegas Invaders from winning. Skubal threw 7 1/3 innings of 6-hit ball for the losing team. Suarez, now 4-3, picks up the win in relief. He allowed no runs on 2 hits in 2 innings. With the win, the Invaders improved to 60 and 72. In the bottom of the 10th, 22-year-old shortstop Arenamo had a chance to be the hero. Kyle Finnegan wanted to foil that, but with 1 out, Arenamo hit a sac fly and had themselves a thrilling win. Vegas manager Scott Tyler commended the team for banging out a nice win. So Foskew's been kind of ice cold lately, huh? Not ice cold, but it's been pretty bad. Young has been incredible now. Suddenly he's unstoppable. Hitting 292 with us in 48 at-bats. Slugging for 542. It's time to move him up the order. Gallo is still doing Gallo things. I don't understand it. Who is player of the game? Tarek Skubal, of course. How it always goes, it feels like. Rigged. Rigged. By the way, dog that sounds like a human, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for dropping in, slubbing. This is Yup Time Hours. Only the true degenerate chatters are still awake and able to speak right now. Bro, we're not far from finishing this season. Too far to finish it tonight, but I'll make a little bit more progress. But we'll definitely finish the season in one more stream. And then it's time to pick some free agents. Just drunk enough. That's me, DGen reporting in. I don't even like baseball. I just like spreadsheets. Well, that you don't need to like baseball to play a baseball game. Any more than you need to like killing people to play a first-person shooter. Right? I think that's a... I don't know if that analogy checks out. Good series win. Good series win. All right, let's beat the Twins. Where are the Twins? Last in their division. Okay, come on. David Festa. Bro is 1 letter short of being a party unto himself. Somehow got a 3.89 ERA, started 5 games, low leadership, low loyalty, low work ethic, and low baseball IQ. Those are not good combinations, brother. Very bad against lefties. We just need to win every remaining series for a 500 win loss. Devs hate this guy. Devs hate this guy, yeah. Talix is the greatest out of the park tutorial I could ever ask for. Well, I'm glad getting something out of it. Probably easier to get a tutorial out of it when earlier in the season, but yeah. Did I already check waivers? I keep forgetting. Yeah. Free agents. Paranoid. Bro, the tickets, we keep selling it, selling out, selling in. I'm gonna go up to 24, 25 for tickets because we're actually selling out, man. We don't want to be selling out. We want to make money. Let's see, year to date, gate revenue $33.7 million. And then 8.7 from the away games. We're not going to get much from away games because there's not that many fans yet. Well, we're under budget on player and staff expenses. We're $17 million under budget on draft expense. Did I just say that? I said staff. I really misjudged that one. So he should be fine, owner-wise. And then next year, it looks like the budget's going up to 236 mil, so we do get some back. So we'll have more money to play with. And that's not including taking money out of the draft expense, so we can free up probably at least 12 million from draft expenses, maybe more, 12 to 15 million dollars from draft expenses. So we're really going to end up with like an additional, unless my math is wrong, we should have a lot more money next year. Will the owner carrier projected to come in under budget on gate revenue? I don't think so, because we're, well, because we saved so much money everywhere else, and he's still got money left over. The problem is the cash from owner reserve is very amorphous and nebulous to me, and I don't really understand it. But we should be getting a bunch of money back from miscellaneous player expenses, going from 44 to 21 million. So that should be $23 million freed up somewhere. This is $20 million different. That's $16 million budget. The accounting screen is still a little wonky and weird to me. I don't know what music this is. Stop listening to it. Cease. Stop listening to that too. Off day? Was it actually an off day? No, because people are tired. You lied to me. Why would you do that? All right. So, for the lineup, we need a Foscue and a Freeman replacement. Foscue is first base, so Gallo's going to have to play first. And then Unrow. And then we can DH whoever we want, probably Jake. Let's have Mangum in the 2 spot. I think that's very reasonable. Switch hitter in there too, to kind of throw it off. Gallo in the 4, Marchand. I'm gonna move Young up. I might try Young at the leadoff. Well, I don't know about the leadoff, because I don't like 40 speed leadoff, but he has a good eye. Fraley's definitely cooled off. He's still doing well on the season, but he's cooled off for us. He's still doing well. I don't know if he's doing $16 million well. That's why we didn't pay him. All right, I'm moving Gallo. Because Young is a more consistent hitter than Gallo, so it's going to be Young, Marchand, Gallo. Arenamo, Perez, Unrow. Boom. Pitching, Tyler Malley. He gave up 4 runs last time out, 2 quality starts before that, and then Festa. Festa's not normally a starter, so if we don't win this, I don't know what to tell you. Well, chat, I don't know what to tell you, because we lost 0-1 in extra innings. That's the worst kind of loss, so I'm glad we didn't watch that one. Where's the person they just said had a sore shoulder? Honestly, yeah, it's one of the worst games you could actually go and watch. It said Rue something? Who? What was the notice? No, it was on a different team, the El Paso Tumbleweeds. They only have 25 players on this team. We need some more. Like another catcher and some infielders. This is on high A. So some guys like this, maybe. I'll get another reliever. Wait, I already offered you one. Minor league contract. Give me batters. A left fielder. First baseman, infielder. Oh, there you go. All right, there, just add a few people to the team, kind of buff up their numbers. How did we lose this, man? We had 6 hits, no runs? Minnesota Twins used a top flight performance from right-handed pitcher David Festa. How did he beat us? 1-0 in 11 innings. Former Las Vegas Vultures superstar Brock Stewart was the winner. Sam Bachman took the loss. The game-ending blow was delivered by Alex Freeland in the bottom of the 11th with a run-scoring double off of Sam Bachman. Nothing going on. Fraley 1 for 5. Marchand randomly 3 for 4. Popping off when nobody else is doing anything. Gallo 1 for 4. Arenamo, terrible. Malley 5 scoreless innings. Staumont a scoreless inning. Uribe 1.1 scoreless innings. Lavender 2 outs. Snyder, almost 2 innings. Salfrank, 1 out. Bachman, 1 out. Why are we getting all these extra inning games? Tanking my bullpen. You guys are embarrassing, dude. Zebby Matthews, 5.71 ERA, throws righty. Brother, if we can't win one of these 2 games against the worst team in that division... Why is he a right-handed pitcher that's better against lefties? Arenamo's been buns. Yeah, but we don't have anybody else to go in that spot, and he might get better. In fact, he's gotten worse. I think. No, not really. I mean, he was like, we thought he was a 45 current 60 potential, and now he's a 40 current 45 potential. Now, part of that could be because we put him into the majors too fast. Part of that could be we put him into the majors too fast. We might have ruined him. But he's still hitting 241. Bro just can't take walks. 610 OPS. So, I mean, he's right at the cusp of being a guy. But yeah, he's definitely sunk down past what we thought was his potential. He's better if you put him at second. Like if you say he's a second baseman, then he goes up to a 45-50. He's just not as good at short, but he's playing an impromptu shortstop now that we've lost Chang. Marchand, very tired. Foscue. Didn't Foscue just have a day off? Did I accidentally give the wrong guy a day off? So you guys, Monty Grandal Day, yay! I'm gonna have Cal Stevenson and Jace Jung go, and then I'm gonna have... Where's Mangum? I'll have Mangum hit second, Jung third. Or sorry, Young third. My brain skips occasionally, my bad. It's 3 lefties in a row. Okay, we'll put Mangum, the switch hitter, in there just to break it up a little bit. What kind of pitches does he throw? Matthews? He throws fastball, curveball, changeup, cutter, fly ball pitchers. I don't know why. It's very strange. Loss at Minnesota 3-11. We're losing to the worst team in their division, brother. The dream is over. Michael Giacone suffered a day-to-day sprained ankle. Put him on the IL then, I guess. We lost the series to the worst team in their division. Cade Horton gave up 4 runs in 5 1/3. Bachman gave up 4 runs. Stalmont gave up 2 runs. Medina gave up a run. They were hitting all of our pitchers. We had 9 hits, only 3 runs to show for it. Young had a double, Perez a double, Freeman a double, Mangum a triple, Foscue a home run, and we just couldn't connect the dots. They scored 11-3, 8 runs or 6 runs in the 8th. My God, what the hell? This is killer, man. Grandal, single in the top of the 8th. Strikeout, Joey Gallo, out number 1. Arenamo, walk. Yasmani Grandal to second. So 2 on, 1 out for Mangum. Mangum walks. Bases loaded, 1 out. Tyler Freeman fly out. Perez strikeout. Dead. Sam Bachman in the bottom of the 8th. Walk. Walk. Single. Fly out, double, double, Stalmont, single, double. We need to get rid of Stalmont. We need to get rid of Medina. We need to change the bullpen, man. We had such a good bullpen and we traded them, but it was worth it. It was worth it. I should remind myself that it was worth it. And then Foscue hit a homer. He just waited till the top of the 9th. Embarrassing. And then, like, why is my whole... Oh, they're... Who are these guys that keep getting injured? Dalton Jeffries. On the Cowpokes. A reliever, he's out for 6 to 7 months. They kind of barely have enough dudes. I'm confident and ready to sign. Oh, he's confident he'll get a major league offer elsewhere. Go for it. That's why you're a free agent right now, huh? Ding, 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 ding. Now we got 3 people tired. I might just sub one of them so we can try and win this. I'll sub Arenamo and just try and, like, salvage a win out of this game. Who plays shortstop for him? Unrow? And then just make them play a little bit tired because we need the dub, brothers. Bobby Miller's pitching. We lost 0-6, chat. Wilmer Flores is off the IL. I don't know who Donta Williams is. On the tumbleweeds. I guess they just put them back in the lineup. Oh my god, dude, we got swept. We got swept by the Twins. They're 59 and 75, dude. They're 27th in average out of the whole league. We're 29th. They're 18th in runs. We're 32nd. We're last in runs, last in home runs. They're 8th in homers. They're like 26th in defensive ERA and efficiency. We're 11th in ERA, 16th in efficiency, 8th in strikeouts. What the hell's going on, brother? Did I say you were going to go to AAA? I don't think I said that. You're going to high A. The Rockies are offering you $770K? For what? No, they're not. I am not giving that to you. All right, Joe, you're in the right league. Yeah, we need to do something, False Lobster. It's a little too late for us. We just got swept by the worst team, but I'm about to make some changes, yeah. I'm about to make some changes. This is not what I want to see right here. We just win the Detroit series and get swept by Minnesota. No game today. Everyone gets to rest. Wilmer Flores has to be activated. Okay, yeah, I got to figure out how to activate Wilmer Flores. So give me a sec. Time for an ad break real quick, and then Winner Flores is coming back on the team, and we're going to shift some people around, and we're going to do some extreme things. It's time to make some changes to try and finish the season strong. We're 60 and 75. What were the Vultures? I want to beat the Vultures record or I'm going to be upset. Gallo's bat has cooled off. Okay, and it's going to stay iced. I bet you. We got to bring Flores back. All right, gamers, I'll be back in just a minute. Quick little ad break. And BRB, thanks for watching, hanging out tonight. Yep time, boys. Hello. Good evening. Or good morning, wherever you are. We're back. Where did it all go wrong? We need dudes who can hit the ball. We need dudes in the lineup who can hit the ball. So here's what's gonna happen. We're about to get Wilmer Flores back. Riley Unroe has a negative OPS plus, which is truly impressive. Arenamo had been playing second. Tyler Freeman is currently playing second, and he's hitting 201 with a 268 OBP. And we were hoping that we can fix him in the offseason. Basically, we're just keeping him to hopefully fix him in the offseason. If we can get that BABIP up from 45 to 50, he's gonna suddenly turn into a gamer god. Like, it's really all it takes. Because he's got 50 potential. There's room. He's got elite defense, spark plug personality, high leader, high adaptable, high work ethic, high baseball IQ, good at running. There's a lot of pros. So I got him working on the batting average. Okay, but here's the issue, right? The issue is Grandal sucks, but he is also the team captain. That's what we've been struggling with. I can option him, but then he's gonna get upset and might leave. What's stupid is he should be like better at what he, like, his eye is a 60, but you wouldn't know it from his 6 walks out of 91 plate appearances. Like, that's not a 60 eye, right? Like, compare that to Cal. Okay, Cal's got a 70 eye apparently. Foscue has a 55. Let's actually look at their, we can look at their walk rate. So Foscue has a lower eye rating and is walking 8.6% of the time instead of 6.6. That's almost 30% more walks for someone with a 5 lower eye rating, which is confusing. So something else is going wrong somewhere, because his avoid Ks is 55, but his strikeout rate, yeah, his strikeout rate is 3rd highest on the team. So something's not adding up there. Gallo is striking out a whopping 44.4% of the time. Jace Young shooting up to 141 OPS plus. Fraley's fallen down to 120. Gallo's at 135 just with the homers. Like, at least Shunk hits the ball occasionally. Unro's doing nothing. I'm sending Unro out. Just to start with. Okay, then we have a problem. No, we don't. Where is Flores? All right, Flores is here. The problem with Flores is he cannot play any other base. Gallo is just all or nothing. He is just all or nothing, yep. Flores, before he got injured, was hitting 277. Here's the thing. Should we have not put him on a rehab assignment first? Now it's kind of too late, huh? I think that's more for pitchers. I don't know. I'm just going to bring him in. He had almost 800 OPS and 376 plate appearances. Like, Foskew's decent at first base. We're gonna try an experiment here. I don't like this lineup because we only have Shunk as a backup player. No one really to back up shortstop.
From the plains that sleep below to the...
Man, I can't wait to get all this stuff settled in the off season. And you know what? I'm thinking about, yeah, I was gonna say, let's send Grandal down. He refuses to be demoted. Do you even have that right? He refuses to be demoted. I think we just stick with this. We're not going to go to the playoffs, so it kind of doesn't matter. Just let our guy get more practice in AAA. He's about AAA level anyway. Just let him. I refuse to be demoted too. Chat's currently rising up against me. So versus righties, I think what I want is Stevenson, Young, then Foscue, then Fraley. I'm trying to figure out how can I get Gallo and Wilmer Flores at the same time. I haven't figured it out yet. One at first base, one at DH, I think, but then Foscue has to sit. This is such a strange lineup. We're just gonna do an experiment. Flores was not very good against right-handed pitching, but he was still better than a lot of our other guys. That's the funny part. Honestly, same thing for Marchand. I'm going to put Marchand at the 3, Fraley 4, Flores 5, Perez 6, Arenamo 7, Gallo 8, Freeman 9, and we're gonna go rogue, okay? We're going rogue. Everybody gets a day of rest after we got swept by the Twins, last in their division. I haven't checked news in a while. State College claims the win over West Virginia in the 2026 MLB Draft League Championship. I don't understand what the Draft League is. I feel like I'm missing out on it. Out of the park, what is the Draft League? It's like the Fall League, but for players that haven't been drafted into pro baseball yet. I use it, but it's not helpful. Sometimes draft league performance can be a decent indicator of future success, but it's not any more consistent than college stats. Okay. The Reds announced on the 14th that Ellie De La Cruz would be missing longer than expected as he recovers from a broken bone in the elbow. Ellie had been working out with the team, but felt some discomfort yesterday, the Reds GM explained. After re-examining the injury, we estimate it'll be 5 months more recovery time. Oof. Star of the Week, Gustavo Campero. 13 hits, 2 homers, 11 RBI. Francisco Lindor, red hot in the National League. 12 hits and 23 at-bats, 4 RBI, no homers. Current batting leaders in stolen bases, Shohei Ohtani, 35 stolen bags. Pete Crow Armstrong, 33. Jake McCarthy, Esteury Ruiz, and Xavier Edwards. Reading is hard for me. Power rankings. We have fallen. No, we're 26th. Pioneers are the last. We're right in front of the Twins, but the Twins just swept us. Jonah Heim with a 3-home run day. Sent eager fans scurrying to catch a souvenir, thrice helping Texas win 13-6 over Kansas City. The 3 homers were great. I'm just trying to help my ball club. He was 3 for 5 with 6 RBI. Career over for Alex Cobb at 38 years old. His early retirement after suffering a torn labrum. Didn't we almost go for Cobb? Corey Nebel out for the season as well. All right, boys, it's time to, now that we got swept, we're going to do the sweep, okay? Brandon Woodruff pitching versus Toronto. He just has a nice 3.38 ERA. 23-year-old thinks he's hot shit. Trey Yes Savage. What a name. Got a 6 ERA against lefties. Guess who's in my lineup? 1.47 whip, 1.7 home runs per 9. Guess who's in my lineup? Lefty, lefty, switch, lefty, switch, lefty. Joey Gallo's gonna mash. Let's go. Loss at Toronto 0-3. Chat, I think our team's washed. We're washed. It's over for us. I need some people to go to our A-ball team. Such as Mason Burns. And bro, none of these guys have stamina. Oh yeah, they do. Okay. Shea Wint. There we go. That'll help the pitching rotation for these dudes. And then they need like an outfielder or something. Give me a screen I can actually use. We have like 5 catchers on this team. All right, they'll be good. Chat, what is going on, man? 4 losses in a row? Trey Savage gave a rock-solid effort, defeating the Vegas Invaders. Toronto upped its record. It was a masterful performance, 6 strikeouts in 7 innings with 3 hits, and we were shut out on top of that. Perez double, and that's it. Woodruff, quality start, 2 earned on 6 runs. Suarez gave up a run. Lavender and Snyder. What is going on, dude? It's over, man. Now, Jose Barrios coming out with a 4.24 ERA. He's better against lefties than righties, but he's given up more walks and hits. And more homers. His ERA's just inflated. Who even got a hit? What about Wilmer Flores? He's in the lineup now. He got a hit. Flores was one of the 4 hits that we had. That's it. We're washed. I don't know what else we got. Tyler Holton. $2 million salary? I'll pass. I'm just gonna keep the same lineup. It's okay. It's a warm-up game. All right, just keep going. I want to get through the season. Dustin May. Win 7-4. We broke the losing streak. Ryan Smith on the tumbleweed suffered a day-to-day injury. It'll take 3 weeks. I keep having to move dudes up here. We need more pitchers. All right, I need to hire some more like pitchers. For high A. You. Nope, not paying you nothing. You. And you. Okay. What a pain, chat. Where did it go so wrong? Was it when we traded Chang? It must be the curse of trading Chang. It's the only thing I can come up with. Time to switch focus to the Nashville High Notes. We're just going to be a AAA team now. The Vegas Invaders topped the Blue Jays 7-4 with catcher Rafael Marchand playing a big role. He was 1 for 2 with 2 walks, scoring 2 runs in the win. Wilmer Flores helped out the Vegas cause in the bottom of the 6th with a 2-run double. For the game, he was 2 for 4 with a double. Nice to come out on top today, said Marchand. Hey, there's Wilmer Flores. So May gave up 4 runs in 6 innings, but the bullpen shut it down. Uribe, Salfrank, Snyder, and Suarez with the save. Young got a double. Freeman got a double. 11 hits for the boys. Young 2 hit. Marchand a hit and 2 walks. 2 hit game for Fraley. 2 hit game for Flores. 2 hit game for Perez. 1 hit for Arenamo. Gallo sucks. And Freeman with a hit. All right, take me to the next one. We're cruising. Nobody's tired yet. Seth Blair, Nashville High Notes, has come off the IL. Okay. That's fine with me. Just checking to see how rested these guys are or not. When do we play a lefty? We're going to have to rest somebody tomorrow. The High Notes are first in their division. That's because there's a bunch of former MLB players on it. Michael King. Didn't we try and sign Michael King? He got a $20 million deal for 2 years. 3.82 ERA. Righty. Throw in some heat. Yeah, like usual, better against righties and lefties. I'm just checking like 1.5 home runs per 9. We can beat them because we have Tyler Mahle. Actually, now I don't know, but good luck. I'm not sure like if there's anything else I should be taking my time to do except just winning against Toronto. We won the series. Ryan McKenna suffered a day-to-day injury. It'll take a week. Take him on the IL. Lots of people on the IL. Good lord. We walked them off in the 9th, boys, just like we drew it up. The Las Vegas Invaders picked up a win at Omnibus Park, knocking off the Blue Jays 3-2. Tyler Mahle was a big reason why. The decisive blow was delivered by Aaron Shunk in the bottom of the 9th, of course. Why was Shunk... Pinch hit? Pinch hit for Joey Gallo. In the bottom of the 9th, when a run-scoring double off of 36-year-old left-hander Danny Colum to win the game in Vegas, the crowd went nuts. Tyler went out and did what we needed, said Scott Tyler. Tyler, said Tyler, went out and did what Tyler needed Tyler to do. Doubles, Winseal, Perez, and Shunk. Otherwise, 2-hit game from Marchand. Flores hit. Perez hit. Arenamo hit. Gallo hit. Shunk hit. 7 hits. Mahle, quality start. Uribe, an inning. Lavender, an inning. Stalmont for 1 out. Okay. Good job, boys. Chat, we can we're close to finishing the season, dude. We're not going to finish it right now, though, but we're close. And then it's time for free agency in the winter training arc. And the start of season 2. We need more Tylers on our team. We might need more Tylers on our team, yeah. That could be the case. Kansas City, Michael Waka. Didn't Waka beat us before? The Royals are second in their division. Chad, have we been mathematically eliminated yet? How many more games until we're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs? We're 10 games back. If we win 10 games in a row and everyone above us loses 10 games in a row, we could still do it. It's that easy. Like, we just beat the Blue Jays twice, so they're on a 2-game skid, and we just moved them down toward us. We just have to beat everybody else in front of us, like the Royals. If we beat the Royals here, they'll move down. It's easy. Just beat everyone. Win every game. And it's really not an issue. All right, Marchand needs a day off. Trying to see who else needs a day off. I don't know if there's an easier way to see how rested they are. Wait. I got mail. Thank you for letting me play in your system. Was I signing you guys for high A, or was I signing you for double A? Presumably high A. Let me check the roster. Of our various organizations. 31, 31, 29 players. 36 in here. You guys have too many dudes. You have 5 catchers. I'll just cut one. All right, so if we just win every game and go to the World Series in our first season, you'll think I'm cheating. Okay, Marchand sit. Yes, Monty Grandal in. Move Flores to the 3 spot. Move Grandal to the 9 spot. And then we lose this game easy. Cade Horton on the bump. He had some rough outings his last few times out. Still trying to get adjusted here. I also haven't changed his development focus. Have I? Yeah, I did a little bit. Okay. All right, Kansas City. Alec Marsh. Oh! 45 overall pitcher, but he's 4.34 ERA. So basically, it's easy to get to this guy. And it's even easier if you are left-handed batters. 4.2 walks per 9 is a lot. Whip is high. He's not giving up many homers. Probably a ground ball pitcher. No, he's a fly ball pitcher. So that's odd. Loss at Kansas City. Chat, did I not tell you we had... Hi, Ital. I'm getting very upset about my role on this team. Give me the respect I deserve. I'm part of a starting lineup, and I expect you to play me that way. Brother, you started today. Let's see how you did. 1 for 3 and a walk. Good job. Okay, you started today, brother. Didn't I say we had to win every single game from this point on? Did you guys miss that part? Jonathan India had a 2-run homer, his 11th of the season. We made a couple mistakes, says Scott Tyler, and it cost us. Horton gave up 4 earned. Then Sal Frank and Bachman finished the job, and we just didn't score. Flores double, Stevenson triple. Yeah, Grandal needs to go. I'm just trying to wait until the end of the season, that's all. I'm just trying to tough it out till the end of the season. Flores was 3 for 5 with an RBI. Stevenson 1 for 3. Fraley 1 for 5. So Fraley's fallen off a cliff. Perez 1 for 4. Joey Gallo randomly 2 for 3. Because he does hit righties pretty well. Grandal 1 for 3. We haven't paid Fraley, so... I mean, we're paying him the... We're not really even paying him this. They covered most of his money that he wanted. But yeah, he's down to like 707 OPS. So he was on a tear when he first came over, but he's slowed down. Poison in the clubhouse. Wait, who was pitching? It wasn't Waka. It was Marsh. Then Waka. We should win one of these games, man. This is not a good pitcher. But now Fraley's EP. So let's give Fraley the day off. Mangum Day. But he's not playing second. He's playing left field. Gonna move Marchand down a couple. He's been doing all right, actually. I like Mangum's speed up here. Stevenson, Mangum, Young, Flores, Marchand, Perez, Arenamo, Gallo, and Freeman. With Bobby Miller pitching. Yeah, Horton is taking a little time to settle in. The low adaptability, but it's good to settle in now before the start of the next season. You know what I mean? Bobby Miller had a bit of a rough outing last time, too. Loss at Kansas City, 5-10. Chat, rip the dream, brothers. Rip the dream. We had almost the same number of hits, but we scored half as many points. The Royals got a fine performance out of Michael Garcia, who went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and 2 walks. The Royals saw their record improve to 74 and 65. A 2-run double off Luis Medina in the bottom of the 5th. My bullpen. So, what happened to Miller? 90 pitches through 3 2/3 innings is not what you want, and then Luis Medina gave up 5 runs. I hate you so much. Oh, I hate you so much, man. Bachman gave up a run. Lavender gave up a run. All of our worst pitchers were out today, and they all gave up runs, so... Stevenson, 1 for 3, 2 walks. Mangum, 1 for 4 with a walk. Young, 1 for 4 with a walk. Flores, 3 for 5 with 2 ribbies. Marchand, 1 for 4 with a RBI and a walk. Perez, 2 for 5 with an RBI. Arenamo, 0 for. Gallo, 1 for 4. And Freeman, 1 for 4. Perez, triple. A Flores dinger. Well, I mean, Flores came off the injury. He's producing... Despite his low BABIP, I don't really understand how he's hitting 289. I haven't decided if I want to pay him yet. I don't think I do. He wants like $5 million or something for like 1 year. He wants $5.5 million. And has he been good this year? Yeah, he's been good. He's at 15 homers this season. And he was injured for like a month or two, like a month. But I was looking at other people. I was looking at getting Rhys Hoskins as a DH. Let's look at Hoskins. Vulture legend. So Flores will avoid strikeouts more, but Hoskins should, in theory, just be a better Joey Gallo. Good eye, good power, good gap power. 40 avoid K, which is not the best, but the BABIP is better. And then batting stat-wise, I mean, Flores hasn't beat this year, though. That being said, Hoskins is in AAA right now. How's he doing in AAA? He should be destroying. Yeah, he's destroying in AAA. All right, let me see the league news. Nothing. Waivers. Oh? Oh? High financial ambition? Low adaptability, high leader, high loyalty? Hello, potential 50 reliever. Whose league minimum salary 760K? 770K? Isn't there a different budget? The budget for extensions is just next year's budget. So the money that you see available for extensions is just next year's money. Basically. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. Now, I don't know where next year's money comes from. Is he leading the team in RBIs? I don't think so. I don't have a... Well, I guess I could look at the stats. It's Foscue. Flores still has 60. So he's almost leading the team in RBIs. I just don't trust the 35-year-old to not drop off a cliff and go back to this. This is what I'm expecting of him. He's having kind of like the best year he's had in 4 or 5 years, and he's going to be 36 next year. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm worried about. Anyway, tough loss. Miller couldn't make it through 4 innings. Medina gave up 5 runs. The entire bullpen got destroyed. I still have time to think about giving some extensions out before the end of the season. All right, Cal Stevenson and Young day off. So it's going to be a Shunk day and a Mangum day. Just put Mangum in the leadoff spot for funsies. And then move Fraley up. Move Wilmer up. Put Marchand in the 4 spot. Perez. Gallo. Then we just have like 3 lefties. I mean, 3 righties down here, which is kind of weird. Oh well, just throw it together. We're just getting through the series. I'm gonna get swept. We got Snyder, Suarez, Sal Frank in the bullpen. And Woodruff has pretty good stamina. But it's Walker Buehler. But he's got a 5.46 ERA this season in 5 starts. He must have been injured? Or no, he played for Cincinnati, where he was doing better. Well, we're playing our matchups, but we just can't seem to make anything stick. Win 5-2. Blaze Alexander was diagnosed with a foot contusion. He'll be out for a week. 1-1 out of the series. Chat, we're falling. We're 15 games behind 500. We were 10 games. At one point, we were 8. Now we're 15. Arenamo proved critical in helping Vegas beat Kansas City 5-2. The Invaders' shortstop was 3 for 4 with a home run and a double. He drove in 2 and scored once. The second place Royals now sit at 74 and 66. Las Vegas was leading 3-0 in the top of the third. Arenamo hit a fastball from Walker Buehler from a 2-run homer. His 5th of the season to put the Invaders ahead 5-0. Woodruff, quality start, gamer. Uribe, out, 1 out. Lavender, 2 outs. Snyder, clean inning. Suarez, the save. Just how we drew it up. Just do that every time, boys. A Flores double, an Arenamo double, a Marchand double, an Arenamo home run. An outfield assist, getting Bobby Witt Jr. at third base. 11 hits. Flores, 3 for 4 for the 3rd game in a row. He wants to get paid. He's now hitting .295 on the season with a .354 OBP and .839 OPS. So I guess I'm going to pay the man $5 million before the end of the season. Just in case, but it seems... If he keeps it up, then we will. Fraley, 2 for 4. Mangum, 1 for 5. Marchand, 2 RBI. Double, I'm assuming. Perez, 0 for Gallo, 0 for Arenamo. 3 for 4 with 2 RBI. Shunk, 1 for 4. Freeman, dude, our team, I just want to get to the off season so I can hire some new guys and reform the team and kick Grandal off and get a new leader, and everything's suddenly going to work and we're going to win the World Series. It's just that easy. Scooble stops Boston cold with a 1-0 shutout victory. Shut them down on 2 hits. I threw a lot of strikes, Squibble said in the pitches. They did get to hit. They didn't do anything with. He had 8 strikeouts and no walks. Do you think anyone's likely to give him that in DA or an FA free agency? Seems dubious since most of their teams have plenty of 45 DH in their system. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But it's hard to be greedy. Because you don't know. Obviously, we have no idea if he's even going to ever produce that much again. All right, bullpen, get some rest. We have to play Houston, who is 3rd. They're kind of like playing 500 ball. Shane Bieber, 4.5 ERA. Dubin, 4.88 ERA. And then Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's the scariest one out of that group. 3 righties in a row. Let's try and just finish out August tonight, maybe, or at least finish out the Houston series. And then the next time we play, we can like... Wait, I didn't take that one dude who was a 50 potential. I was gonna take that reliever who was a 50 potential, and then I got distracted, and now he's gone forever. Rip. Oh well, we'll find more. Yeah, I forgot about him. Okay, Marchand day off. Freeman day off. So, Shunk and Grandal. Great. Put Flores in the 3 spot. Then Fraley. Perez, Arenamo, Gallo, Shunk, Grandal. Dustin May's pitching versus Bieber. Bieber's been having a pretty good season. Win versus Houston, 2-1. Tyler Megill eligible to come off the IL. Okay, I assume you took him off. Yeah, you got him. The Astros went down to defeat to Dustin May and his Vegas teammates. The final score was 2-1 Invaders. May yielded 1 run over 6 innings to notch the win, scattering 4 hits, walking 0, and striking out 5. His record improved to 10-5. The setback makes Houston 71-71. Stevenson had a big solo homer for the Invaders in the bottom of the 3rd. Vegas leading 1-0 and the base is empty. He sized up a cutter from 2020 Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber and punished it. The result was his 9th homer of the season, putting the Invaders on top. I had everything working, said May. They had 4 hits, we had 7, so our pitching did amazing. May, 6 innings of 1-run baseball, 4 hits. Great start. Sal Frank, clean inning. Snyder, clean inning. Suarez with the save? Oh man, Sal Frank, as bad as he is, sometimes he's good, you know? And then Snyder and Suarez continue to punish. Player of the game, Dustin May, easy. Got the best record on our team. Probably best pitcher on our team, no doubt. Good investment. We got him for 4 years. Stevenson, Ribby, Young, and it. Flores hit, nothing Fraley. Perez hit, Arenamo 2 hits. He randomly goes on little like hit sprees like this. I hope I'm not squishing him and he actually improves. All right, Perez needs a day off. Good excuse to just play Mangum, who I like anyway. He's He's hitting 254 on the season. I don't know if he is the center fielder, though. I think he moved Cal Stevenson to center. And then Mangum to right. Keep the same lineup the way it is. And then it's Tyler Mahle on the mound. Man, our starting pitching is actually really good. Once Cade Horton gets his grips and Bobby Miller keeps improving, we're going to be unstoppable. Then we just need some people who can hit the ball. Uribe, Sal Frank, Medina, and Stalmont. Dude, I don't like Stalmont, but I don't know who else we've got. Because Spencer Howard did pretty bad for us, too. He's also tired right now, so that doesn't really help. All right, I'm just simming games, chat. I'm just trying to get through some series so we can make some headway, because I want to get to like the free agency fun part. We have a good shot at winning against Dubin. 4.88 ERA. High walk rate. I assume, since being a righty, he's not good against lefties. It's about the same, actually. Terrible strikeout rate against lefties, though. He walks them more, but he gives up fewer homers. And lose Houston 6-8. Feels bad, man. Who's responsible? Mahle gave up 6 runs. And then the bullpen gave up no runs. Classic starter getting detonated. 4 innings in the first and second, and then 2 in the fourth. Yordan Alvarez pulled his weight. The 8-year veteran was 3 for 4 with a homer, 2 singles, and hit by pitch. Houston pitcher Jose Quijada earned the win, hiking his record to 3-2. Lavender suffered the loss. The save went to Brian Abreu. I'm not surprised that Lavender suffered the loss, giving up 2 runs in the 8th. They were scored via an error that he himself created. Love when that happens. Freeman double. No other extra base hits. 0 for 0 for 0 for. Marchand 1 for 4. Fraley 1 for 5 with 2 RBI. Flores 3 for 4 again. That is his 4th 3-hit game out of the last 5 games. What is going on? He's almost hitting 300 now. What is going on? And we still can't win. Arenamo was 3 for 3 with a walk. Mangum 0 for. Gallo 1 for 2 with a walk. Freeman 1 for 3. Big W. We lost Shinfish. We died, but yeah. There were some good hits though. We lost 8-6, unfortunately, but because of this guy and this guy. Lavender blew the freaking game, but Mahle did give up 6 runs. All right, sim the next one, and then we'll be done for now. Put Shunk in for Arenamo. Okay, and then it's Cade Horton pitching. I don't know. He needs to settle in. I believe in him, but he's had 4 of his last 5 outings have been 4+ runs. He's still trying to settle. And then they've got Hunter Brown, who's kind of been a pretty dominant. 3.46 ERA, less than 1 home run per 9. 1.26 whip, 9 strikeouts per 9. Crazy fastball. Sim it. Lose 05. More like 07. Am I right? We had 2 hits in the game. We're falling down the ladder now at the end of the season. Horton, 2 runs and 4 1/3. Medina, a run. Lavender, 2 more runs. Can I? I'm gonna fire the whole bullpen and we're gonna rebuild it. Though you can't win with 0 runs, right? You can't win with 2 hits. Flores and Freeman were the only 2 with a hit. Just an embarrassing game. So we lose that series. So we've lost the Houston series, the Kansas City series, won the Toronto series, swept by the Twins, won the Detroit series, lost the Baltimore series, lost the Cleveland series, lost the Tampa series, won the New York series. So not ideal. Not ideal. We've almost finished out the month of August, and then it's just a few games of September, and then the whole season's over. We've probably been mathematically eliminated from the wild card. If we haven't, we will be shortly. Well, I feel like we kind of fallen apart here toward the end of the season. I don't know if it's my fault or someone else's fault. I'm surprised the scout hasn't updated his ratings. Like, just on the team? He'll do the updated ratings on the next day. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be good there. That's a good stopping point. Sorry that we are stinky and we're smelly. But we do have some bright, promising futures. We're gonna get rid of, like, next time we play, we're cruising to the end of the season and it's time to pick next year's team. So that's gonna be what I'm looking forward to at this point. Because there's a lot of things that are good. Our pitching rotation is actually pretty solid. Cade just needs to settle down. Bobby Miller needs to keep developing. Cade needs to keep developing. And then to anchor us, I think Woodruff and May are both really solid. If Woodruff can stay healthy, May is excellent. Malley is decent, but has a lot of blow-ups. But he's pretty cheap, $8 million, and we have him for 1 more year. We could trade him next year, maybe. Yeah, Flores has been hitting well for a while. We probably need to bring him back, even though it's super suspicious, you know what I mean? Like, he's gonna fall off a cliff, and then I don't know what's gonna happen. But I can just pay him a $5 million just in case. We'll see. I think I'm just going to go ahead and buy out Bobby Miller's arbitration years and keep developing him. So we're going to offer some extensions before the end of the season next time. And then we just need to reform the bullpen. Get rid of all these dudes. Get rid of Stalmont, Medina, Sal Frank, and then probably Lavender. We need some actual good lefty specialists. We don't really have any. But yeah, we've got like 3 or 4 bullpen arms that I just want to ditch and rebuild. And we'll build around Uribe, Snyder. Bachman has no right being as good as he has been overall, as just a 40 overall guy. So I don't know where that's come from. I don't love Suarez, but he's been decent. He's actually been like pretty good for what we've got. And then I think our starting rotation just needs to have run support. Like, they're usually pretty consistent. We just need hit ball more good, please. And Jace Young, I think, has been a pleasant surprise. He's only hitting 225, but his OPS is 742, which is better than most people on the team. So if he could just do like a 700 plus OPS for like, you know, 7 or 8 people, we'll actually win a bunch of games. And then I still don't know what to do with Fraley because he's kind of iced. He's definitely not $16 million. Let's see if he thinks he's $16 million. Yeah, he still wants the same amount of money. I don't know if that'll change at the end of the year or not. Because first half, second half, Fraley is a different beast. I'm not paying him that much. And then Gallo's gone. Foscue's probably still here, and we just need to develop his Avoid K's, maybe? We need a different shortstop. We need a bunch of stuff. It's gonna be... We're gonna chase a third baseman and... a new catcher, maybe. Because I haven't decided what to do with Marchand. Marchand is just really good defensively, but his arbitration's 5.5 mil, which feels like a lot for someone that's just kind of like decent. Gallo with 10 dingers in 34 games is so funny. I know, he went on a tear. He did go on a tear. All right, but anyway, GG's gamers. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Hope you had a nice Friday. We got through a good chunk of the season. Sorry we didn't watch more of the full games, but at this point, I'm kind of just like, you know, ready to see the end of the season and find out what happens next. At this point, it'll be a little more exciting to watch the games when it's like the beginning of the season and it's an unknown of how bad we are or how good we are. I think I know how bad we are at this point. So watching a game just like, oh, we had 2 hits this game. Okay, cool. Or I could just fast forward and they can tell me that we had 2 hits. You know what I mean? I feel like that's probably better. All right, gamers. I will see you all later. I'm going to send you all off in a stream raid. Let's go hit up Nomac. He raided a couple days ago. We raided him a couple days ago, but right as he was ending the stream, so let's go say hi. Hopefully he's not ending the stream already this time. But he's playing Clair Obscure Expedition 33, which I've heard many of you guys say amazing things about. So go check out Nomac, and if you haven't seen him before, if you like what you see, toss him a follow. Thank you for watching, everybody. I know you're in the void right now. I will probably see you for tomorrow. So, I don't know, just maybe. Keep your eyes peeled. Probably. And thanks for chatting, thanks for lurking, thanks for chilling. Good night, goodbye, everyone. See you later, Robot Mystic, Avocado, Foxdot, Kipaji, Swineherd, Shinfish, Vorpal Dude, Tally Hunter, Billy Ams, Zarby, good night, Emilaris, you know who you are. Dead Ninjas. All right, gotta get out of here before the ad. Good night, everyone else. Later. Come back soon.